With an unmatched prestige, the all-new Toyota Corolla comes with a range of comforts and conveniences that redefine the meaning of class. Genuine leather seats with ergonomic back support and 8-way driver seat power adjustment to reduce fatigue. Compatible with Qi standard compliant devices. A strategically placed wireless charger is located on the front console tray for your convenience. The DVD AVX interface mirrors your phone on the dashboard screen for easier and safer access to your mobile apps. High-quality analog Optitron meter, switchable to digital metering if you prefer an advanced look. Dual-zone air conditioning allows for independent temperature control between driver and front passenger, while rear blowers are equipped with air ventilation for optimized airflow, maximizing comfort for the entire cabin. Every aspect of the all-new Corolla has been designed with prestige in mind to inspire confidence in your journey. When you have everything, you don't need to say anything. Move forward with the all-new Corolla, unspoken class.
Toyota, all about the drive. Toyota, all about the drive.
And welcome back to one, if not the biggest racing simulation event in Malaysia. This is the Toyota Gazoo Racing Velocity Esports Championship 2020, created and orchestrated by Toyota Gazoo Racing Malaysia. I'm Nick Harris, alongside with me is Victor Ang, and we will be your commentary team for today. Just so you guys know, 720 racers had gone through so many phases of qualification, leaving only to the top 20, and the top 20 went off against each other yesterday in groups A and B, and now we're down to the final top 10 spots in the grand finals, bringing them one step closer to being crowned Malaysia's fastest sim racer and bringing home their share of the 70,000 ringgit prize pool.
That's exactly right. So if you're only just joining us for this live stream here, we've already run through 2 races. Here is the results of race number 2 here. The standings as it stands after race number 2. So Taj Izrin is going to be in the lead now with 40 points. Mior Muhammad Hafiz only 4 points behind him at 36. Muswan Jing will be third on the leaderboard now with 26 points. Muhammad Iqbal will be fourth in the championship now with 20 points. Arif bin Roslan will be in 5th place in the championship with 18 points. Riopan Dukusuma, only 1 point behind, sits in 6th in the championship. Muhammad Afif bin Suhaimi has 16 points, same as Lau Wui Kit, who is also having 16 points. They're sharing both 7th place here, but Lau Wui Kit is going to be placed in 8th right now because of his result in race number 2. Then Chao Jianye will be in position 9 with only 8 points, and Chong Kai Chang only has 5 points to his name. He sits at the bottom of the leaderboard.
All right, so there it is. We would like to thank, of course, our sponsors, Toyo Tires, Denso, and Toyota Racing Development. And not forgetting our event partners, NK, Drive Energy Drink, and Motis. Here is a short little video of our talented finalists as they're going to be going up against each other. Get to know them a little bit better here with this video. All of them looking with determination, grit and focus. Definitely going to be an interesting one heading forward. And of course, for y'all who don't know, our semifinals and grand finals is currently happening here at the UMW Toyota Malaysia headquarters in Shah Alam, and is a closed event. Tight SOP guidelines are being followed, so we make sure that a safe environment is adhered to during this time, during these pandemic times.
That's right, so we're going to be running into our 3rd race here very, very soon. It's going to be an interesting one because, of course, they're going to be changing to a new track this time. They're going to be using a completely new car. So, again, it's just like race number 1. It's going to be a qualifying to a standard start. So that means that it's going to be all about the time attack here. That's going to determine their grid positions for this round. So it's going to be very interesting because it could be a little bit of a shake-up, you know, because the track is different, the car is different. There could be a lot more variables here to consider for the drivers, so we may not necessarily know who will be fastest here until after the time attack qualifier has concluded.
And that's going to be an interesting fact to bring up because with what we are being told, they are going to be driving the TS050 Hybrid Toyota Gazoo Racing 16 Le Mans car, if I'm not mistaken, right? Yeah, so that's going to be an interesting one, about almost more than 1,000 horsepower, if I'm not mistaken.
Almost 1,000
horsepower.
Almost 1,000 horsepower.
That's a very powerful car, isn't it?
It is. Like, it's actually combined from the gas motor as well as the electric motor. Both of them combined will be able to bring up 1,000 horsepower, and this is kind of the key to the success that Toyota has experienced in the Le Mans 24 hours race. So because they were able to use the hybrid engine in order to build up a lot more energy through the slower sections of Circuit de la Sarthe, and they were able to use that on the main straight, able to put the car way above 300 kilometers per hour, and it basically enabled them to pull a really substantial lead, you know, in the races. So for the last 3 years at Le Mans, Toyota has been very dominant in the LMP1 class, effectively becoming like one of the best teams to have ever had a run in the Le Mans 24 hours.
Don't know about you, but those big brain men and women at the Toyota Racing Development engineers are definitely enjoying themselves and breaking whatever limits that they can with the amount of technology that's being put in to all of their vehicles as well as their race cars.
Yeah, and it's also a testament to their perseverance because if you remember in 2016, you know, Toyota had a massive heartbreak because their car, you know, was leading throughout the entirety of the 24 hours. It's only with the last 10 minutes that both cars actually broke down, but they still managed to recover from that loss. They came back even much stronger and they won the subsequent next 3 years. It just goes to show, you know, how determined and passionate the Toyota Gazoo Racing team is when it comes to winning these races.
For all the greatness that comes in with winning, losses also can do great in terms of teaching the people in Toyota how to better improve on currently existing technologies and designs. So this is the grand final race number 3. It's going to be a 15-minute time attack qualifier with a total of 10 laps across the board. Tire wear is going to be at 9 times, with fuel consumption at 5. This is going to be the car that is going to be used by our racers with a top speed of 250 kilometers an hour and a 0 to 60 miles an hour rate of 4.8 seconds. It's going to be very interesting indeed. And we're going to go to beautiful France in Circuit de la Sarthe. And it is 13 kilometers across the board here with 21 turns. It is a real-world track with a tarmac road type. So what do you think about this? It is going to be the beautiful countryside of France that we're going to be visiting. Well, not actually the beautiful countryside, more like the beautiful virtual countryside up front.
Well, yeah,
So
you're
kind
not
of
wrong.
the same thing.
Not wrong. Well, the Toyo de la Sad has a long history. I mean, it's where the first 24-hour race ever was started. It basically, in the early days, it was literally people just brought their cars in there and they just raced for 24 hours nonstop. Even when a car breaks down, they have to pull to the side of the road, fix the car, and then get back into the race. So these days now, you actually have a pit lane, you actually have a proper racing circuit section inside the Circuit de la Sarthe, but the main straight, the Grenadier straight, is still the same as it has been throughout the entire history of Circuit de la Sarthe and the Le Mans 24 hours. This time though, I feel that it's going to be a really interesting place to see these races battle in, because with such long straights and 2 chicanes that actually splits that one up, it provides prime opportunities for overtaking in that zone there. So we're going to see a lot of these drivers, just make it out to the 100-year straight with a good exit and hopefully be able to get to their top speed immediately so that they can continue on with the draft and hopefully be able to set up some good overtakes by the time they get to the chicanes.
I don't know about you, but the long and storied history for Circuit de la Sarthe is definitely going to be very well attributed to in terms of our racers bringing their 100% and their A game as they race towards their destiny. Remember, this is the Toyota Gazoo Racing Velocity Esports Championship 2020. Some of the best talents in the sim racing community have gathered here today. 720 people had to go up against each other across so many phases of qualification for these out of that 720, 10 finalists to come back up here. So it is going to be a long and storied journey for them as we head into the qualifying rounds, Victor.
Yeah, this is going to be prime opportunity to have a sort of reset, let's put it that way, of like how the grid standings look like again. Because like after race number 2, there was already a reverse grid race. Now we're going to be going for a brand new qualifying time attack session, and it's going to be prime opportunity for some of these guys to try to make up for some of the losses they experienced in race 1 and 2. So it's considered as like a full reset here, but the championship points will still be carried forward from the last 2 races. So there's still it's going to be the top guys here that are really trying to bring the battle to each other.
I'm pretty interested to see how these matchups are going to be working out against one another. It is going to be a 15-minute qualifying round for grid positioning. So we do see that with the speed that comes in, I do believe that a lot of our drivers are going to be cutting in very quickly and completing this qualifying round with quite a high amount of numbers here in terms of short amount of time, for the qualifying times. We do see a bit of a penalty here for Jenye pretty early on. Not too detrimental here considering it is the qualifying rounds, but talk us through a little bit about this layout here. It doesn't look as technical as some of these, not to say technical, let me rephrase that. Some of these turns are very sharp and are very conducive towards creating some interesting overtake situations for some of our drivers here.
So yeah, I mean, to your point though, yeah, this section here, the Circuit de la Sarthe, this is the Grenadier straight. So yeah, there's not much challenge or technical things they have to watch out for as far as the racing line is concerned, but it's certainly still going to be challenging once you have other drivers on the road, because you can see some of these guys just trying to get a draft off each other. It's going to be very, very important for them to stick behind their opponents here, because they can get a massive advantage when they're following behind another car because of how long the straight is. But the chicanes here are where they can actually catch out some drivers, because if they break way too late and they have to cut through the chicane, cut through the exit road on the chicane, that's going to add penalty time to them. So they have to be very calculative about where and when they decide to hit their braking points, because there's literally very little reference actually on this road here for them to be able to see where the braking point is. They have to rely a lot on the brake markers, the little distance markers that are on the side of the track in order to tell when they exactly need to brake.
Well, it's going to be a very interesting game here in terms of drafts, overtakes, as well as braking battles. Seeing some players either over-braking and under-braking is going to be the determining factor of who ends up in first place and who ends up at the lower part of the bracket. And as you can see already, very sharp chicanes here as they exit, very high-angle chicanes, which I feel are going to be very challenging indeed not only towards our drivers to circumvent, but also to maintain an efficient amount of speed to enable them fast times and top speeds.
Yeah, and the thing is that the track will actually get harder and harder as you proceed through the sectors, because Sector 5, that's where the Porsche curves are. That's probably one of the hardest part of the tracks to kind of get right, especially when you start breaking into that last few turns. So that's a place that a lot of these drivers have to watch out for, because could potentially lose a lot of time over a lap if they can't really nail the Porsche curves well. But in any case, the other thing they also have to keep in mind is their battery level. So the thing is that the TS050 is basically designed to run on a track like this, where you have slow sections that lead up towards a long straight. And what the key thing that these guys have to do is to be able to save as much of the like battery power as possible in the slower sections, and then use it all up in the fast sections here. And that's pretty much the key to getting that rhythm that they require in order to really bring out the performance from the TS050.
As we noticed here, it's going to be a very interesting turn of events. Excuse me, it's going to be an interesting turn here for some of his drivers. A full focus here, definitely going to be experienced by our drivers moving forward. It is going to be a heck of a battle, and a pretty close one here across the board, as we do see 5 sectors across the map, across the circuit map, and it is going to be very revealing indeed to see how these drivers are going to be doing. Averaging out at about 29 seconds to 35 seconds across the board for sectors 1 and 2, 28 seconds for sector 3, and 23 to 24 seconds across sector 4, and 28 to 30 seconds on sector 5.
Yeah, so right now Mirhaf is having the fastest sector 2 of the session so far, so he's certainly on a flying lap now. Our Riff Roslan actually had the best first sector, so hopefully be able to carry the advantage through the rest of the track here. But really, it's when it comes to the other parts of this track, that's where the real challenge for these drivers is going to come in here, especially when it comes to the time attack. But we already see some drivers actually pick up some penalties here for cutting the track, and that's something that is going to be a recurring theme, I think, through this race, because you know there's so many places here that are kind of wide open. There's not really much of a but there are not much barriers around some of the curves here, so these drivers will definitely try to cut some of the curves here in order to gain some extra advantage, but they have to be very mindful about where and when they decide to do so, because incur a little bit, if you cut a little bit too much outside of the track limit, then you're going to be slapped on with like a penalty for sure.
Yeah, and that's something they have to be very careful of, especially considering that where these drivers are going to be driving on, it's going to be not only a test, it is a very long course, I mean, in terms of length, right? In terms of track length. So, I mean, it is going to be a battle of concentration and technical endurance as well, being able to be consistent across the board, across 10 laps within this particular track isn't going to be an easy feat to achieve. And considering how some of our drivers have had some very heartbreaking moments towards the later stages of the race, we do hope that all of their mistakes will not be too detrimental to them in their quest to achieve their destiny, to their quest to race to their destiny, excuse me.
Yeah, I do have to mention as well, you know, that the thing about this track is it's so long, right? Like 13 kilometers, that's like almost, it's more than twice the length of the tracks that we already ran in race 1 and race 2. So it pretty much means that, you know, a mistake that you make early on in the sector is going to carry forward through the whole lap. So that's why precision is an absolute must, you know, when it comes to endurance racing, especially in Le Mans. And these guys are just going to have a slight taste of it. 10 laps may not sound much to the average viewer, but considering that one lap now is going to take like 3 minutes, it's going to be a very long race for these drivers.
Alright, heading into the apex beautifully here, as they're going to be heading into the first few turns outside of the finish line here. It is going to be an interesting one. 3 minutes and 20 seconds for Mio Hafiz, followed by 3 minutes 21 across the board with Afif Suhaimi, Iqbal Suji, Hafiz Suhaimi, Wui Kit, and as well as Taj Aiman getting in 3:21 across the board. Whereas coming in from Arif Roslan, still at 3 minutes and 23 for Rio Genya as well. So it is going to be a bit of a test, not to say a test, an urge to basically score that perfect time is going to be on the agenda for a lot of our drivers heading forward But it seems that Miyohave is scoring out 320, and 930th of a second is going to be the biggest time differential that they all have to basically conquer.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see how these drivers handle this track because, again, like once we reach the stage where the tires already start to wear out, you know, the slower sections here at Le Mans, a lot of potential to catch these drivers out, and also like at the breaking points at these chicanes here, these like have been. This is very, very tricky to get right, you know, even for professional drivers. You can see even in the real Le Mans races, like people get it wrong all the time here on 100 years straight. So these drivers have to be applying the maximum amount of concentration they can in order to get the best time they could in this time attack qualifiers.
All right, it is going to be a long straight here before they hit into a turn. They want to get as much speed as they can before they start braking into that turn. It is going to be a rather challenging chicane coming out of it, as we do see Taj Ayman right now hitting into that other straight after that chicane. It's going to be interesting because that long straight isn't a true long straight. Basically, it does have at least 2 chicanes between those straights to basically ensure that people don't just speed it all the way through and through. And I do think that it does add a little bit of dimension towards our races and something to be wary about.
I don't miss the days when they didn't have the chicanes in, because you know that back in the day they used to set like land speed records practically on that when they did straight. Like the record I think for the fastest speed they actually had on the 100 straight was 400 kilometers per hour. But the car that said that it was a Peugeot, like a sports prototype car, it didn't actually finish the race. They purposely built the car only to set the speed record on the straight. So after that, they added chicanes so to discourage people from doing the same thing again. But still, the track still ends up being very, very fast. I mean, the average speeds here is well over 250 kilometers per hour, all throughout the lap. So it's a very, very fast track, despite the fact that it's a very technical one.
It is a very technical one indeed, and very fast. We do see average speeds exceeding 300 kilometers an hour. It's going to be a very scary one indeed. A lot of high speed, a lot of focus there. Definitely going to be given by our drivers heading into this grand final race. We've got 4 minutes and 30 seconds plus left before we call the qualifying to an end, as we do see some of the drivers that are going into the pit. What do you feel about this?
Wicked has just set the fastest time now. He's also in the 120s. He's going to be alongside Muir Hafiz on the grid right now, potentially, should this result stick until the end of the qualifying session. But that's a really big jump here that we're seeing in the leaderboard. Taj Ayman did manage to improve his time, but unfortunately got bumped all the way down to P6. So he's going to be tucked in behind Afish Ruhaimi, as well as Iqbal Suji and Swan Jing. They're still in the 321s here, not able to break in the 20s quite yet. So Wicked and Muir Hafiz looking like the favorites right now on this track.
Yeah, looking at it, we do see Wicked as well as Muir Hafiz enjoying 20s in terms of the best lap. 21s across the board for positions 4, 3, 4, 5, and 6, whereas it's going to be 323s across positions 7, 8, and 9 here, as we do see it is going to be a rather challenging one moving forward. So as you do see it here, Muir Hafiz right now trying to get as much speed as he can, exceeding about 290 kilometers an hour as we speak, and heading into that 300 kilometer an hour mark. You can imagine the amount of speed that you feel here in the simulation. One can only begin to imagine the amount of speed that happens in this real track within these cars. It must be a very scary and intimidating viewpoint to have.
I think one of the things that the game doesn't really show is like how bumpy the real track is, because this road on normal days is actually a public highway. Like you actually have real street cars. You can actually drive through the 100 years straight yourself in an actual car if you happen to visit the circuit of Le Mans in France. So it's actually a very fascinating place with a very storied history, in the world of motorsports, and certainly one of the meccas, I think, when it comes to talking about who has which companies have the best cars, the fastest racing teams. They all gather here once a year in order to try to prove their worth, in the world of motorsports.
Historically being a place where most of the endurance races are being hosted in Europe. I do believe that it is going to be a very interesting one across the board. We're going to be seeing Taj Aiman there, full concentration, full on focus as we are going to be heading into a very... are we going to be seeing any variance here in terms of times? I don't think so. It's still going to be Wicked that holds on to the fastest time in the virtual circuit de la Sarthe.
Oh, I can tell you what though, Kai Chang has a really fast sector times here. I'm not sure if those are like because he's out on an out lap or something, but we'll check later on because like should be coming around towards the line very soon. But for the meantime, you know, I don't think there's a lot of improvements on the board at the moment. Swan Jing not able to improve his previous time here, still stuck in the 3:21s. We did see Taj Aiman attempting to go for another run here, but he only needs to make up like less than a tenth of a second in order to get into P5. So still a lot of potential there for him to do so. Muir Hafiz now should be coming across the line. He's going to start his flying lap, his last flying lap of the session now with the qualifying coming to close with 1 minute left on the clock. So whoever isn't going to be able to get past the line by the time the timer runs out is certainly going to find himself in a big world of hurt.
60 seconds left, and we do see an average time in Sector 5 of 28 seconds plus for some of these drivers. We do see Sector 3 is going to be dominated by Iqbal Suji, as well as Sector 2 with 33 seconds across the board and 28 seconds for Sectors 2 and 3 respectively. We do see Kai Chang there with a beautiful time of 29 seconds across Sector 1. And it is going to be a very good one indeed here, as we do see some of these drivers here definitely going to be enjoying some high-speed attacks here as they head into the race. But it seems that Wicked could be in that #1 position.
So Kai Chang managed to bump himself up to P7, so he pushed down RF Roslan, Rio, and Jen Ye. Right now, those guys are P8, 9, and 10 respectively. Not expecting to see any major changes as far as the front of the board is concerned. But again, Wicked and Muir Hafiz, they're only separated by 0.2 of a second, so it really hinges on this flying lap whether or not Muir can actually find some improvements here, or can Wicked actually extend his lead even further once he finishes this flying lap. So Muir Hafiz now leading the train of cars coming through the second and last chicane of the 100-year straight before he has to brake for the very sharp turn that's coming up ahead. And yeah, this is certainly going to be a test of his might here, because again, you know, it's very hard to be consistent here on Le Mans, especially when you're running in time attack mode. I cannot stress it, like how difficult it is. You don't have a lot of reference points. Like I said, when it comes to braking, you can only rely on what is on the track here in order to tell when you need to start to put more pressure on the brakes. But let me tell you something though. Okay, Muir Hafiz is improving his sectors here, but I don't see him exactly lighting the timing boards on fire at the moment. So it's going to be very marginal, I think, for Muir Hafiz to be able to beat Wicked and get back onto pole position.
All right, a few extra bits of time here for the ones still within the lap, and I think that's going to be opportunities for some of these drivers to try to score better times compared to Wicked, but Wicked still holding on with 3 minutes 20 seconds at 69th of 699th of a second here, heading into the finalization of our qualifying rounds. Could be him still holding on to pole position here as we move forward.
Yeah, Muir Hafiz now rounding out towards the curves. This is still a very fast sector, but it's very easy to make a mistake. The barriers are a lot closer to the track here, so one simple mistake here will send your car straight into the wall and thus ending your entire run. So Muir Hafiz has to thread the needle very carefully through the sector. Now it's coming up to the final last bit here. This is going to be the Porsche Cups just before. Look at that. He has to brake right at the pit entry there in order to be able to make the chicane, and this is where he has to slow down massively before he lines up for that main straight and try to get a good exit out. He took quite a bit of curb on the exit. He does get the fastest lap. He is in the 3:19s. That's an incredible lap there from Muir Hafiz, swinging himself way up ahead in the leaderboard. Arif Roslan able to better his own time as well. Sets a 3:20, so finally he's in the 3:20 club together with Wicked. Wicked has not quite set his fastest lap yet, so we still have to wait and see if he's going to be able to make an improvement on that. Iqbal Suji is now up on top in provisional pole, taking 3:19.618. That's barely even a tenth of a second faster than Muir Hafiz.
Iqbal Suji definitely showing he's eating his vegetables here, qualifying with pole position. Definitely going to be a strong advantage moving forward. Mio Hafiz as well, not too far behind. All of these men eating their vegetables accordingly, but it is going to be Iqbal Suji, the strongest of them all in terms of the best lap times. As we close out this qualifying rounds, it seems that Iqbal Suji, Mio Hafiz, and Afiz Suhaimi will be in our top 3 positions moving forward.
Look at the gulf between Mio Hafiz and Touch Ayman. Oh, sorry, Touch Ayman actually has a 319 recorded here, so he's displayed as second place on the board here on your screens right now. So we'll wait and see what the official results will be, because on our timing screen at the moment it's showing Touch Ayman on a different time. So I suppose we'll wait until the end of session to confirm with you guys what the actual standings will be. But the flying laps are already completed here for Mio Hafiz, for Iqbal Suji, Afiz Suhaimi. I think there's still a couple of guys left who are still on a time run, or maybe not. They're already starting to slow down through the sections here, so I'm thinking that they might actually be going into the race very, very soon.
Alright, so these are all official results across the board. Those are going to be the positions that they are going to be in. As we head into the race, it's going to be grand final race number 3. It's going to be a crazy fight here. Let's take a look at the positions of our racers. Iqbal Suji, Touch Ayman, Mio Hafiz, Afiz Suhaimi, and Arif Ruslan in our top 5. Chen Ye, Wui Kit, as well as Wui Kit and Xuanjing, Rio, and Kai Chang making up our top 5.
Yeah,
lower 5, excuse me.
Alright, the red light's on. We're waiting for the start. The drivers are ready and they are off. Good start so far from everyone here. Mio Hafiz actually has a better start here compared to Arif Roslan. He's going to try to get up into P2 and he is going to be ahead of the train here, but leading up in front is Iqbal Suji. He had a cracking start there. He's leading the entire pack of cars going to the first turn. Very, very messy, but they're keeping it nice and tidy. No contact whatsoever through the first turn. That's actually very impressive for this championship so far. Wicket now able to bump himself up to P5, so he's having a really good race now. He's trying to chase up the Afiz Suhaimi, but most importantly, now they're rounding up the final turn before coming out 100 years straight. Mio Hafiz keeping it nice and tidy, is able to tuck himself right behind Iqbal Suji. He will have the draft, but will he have enough battery power in order to nail it? He's still saving it for now. He knows that he's able to catch a lot of speed, but now it's going to be the time for him to hit that big red button and try to get in front of Iqbal Suji by the time to get to the chicanes. Hafiz actually picked up a 0.5 second penalty. That's going to hurt him a lot, so he breaks a little bit earlier, allowing Iqbal Suji to slip himself back up into P1.
Very nicely done here onto Iqbal Suji, taking that chicane with relative ease heading forward. We do see Mio Hafiz still holding on to in the second spot. We do see Touch Ayman here quite behind in terms of his positioning. He's going to be at position number 6, trying to get as much space as he can. It's going to be Jen Ye. They will be able to pass on to Xuanjing, and this is going to be Xuanjing, excuse me. And before hitting into the chicane, a little bit of penalties here across the board for some of our drivers moving forward. But Xuanjing still maintains his 8th spot. Moving forward, we do see that Mio Hafiz, Iqbal Suji, as well as Arif Roslan still holding on to his positions 1, 2, and 3 respectively.
Yeah, they're all just drafting off of each other, with Mio Hafiz leading the train right now. He's managed to get past in the second chicane, so Iqbal Suji is tucked in behind, but so is Arif Roslan. So the 3 cars now in the single file line are just going to be drafting off of each other here to continue this battle for P1. Mio Hafiz has a slight penalty there, but he should be able to get rid of it once he gets through the next few sectors. But I will have to say though, Touch Ayman had a really, really bad start. I mean, he was in the front row. Now he's finding himself all the way down to P6, right ahead of Jen Ye. And Kai Chang as well had a really bad start. He dropped all the way down to P9, so he's going to have a lot of work for him cut out throughout race number 3.
All right, Mio Hafiz here handling quite a bit, handling it very well heading into the chicane. We do see that compared to some of the races before this, the spacing between these races are very close by accordingly.
Yeah, so Iqbal Suji now just trying to keep as close as to Mio as possible. He knows that the sectors that are coming up is going to be a little tricky, so he might want to give Mio Hafiz a little bit of space here to allow himself to just watch out if there's any problems there in Mio Hafiz's line. But so far, both of these drivers are keeping it nice and tidy. Iqbal Suji trying to find a way to cut through these corners a little bit more efficiently, but still not able to close the gap between him and Mio Hafiz quite yet. But the good news though is that now this is going to be the hardest part. He has to brake really hard here, but look at that. Mio Hafiz just pulling ahead a little bit out of the chicane. He's getting very good exits out of them, and in fact, he just extends his lead even further by the time they get across the line.
Very impressive indeed coming in from Mio Hafiz. We do see Iqbal Suji here struggling to basically get that space between him and Mio Hafiz closer and closer together. But looking at how some of our drivers have been competing against one another, it seems to be very competitive across the board. It could be anyone's race heading into this third race for the grand finals.
So Touch Ayman is still trying to chase up. He's currently still in P6, so I think like it's going to be very much imperative for him to try to get up as close as he can to Mio Hafiz to keep his championship hopes alive. But quite frankly, it's going to be a real toughie to actually do so, because you really have to get the draft in order to make an overtake here. So if you're too far apart from the rest of your rivals, it's going to make it even harder now for you to try to make up some places. So Hafiz Suhaimi now getting run up there by Woikit, who's upgrading himself to a first-class seat in P4. That's a really nice smooth move there from Woikit, pulling away very effectively by Suhaimi. That was barely even a fight now into that first chicane.
Mio Hafiz still getting the best time here in terms of lap, 3 minutes and 25. Definitely going to be a strong one. But looking at the lap chart that we have off the screen, it is going to be Mio Hafiz as well as Iqbal Suji and Arif Roslan still maintaining quite a bit here. We do see that coming in from Wicked and Touch Ayman, there might be a little bit of a change here, but it's going to be, we do see that Wicked may actually drop down here a little bit slightly. But across the board, it seems pretty even across the board.
Yeah, I think for now, there's not going to be a much crazy changes of position here. It's going to be very tactical whenever these drivers decide to make a move. So you're going to be seeing a lot less overtaking compared to some of our previous races, but still, the drivers had to push very, very hard in order to make those gains. So it's going to be a very tough race for a lot of those guys who are trying to climb back up, particularly Touch Ayman. He did make quick work of Hafiz Suhaimi though, so I fear that Hafiz might be losing a lot of time there on his current set of tires, which is certainly contributing to a lot of his troubles there. In fact, he had a really bad Sector 2 and Sector 3, so that really shows that he doesn't quite find that top end speed that the other guys are finding here. Touch Ayman now facing a bit of pressure though, because he actually has a 6.9 second penalty there that he picked up in the last few laps, so that's quite significant. And I think he's gonna have to find really good places here to try to get rid of that. But with Hafiz Suhaimi constantly being right on his tail here, it's making it very hard for Touch Ayman to find a way to get rid of that penalty.
All right, looking at how it's going to be working, we do see Touch Ayman here with a total of 6.9. We do see that Hafiz Suhaimi not too far behind him as well, going to be very, very aggressive indeed. The amount of speed that's coming in as these drivers are coming out of the chicane is really impressive indeed. Touch Ayman was able to shave off a few points off of his penalty, and I think that's going to be working out really well for him. Not too far behind him is going to be Xuan Jing as well with the 0.3 penalty, and it is going to be a very good start here across the board for a lot of our drivers here, as it is going to be lap number 3 as we are heading into our almost our midpoint here, just before 2 more laps away from our midpoint, excuse me.
Yeah, so continuing this chase here is Hafiz Suhaimi not able to close the gap quite yet. He was about 0.2 of a second behind Touch Ayman before they got to the main straight, but that just widened up even more by the time they got through the Dunlop curves. So now Mio Hafiz, your current race leader, leading by a whole second ahead of Iqbal Suji, so there's no chance for Iqbal to get the draft off of Mior. So Mior is just going to continue to pull way ahead. But Arif Roslan, I tell you what, he is still keeping really close here to Iqbal Suji, and seeing that Iqbal does have a 0.5 second penalty, certainly he's going to be slowing down a little bit throughout this lap. That's going to this is going to be playing well into Arif Roslan's hands.
All right, looking at it, it is going to be between Mio Hafiz as well as Iqbal Suji in terms of the times. I do think that it is pretty close, but not going to see Iqbal Suji actually get the best time of the sectors, but I think coming in from Iqbal Suji as well as Mio Hafiz, their times are very close accordingly, right? Especially during sectors 2, 3, and 4 heading into it. But overall, we do see that it is going to be rather small in terms of the times here. It is still going to be Mio Hafiz with the best time of 3 minutes and 21 and holding on position number 1. Iqbal Suji 3 minutes 21, 550th of a second. We do see there full-on concentration for our drivers here as we head through the exit of that long straight.
Yeah, that's going to be the last braking here of the 100-year straight. You know, the 100-year straight actually links the towns of, they links 2 different towns in France. So it's a really beautiful road to drive on if you ever have a chance to visit France. I highly recommend it. You can even see people's houses just lining up alongside the track there, and GT has actually done a real good job because I recognize some of those landmarks when we were driving past them on that main straight. So in any case, right now, I think one interesting thing to note here is that Afif Suhaimi's lap time is looking very bad, despite the fact that he's on soft tires. So I just kind of worry that it's either he's not doing good ERS management, or maybe his tires just not giving him the performance that he's expecting. Because being on the soft tires, you expect that he'll be able to set plans much closer to the other guys, but right now his lap times are more or less the same as Kai Chang, and Kai Chang is on the medium tires, so this is kind of puzzling, to be honest.
It is very puzzling indeed. Kai Chang, the only one following medium tires, racing medium compound tires, as of right now, may consider a change. Remember, all of our drivers need to go into the pit at least once throughout the race, so that's going to be a very revealing. It's going to be very revealing to see how some of these drivers are going to play around with the pit timings. And what do you think about that, Victor?
Well, that's the thing. It's like, given that like the gulf between these drivers are starting to widen up, I think like the pit strategy now is going to be even more important than in the previous races. Like in other races, you can actually make up for like a bad pit strategy just based on your own pace. But here now it's like your pace is just going to be about everything at this point. So now the real question here is like where are the other guys going to pit, and are you going to pit along with them? Now certainly Mio Hafiz, given that he's in the lead right now, is in the most commanding position to dictate what the strategy is going to be for this track going forwards, and he's certainly taking his sweet time with it, still sticking to the soft tires even though we're already on lap number 4. So he's really making those tires work for as long as they can now in order to get here, but eventually he has to go on the medium tires at some point, and that's certainly going to throw this whole race into chaos there once things start to unfold. But in any case, Afif Suhaimi has already gone into pits, so he is taking his medium tires now. I'm expecting he's going to try to run that towards the end, but he's going to be right at the back of the grid, so he's going to have to try to fight his way up to do so. But Kai Chang, who is on the medium tires, certainly can afford to pit a little bit later, but eventually he will be going on the soft tires, and that's where we're going to start to see Kai Chang perhaps starting to pull ahead of Afif.
Now I'm looking at how some of these drivers are are racing against each other. It is going to be a bigger gap between some of these drivers. Mio Hafiz is definitely going to be ahead of the pack, but rather condensed here in terms of positions number 1 to 5 compared to the lower 5. Oh, we do see Jenye almost in trouble here.
Rio trying to counter-attack there. Didn't quite find the speed out of the second part of the chicane there, so Jenye stays in P6, but that was pretty much a textbook overtake there from Jenye. Just used the draft off of the second chicane, and then is able to find a way through the inside. But now Rio coming with a counterattack. He's going to go around the outside here. They had to brake very hard for this next corner, so this could be a chance here for Rio to fight back, and he does get it back into P6 here ahead of Jenye. So it looks like P6 is still going to be a tight battle here from here on out.
Nicely done here from Rio to try to get onto Jenye, and it is going to be a very good one.
But Rio's closing in now. I think Rio should be practically alongside Jenye right now. Yeah, you can see a little bit of his wheel just come out, but Jenye is going to have the inside line coming into the next turn, and Swan Jing, sensing an opportunity, tried to go around the inside, but unfortunately had to brake a little bit, and he did manage to get rid of his penalty as a result though, but unfortunately I think he lost his chance here to try to gain some advantage from these two battling drivers in front of him. But now he's going to try to use the draft off of Rio. Jenye now and Rio are side by side. Xuanjing also getting in the mix there, going 3 wide here. This is going to be interesting. Who's going to be able to come up ahead? It's a 3-way battle now for P6. They're all going single file line. It's like a parade practically. But Jenye comes out on top and stays in P6.
Very nicely done indeed here between these drivers. It is going to be Jenye that is going to try to get ahead of this. However, Taj Aiman is going to be ahead of him by quite a bit of a margin. Looking at a Rio as well, putting in a bit of the pressure onto Jenye, almost being able to overtake him. However, we do see 2 pit stops here pretty early on. It is going to go over to a Taj Aiman as well as Woikit. I think this strategy is definitely going to work out for them. It is going to be the halfway mark of the race here, as majority of our races are going to be passing by the finish line, as it is going to be halfway marker, and it is going to be Jenye that picks up a position number 4, as well as Jenye, excuse me. Oh, all right.
Okay, so there's a little problem here for Mio Hafiz. He has a 1.2 second penalty here, and Iqbal Suji is literally about 1.3 seconds away. So if Iqbal can close the gap now, Mio Hafiz might be in a bit of trouble, because that means that even though he may finish in front, that extra penalty time is going to hand Iqbal Suji the win. So this is going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting to see what Muir is going to do from here on out. Is he going to try to slow down a little bit more to get rid of the penalty, or is he going to try to pull away? And the thing is that he's still on the same stint of tires. I don't believe he has gone for the pit stop yet, because he's still on the soft tires. But so has Iqbal Suji as well. Iqbal is basically waiting for Mior to go for his pit stop first, so that he can dive in together with him. So very interesting. This is this battle for P1 is certainly getting very, very spicy now.
It is going to be very spicy indeed here, looking at how some of our drivers have been operating against, driving against one another. The race is picking up by quite a bit, as we do see position number 1 going to be in a very relative safety here, with a penalty that he is going to have to consider shaving off some bits and pieces of the time, as Iqbal Suji now trying to get back into the lead, trying to close out the distance as we go on to Woikit though. He does have a 1.9 penalty here that he has to face off, and it may put him in danger of Xuanjing pushing him out of getting a little bit more, distance between himself and Woikit covered. We do see here, coming in from both of them, both of these drivers here putting in as much effort as well as focus into racing to their destiny. I don't know about you, but it is going to be one heck of a race.
Yeah, you can see how much the hands are shaking there, and that's actually like the bumps that are on that straight there. It doesn't really show on screen here, but it's actually very bumpy throughout this whole straight, so the drivers will constantly fight the car for control here, especially once they reach up to that top speed. And then once they get to the braking points, man, they have to really, really watch out. So in any case, right now, still battles unfolding here as Woikit now is trying to put the moves onto Jenye, who's currently in P4. Oh, Woikit actually gets a good exit, but Jenye just blocks him out enough to prevent Woikit from getting the run on him. So Jenye still trying to defend now against Woikit, but Woikit getting a good draft now. He's going to try to fight around the inside. He's going to be going alongside Jenye. Looks like Jenye is finding himself in a very familiar position now, but this time he's on the outside. Woikit actually ghosted because of the penalty there, and that actually helped him because he still is able to keep on the inside. But Jenye fights back to take the inside line on the next turn, and he's still going to be able to stay ahead of Woikit going in towards the final sector.
Very nicely done indeed by Woikit to try to get back into it. Jenye though being a little bit of an obstacle for him, as we do face here. And I think it's going to be an interesting one here, as it is going to be the pit.
Yeah, they're going to be pitting
and Jenye.
exactly the same time though. Mio Hafiz, Iqbal Suji, and Arif Roslan also dove into the pits. So let's see what tires are going to be using for the next stint. Kai Chang is going to be going on mediums, it looks like. Soft tires is going to be here for, what is it? Woikit. Yep, he's going to be going onto the soft tires now. So Mio Hafiz is going to be dropping all the way down, I think, from the board. Or is he still going to be staying in P1 at the moment? It's kind of unlikely because they're still inside the pits. They have to go fill up their fuel tanks, which is basically almost running on fumes at this point now. So we are at a halfway point here. You can see that they have to spend a little bit more time in the pits in order to get their fuel in. But once they all come out, let's go ahead and see what the standings will look like at that point. So Woikin, getting bumped at the back there. He's forced to try to cut through the track, but he's still going to be able to stay in P7. So Jen Ye not too happy about the fact that Woikin was able to get a lead up on him after the pits there. So he tried to fight back, but actually got into a little bit of contact. Let's have a look at the replay there. So it looks like Woikin attempted to go in very high speed through that turn, but unfortunately, I think Jen Ye braked a little bit too late there. That caused contact. I wouldn't say that was intentional, but certainly it would have been a very dire situation if they did end up spinning because of that incident.
I agree. A little bit of balance there being thrown away, a little bit of a wrench being thrown towards Woikin just now. We do see Taj Ayman there being into the top 3 positions as Iqbal Suji as well as Miro Hafiz holding on to his positions number 1 and 2 respectively. A bit of a big penalty here that needs to be shaved off by Taj Ayman in terms of time. Pretty sure that he will be able to find particular spots within the race to try to shave off all of that time before crossing the finish line. However, he has 4 laps to do it before the end of this race.
So very good job from Taj Ayman because after the pit stops here, he's finding himself in P3. This is a perfect position now for him to continue to challenge Mio Hafiz for the championship, but he needs to be able to get past Iqbal Suji, who is also a challenger at the championship against him. So this is a very spicy front row here that we're looking in this race number 3. In the meantime though, Swan Jing, our winner from race 2, is now looking to make the moves onto Jen Ye. He gets a very good draft now. He will be able to get alongside him and take the inside when it comes to that next braking turn. And it's going to be very crucial because he needs to brake at just the right moment, and he does apply it completely into the inside line. No way for Jen Ye to be able to fight back from that. Swan Jing now pulling ahead in P8.
Alright, so it seems that Xuan Jing right now will be able to pull up ahead of Jen Ye. Nicely done, and it seems to be a bit of a ping-pong kind of situation in terms of the positioning for the lower half of the standings. We do see here Iqbal Suji and Taj Ayman. Taj Ayman trying to bestly press him, as we do see here on your screen. Taj Ayman full of confidence as well as focus in his eyes and looking towards getting that goal.
Yeah, Taj Ayman having a time of 3:20s. He's certainly pulling a lot of pace here towards the second half of this race, and with good reason too. He still wants to continue to bring the fight here to Mio Hafiz, who's currently leading the race. But now that they're coming through the final few sectors, I'm really curious to see what Mio Hafiz's time will be on that medium tires, because if it proves to be a lot less slower compared to the soft tires, this could put his lead in jeopardy here, especially with 2 very fast drivers following closely behind. Arif Roslan getting good lead up on the Taj Ayman here. He might be thinking about making a move on him sometime soon.
Alright, so we do see Arif Roslan right now trying to make a move on to Taj Ayman. Taj Ayman will be able to get that second place. No, he gets bumped down to 3rd place, as we do see a bit of competition between these 2 drivers here. It is going to be Arif Roslan trying to get back into it. Blue flag there will be waved off, as we do see now. It's going to be positions 1, 2, and 3 have to take away quite a bit and shave off a bit of time from their penalties.
Yeah, the thing that's concerning there though for Taj Ayman is the fact that he's picked up like 4.3 seconds of penalties, so he's been cutting a lot of the track that I expect to be able to get that much, that huge amount of penalties there. And that's certainly going to cost him a lot, because that 4 seconds, that's probably going to be enough to bump him all the way down to 6th place, I think. So that's certainly not going to be a good look for him. He has to find a tactical way to try to get Arif Roslan off his back, get some good distance between the 2 of them, and hopefully be able to shave off that penalty lap by lap. But there's not a lot of distance left. Oh, Arif Roslan, that was a very good braking through the chicane. He actually managed to get past and got into P3 ahead of Taj Ayman.
Nicely done, as you can see him on the screen right now. Very greatly done indeed by Arif Roslan to take over position number 3 away from Taj Ayman. As we head forward, it is going to be lap number 6, if I'm not mistaken, or lap number 7. Lap number 7. 3 more laps to go before the end of this race. It's going to be a heck of a race.
Yeah, Arif Roslan now continuing the chase here. He's right up against the back of Iqbal Suji, who does have a 0.6-second penalty. So Arif Roslan has to be mindful about that, because the moment that Iqbal slows down a little bit more, his car will start to ghost. and that could offer prime opportunity for Arif Roslan to try to snatch away the inside, and Iqbal will be completely defenseless in trying to defend there. But Arif Roslan also has a penalty as well. I mean, look at that. The top 4 guys all have penalties here. So penalties for you, and you. Everyone in Le Mans now just gets penalties.
Everyone gets a bit of penalties. However, we do see very creative indeed here from some of our drivers to shave off their penalty times. 0.3 and 0.2 respectively for Iqbal Suji as well as Arif Roslan in terms of penalty times. Iqbal Suji now coming in for the overtake. Will he be able to do it? I think he does, but it's going to be a matter of time here. Both of them have to go here, but it's not going to be enough. It's going to be Arif Roslan that still goes for it. But no! Iqbal Suji gets bumped to it, but will it be just for a while? Arif Roslan was able to get out of, to shave off all of his penalty time. As we do see here, it is going to be Arif Roslan that takes second spot away from Iqbal Suji.
Very, very tight battle there for P2, and Iqbal Suji is not done yet. He's able to get a good draft onto Arif Roslan coming in through Sector 3. So he's going to try to attack around the outside here and hopefully slip into the inside line. But Arif Roslan is nobody's fool there. He defends very brilliantly here against Iqbal Suji, forcing Iqbal to actually back off a bit. And that actually played in very well because now Arif has plenty of breathing space now. He can try to control his lines here and make sure he can stay ahead and keep his P2 position and hopefully even continue on his battle here because Mio Hafiz is just only what, maybe about a second? No, actually he's only 2 seconds ahead, so it's perfectly capable for Arif Roslan to actually catch up to him, especially with Muir having the penalty.
Right, looking at how it's going here, there could be a bit amount of time here for Mio Hafiz to actually get a bit of his penalties away from him. Not entirely sure how much penalties he's got, but it's going to be a 1.2 penalty thus far. He does need to slow down, may try to actually get a bit ahead in terms of the space between himself and Arif Roslan, and will try to cut off as much of his time as he can, because if he finishes off with this penalty, it might cost him his first place position.
So Mio Hafiz's strategy right now is just keep a comfortable gap between him and Arif Roslan. Then he could still break at the last last sector of the last lap of the race and get rid of that penalty there, so they can at least finish ahead of Arif Roslan. But the timing for that has to be impeccable, and it's going to be very hard to do, especially given that these TS050s can actually accelerate out of corners very, very quickly. So Mio Hafiz has to time this very, very right. It's still anybody's race right now, to be frank, because either Arif Roslan or Iqbal Suji can certainly capitalize off of Mio's penalty there.
All right, looking at how it works out here, it's going to be Rio that tries to push off onto Arif Suhaimi, Arif Suhaimi still with a 0.4 penalty. Not going to be put into that much threat. However, he does have to shave off a bit of that time that may actually cost him.
He's gaining.
Yeah, Rio is gaining, and this is going to be very revealing indeed here. Rio trying to build up that draft, tries to go on the left, and will he be able to get it? Oh, could be an opportunity for Rio. Rio gets it. Beautifully done by Rio. Heading into lap number 8 and gets position number 5 away from him.
The cards were already stacked against Afif because he knows that when he brakes very hard, his car will start to go. So no matter what, there's nothing he could actually do to prevent Rio from getting through. So I think the wise thing that he did there is just let Rio pass, and I'm going to try to draft him and hopefully be able to regain 5th place. So it's going to be a very risky move, especially given that we only have 2 more laps in this race, but I'm pretty sure that he is up to the task for that.
Definitely up to the task. Is going to be considered here for a lot of our drivers. Taj Ayman again on your screen. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be going back into his viewership. It is going to be 2.5 of a second here. 2.5 seconds, excuse me. As it is going to be the penalty. It seems that he was able to shave it off by quite a bit, and he was at 4.9 just now. Very strategic indeed here for Taj Ayman to get off and basically cut out all of this time away from him. Looking at how Iqbal Suji here holding on to his 3rd spot. May actually be under a bit of pressure here from Taj Ayman, but not going to be too pressured into it heading into the next chicane.
Well, Taj Ayman still has a very comfortable gap between him and Rio, so he could still potentially keep his P4 position even with the penalty applied. So really his race right now is to try to get as close to Iqbal as possible, because he can see the penalty time that Iqbal has. So if he can just stay within that margin, he will be guaranteed a podium position. So that's a very tantalizing prospect here for Taj Ayman, especially given that he is currently the championship leader. He needs to get every last point he can out of these races.
Alright, as they're going to be working out here, Taj Ayman still has quite a bit of time to shave off of his penalties. Iqbal Suji is still ahead of him by quite a bit. May actually take advantage of this. This is going to be lap number 9. One more lap to go before we go into the final lap. It's going to be a doozy here. Iqbal Suji coming closer and closer.
That's Arif.
Arif Roslan, excuse me, getting closer and closer to Mior Hafiz.
Yeah, this is nice. This is exactly the kind of battle we want to see on the final lap. So Arif Roslan already caught up Mior Hafiz, who still has a 1.9 second penalty. So he is working on a severe disadvantage now. Arif Roslan just wants to keep the pressure onto Mior Hafiz, prevent him from being able to pull away, and especially at this late juncture now, Mior Hafiz being on the medium tires that already kind of worn out here, but Arif Roslan, conversely, is on the soft tires, and those tires are also almost completely worn out. He's still finding a lot of speed on the straights here. He's actually closing in on Mior Hafiz coming down to that first chicane, so this is going to be interesting. Braking hard here, he's going to be able to stay right on the Mior's tail. That is going to be perfect exit here from Arif Roslan. He's staying very close to Mior. He might be able to set him an overtake for the next chicane. So this is going to be very crucial, because if he does get past Mior Hafiz now, Mior is going to be in deep, deep trouble.
Alright, nicely done. Arif Roslan picking up on the draft, tries to go towards first position. He does touch first position. Will Mior Hafiz just let this slide? I don't think so. And oh my goodness, Arif Roslan being able to get it. Under brakes just a little bit here. Opportunity for Mior Hafiz to catch up. Just nicely done here from Arif Roslan, stealing away position number 1, making this a very competitive round here. Final lap is on the horizon.
Arif Roslan is certainly going to be happy with the amount of points he's going to get in this race, but Mior Hafiz is now bringing the chase coming into this next turn right up at the end, 100 years straight. He's going to be braking kind of late and hard. Oh, getting a little bit slidey there through the apex, but he still held it in pretty well so far. But he needs to watch out for what's coming up behind him, because Iqbal Suji and Taj Ayman, that battle could determine the championship here, because if Taj Ayman can get ahead of Iqbal Suji and actually keep that P3 position, that's certainly going to help him in the championship battle, because they're only separated by 4 points. And by my calculation, that Mior Hafiz, he still needs to stay at least like 1 grid position ahead of Taj Ayman in order to be able to stay, to be able to take the lead.
Alright, looking at how this is going to be working out here for Arif Roslan, holding on towards that first position, coming out in that chicane. Seems to be getting as much of distance as he can from Mior Hafiz. No penalties for him to shave off, so that's going to work in his favor. Mior Hafiz still has 1.7 though on his penalty, so he's going to be looking for creative timings here to shave it off. Iqbal Suji not too far behind, but has his own penalties as well. And looking behind him is going to be what is in store for him. Taj Ayman still cutting out quite a bit of time, but still has 2 seconds left. It's going to be very interesting to see how he's going to be cutting out all of this time heading into the final lap.
I completely forgot Taj Ayman still has a 2-second penalty, so even with that, Mior Hafiz is actually still kind of safe. Oh, Taj Ayman going into the pits now before they go into the final lap. This is going to be interesting. I think he's thinking very tactically here, because he knows that the chances of him being able to make it high in the points here in race number 3 is kind of hard. He's thinking ahead for the race towards race number 4, because he knows it's going to be reverse grid, and he knows that if he finishes way lower compared to Mior Hafiz, he's going to start way higher up than Mior Hafiz when it comes to the next race. So very tactical choice there that Taj Ayman is doing here. Let's hope that it actually works out for him.
Taj Ayman there giving a little bit of foresight towards his definitely going to be the case here as we look at these times. It is going to be a crazy one moving forward. 321 for Mior Hafiz, 185 of a second, and Iqbal Suji 321 and 550 of a second here. Definitely going to be smart to see that Taj Ayman was actually able to go into the pits relatively early on. But we do see that he is going to be in 5th spot here. So I think this could be working out for him, because if he starts in the middle of the pack, this could actually benefit him by quite a bit.
Well, he knows that Mior Hafiz is going to be climbing a lot harder, and he's actually going to be overtaking him in the championship point after this race. So it really hinges upon his performance in race 4. He has to be very confident that he can finish high up in the points there in order to be able to keep his to have any hope of winning the title here. But I tell you what, Iqbal Suji is still continuing to bring the chase of Mio Hafiz. He knows that he can stay within a margin of penalty that Mio Hafiz has at the moment. Iqbal will still inherit the lead here, but the thing is that I think given how this thing is turning out, he might even be thinking about overtaking Mio Hafiz even before this race has ended.
All right, looking at how this is going to be working out here, it is going to be one heck of a race. I say it over and over again, and it only rings true the more I say it, because it is going to be very competitive across the board. It could be determined at race number 4 who will be the grand finals winner. However, Mio Hafiz, for this race at least, very comfortable ahead and could be the winner for this race number 3.
Well, he could be the winner if he can get rid of that 1.6 second penalty, but with Iqbal Suji basically 1 second behind, Iqbal does have a 1 second penalty as well, so it's a very tight margin actually for
very
Iqbal.
Small margin, tight margins indeed.
So, Muir can still potentially win the race here if Iqbal does not get rid of his penalty, so that's the thing. It's all still up in the air. It's still anyone's races, even though right now there's not going to be much positional changes. It all hinges on whether or not those penalties can be successfully deleted before they're finishing this race.
Yeah, and considering that he is already into the last final few sectors, for Mio Hafiz, this could be very, very revealing indeed here. Coming out of that final few chicanes before heading into the finish line here. For Mio Hafiz, this could be Iqbal Suji's race here. He was able to shave off quite a bit, 0.8 compared to 1.6 in terms of penalty times for the side of Iqbal Suji, and Iqbal Suji could actually come back into this.
Yeah, so, but Mio Hafiz picks up more penalties here. My goodness. This guy is really unlucky here, so now coming into this final sector here, he has to keep it nice and tidy, but really that result is really up in the air. He's going to shave off as much as he can towards the end here, but I think Iqbal might actually get past him there, and Iqbal is going to be taking the win here in race number 3. Talk about unexpected here. Iqbal with the win, Mior coming in 2nd place. Who is going to be coming in 3rd? Arif Roslan will come in 3rd. Woykit coming across the final corner here will take 4th place. Flashes the start line there in order to celebrate. Taj Aiman now, he has managed a really good race despite having a really bad start. He's managed to make up 3 positions, get up into P5. Afif Suhaimi will be rounding it up at P6. Jen Ye will take P7. Kai Chang will take P9, I believe, while Swanjing comes across the line. Yes, Swanjing will be in P9, while Rio will be in P10. That is your finishing results here for race number 3.
Beautiful stuff being shown by these drivers, ladies and gentlemen, and it's going to be Iqbal Suji that walks away the winner for that race number 3. And we have said it time and time again, it was a crazy one, as we do see that the competition just gets heated every season, I don't even consider it getting hotter and hotter every season. It gets hotter and hotter with every race, Victor.
No, I mean, that was seriously one of the most difficult races to predict that I've ever casted there, simply because of how the variables with the pit strategies all played out there. I mean, the lead of the race has exchanged hands a lot. The penalties had to be considered when you are looking at who is leading there. It was a really tough race to call there, but I'm glad to see that Iqbal finally gets a win here in this championship. That's certainly going to earn him a lot of points there, and certainly going to help his chances in the championship.
It is going to help his chances in the championship for sure. We do see that it is going to take a little bit of time before our results and our protests are going to be handled. I do think that there was going to be a few cases of conflict, that's for sure. But I think it was a relatively uneventful race thus far in terms of protests, right?
Well, certainly not as chaotic as like the last 2 races. Like even that first turn, I was so impressed at how they actually managed to keep it clean on the first turn. Typically, especially on the Dunlop curve like that, it's so easy for you to accidentally start a chain reaction, especially when you're all braking together to make that first turn. But I'm very impressed by the level of skill that these drivers displayed here. Congratulations again to Iqbal Suji for taking the win here in round 3. Mio Hafiz certainly bagged himself a lot of points ahead of Taj Aiman, so I'm pretty sure that he might have already overtaken Taj Aiman in the championship. We'll have to wait for the official results to come out to confirm that, but for now, I think that championship battle here certainly has already been spiced up after this 3rd round.
I'm pretty sure that this is going to be a very spicy final indeed, but we've got quite a bit of things to look forward to here because we've got ourselves an exhibition race, and I'm going to be casting alongside a celebrity. That's going to be one thing to cross off the bucket list, I suppose. And I don't know about you, but I think that's going to be all from us. I'm Nick Harris. He is Victor Ang. We're going to go on a short break, and we will be back later for the results as well as the exhibition race featuring the Toyota Gazoo Racing celebrities. Don't you dare go anywhere.
We've always pushed the limits to make ever better cars, to never stop innovating, to learn from the toughest challenges under the most extreme conditions. In these extraordinary times, we continue to learn about our people, our friends, our family. When this is over, we will all be closer, and together we will be back, faster and stronger than ever before. Toyota Gazoo Racing, pushing the limits for better.
Today, the legend is back in Malaysia. We bring you Toyota GR Supra.
Toyota, all about the drive.
Okay.
Yep, got it.
Toyota, all about the drive.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Toyota Gazoo Racing Velocity Esports Championship 2020. We've just included a number of races today, and right after this, in a few short moments, we'll be having yet another race, which is going to be an exhibition race between the Toyota Gazoo Racing celebrities, which are invited for this prestigious senior match, and together with some additional special guests. But before we jump into that race, we're joined in by a number of amazing guests right here at our Toyota Gazoo Racing pit stop. None other than on my left have Mr. Should I call you Victor Cax or Victor Ang? Mr. Victor Ang, or known as Victor Cax. And of course, on my right, I have Mr. Nick Harris, our commentators right here for our championship. How are you doing, guys? Yeah.
I'm doing great. I'm doing great. I mean, I'm enjoying the races so far. We've been seeing some real competition here, and it's really, the championship is still up in the air, really, even after race number 3, and that's really great to see.
Yeah. Nick Harris, how are you feeling?
I'm just having a great time watching all of the competitive. I mean, it's just great to see all of these races get together, show them what is up, basically, like how competitive each and every one of these guys are.
Yeah. I mean, you can actually see in their faces they're actually a little bit tired because they've just concluded in doing commentaries for a number of series today, and they'll be doing more. They'll be having an exhibition match together with a fourth and final race of the day for our grand finalists. And at the end of the day, we'll be concluding. One of them will be crowned the winner and champion of the Toyota Gazoo Racing Velocity Esports Championship 2020, and also represent Malaysia in the upcoming GT Supra Cup, Asia Pacific Regional Qualifiers, and then Global Finals. Now, it's been a long day right here, but what's coming up next is none other than exhibition race, which features the celebrities on Toyota Gazoo Racing. All right? If you don't know this, now we have 10 amazing celebrities joining us today. We have Jana Nick, we have Kai Bahar, Nabila Razali, Wani Hasrita, Nabil Ahmad, Sean Lee, Akio Takayama, and of course, 3 additional celebrities joining us for the day, which is Daddy Hood, Panjahat, and solos from Team Bosskurr. I know this is a little bit different than our usual. We have our 3 real racers versus plus 3 Team Bosskurr players who have never done any sim racing in their lives, and they played a different kind of game, and then jumping into all this. So who are you putting your trust in this race right here?
I think I give a lot of trust towards maybe. I'm giving Sean Lee the favorite here to win.
Whoa, okay, Sean Lee.
Yeah.
Sean Lee. Okay, let's try 3. Okay, you give Sean Lee. I'm assuming Sean Lee's number 1 in your list right now.
Yeah, Sean Lee. I think maybe close behind him would be Nabil Ahmad, and maybe, I don't know, just to mix it up a little bit, maybe one of the Bosskurr guys, maybe Panjahat, maybe Daddy Hood, or maybe Solos. I'm thinking Solos slightly.
Oh, Solos. Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Here's the thing. You're not putting Solos number 1. You're putting Solos number 3.
Yes.
But why Sean Lee? I don't want to question about Nabil, but why Sean Lee first?
Well, I've actually been very impressed with his overall performance during the Toyota Gazoo Racing Festival that we had in Batu Kawan as well as in Penang as well. I thought that he did really well, had a very good understanding of how to race in the track, and I think his discipline in terms of how he managed the race line was something to actually consider. He does have quite a bit of knowledge behind that. Whether or not that knowledge will translate into the simulator, we'll have to wait and see. But then again, I mean, the knowledge is there, so I think that he does have quite a bit of an advantage over the rest.
I really like your justification on why you selected Sean Lee out of the rest. Like you understand that Sean Lee has done well on the real track, and then probably it will reflect the same in sim racing, assuming that he does put on the same amount of hours into this racing simulator. Thank you so much, Nick. I think that's an amazing list right there. Now, I feel bad for the rest, Jana, Nick, Kabaha, everyone, and the rest. You're not being mentioned, you know? You can meet with Nick Harris after this and ask, like, well, why not us? I mean, like, did we not drive well on the track? But anyways, Victor, okay, so what's your take on this? Top 3.
Man.
Nick has already given him his top 3, and I think it's quite legit, but how about you?
I'm going to go in a slightly different direction here. So I'm not going to talk so much about who's going to win, because obviously Sean's going to win.
Wait a minute!
No, no, okay, I concur because like throughout the VOS challenge during the TGR festival, we've all been talking about how good Sean Lee is inside the celebrity class. So we know that he's a very capable driver. So it's no surprise that why Nick decided to go with Sean as his first choice. But I'm going to go with more of like who's going to bring the more exciting race. So so I think in that regard, maybe Kai Bahar could do some. Yeah, he actually put some really good moves during the promotional class in the VOS challenge. Then I think like especially for the Bosskurr guys, I think Vajaha and Solos might do a little bit of showmanship during this match. I'm really hoping to see so.
Showmanship, really? Okay, here's the thing. You have Kai Bahar, okay?
Yes.
Kai Bahar as number one. You're not saying he's going to win.
Yeah, I'm just going to say he's going to be the most entertaining guy to watch during the race.
When we're talking about sim racing, right?
Yeah.
When you say entertaining in one aspect, are we talking about, crashes are entertaining too? What do you mean? Like,
I'm not cursing him right now. I'm not saying that he's going to crash a lot. I'm just saying he's going to be the one who's going to try to make the more risky moves. Going to start see him like, try to go into places where he shouldn't be, which is exactly what we want to see in an exhibition race like this, right? We want to see actual wheel-to-wheel racing. So I feel that Kai Bahar might be my best bet here to actually bring that to the table.
Kai Bahar, if you are clearly tuning in to this live stream right here, Mr. Victor was not referring to you crashing at any point throughout the whole course. Meaning,
It was implied, though. It was
It's implied. Okay.
Wait, it was implied. Well, I feel bad. Kai Bahar's gonna hunt you down. Like, this guy thinks I'm gonna crash.
Yeah, I'll be outside here once Kai Bahar comes in, so
okay.
I'll be fine.
Yeah,
I'll be fine.
okay. It's like, if you don't know this, actually Nick Harris will be doing commentaries with one of our invited celebrity guests, which is going to be a secret. It'll be announced very, very soon during the whole race itself. All right. Okay. Now you did mention top one. Okay, is Sean Lee going to be a number one choice to finish on this?
It has to be. Like the man is like he has really been impressive throughout the whole promotional class during the TGR festival. So I wouldn't be surprised if he qualified first during this exhibition race. So once he's already there, it's very hard to knock him off of that perch. So just on that alone, that's why we feel that Sean Lee might stand a really good chance in this race.
All right. My apologies to Jananik, Kai Bahar, Narvela Razali, Wan Ashrita, Nabi Ahmad, Akio Takema, Daddy Hood, Menjabat Solos. Apparently, both our two commentators believe that Sean Lee is going to win this thing. But you know what? This is a great opportunity for each and every one of you to prove both of them wrong. Okay? And yeah, we also have yet another commentator as well. We have Matthews Isaac. We'll hear his opinion later on. But in the meantime, we're going to be taking a short break. We'll be right back after commercial break with more sim racing action happening right here at the Toyota Gazoo Racing Velocity Esports Championship 2020.
With an unmatched prestige, the all-new Toyota Corolla comes with a range of comforts and conveniences that redefine the meaning of class. Genuine leather seats with ergonomic back support and 8-way driver seat power adjustment to reduce fatigue. Compatible with G standard compliant devices, a strategically placed wireless charger is located on the front console tray for your convenience. The DVD AVX interface mirrors your phone on the dashboard screen for easier and safer access to your mobile apps. High-quality analog Optitron meter, switchable to digital metering if you prefer an advanced look. Dual-zone air conditioning allows for independent temperature control between driver and front passenger, while rear blowers are equipped with air ventilation for optimized airflow, maximizing comfort for the entire cabin. Every aspect of the all-new Corolla has been designed with prestige in mind to inspire confidence in your journey. When you have everything, you don't need to say anything. Move forward with the all-new Corolla, unspoken class.
Toyota, all about the drive.
Oh, Nick, hi, Nick. Hi. Nice to meet you.
Toyota, all about the drive.
Yelah.
Semua dah ada.
Okay.
Ni sahabat apa? Semua. Are we live? Hello? Hi? Are we live?
Yes,
We're not
yes.
live, right? Hello? Okay, we're not live. Oh, thank God. Don't last scare me like that. Aiyo.
Guys.
走で乗って東富士で乗ったり富士スピードウェイで乗ったり本社で乗ったり こう絆で乗ったりいろいろ乗ってきましたけれども、なんか最近やっと会話が成り立つっていうか、会話を両方で、し始めたっていう感じがしてます。僕はね、この車の開発にあたってどうしてプロを使うかというのは、この車はもともとね、勝つために作る車なんですね。WRC 参戦をし、それまでのトヨタは市販車をいかに、スポーツ走行、モータースポーツのプロの世界に持っていくかという、そっちの流れを逆に勝つために作った車を逆に市販車に使っていただく、その流れを大きく変えた、最初の車が僕このヤリス、GR ヤリスだと思ってます。そういう意味ではその出発点のところをプロに、お願いをして、こういうポテンシャリティがあれば勝てる車になるよと。でそこを出発点にして一般の公道でも走れるような、これ簡単なことでしょうけど簡単なことじゃないんです。いや、それはね、この車というのはね、ここまでやったら、OK だってことは多分ないと思うんですね。で、バージョン1から買っていただいた方も、それから途中から買っていただく方も、これからさらに後から買っていただく方も、最後の仕上げはやはり使い手である皆さんだと思います。そんなどんな使われ方をするのか、こんな使い方したんだ、私はもっと違うぞというね、その最後まで相棒としてね、最後の仕上げ、最後の味付けを使ってもらう方の味に染めていただくためのタレはできたっていう感じですから、そういう意味では最後の最後までね、どんな最後味付けされるのかなという、その最終のちょっと前までね、森蔵はこだわっていきたいと思います。今までのトヨタの生産の車はいかにお客様をお待たせしないか、ということで、作ってまいりました。この車は一台一台ほぼ手作り状態で、本当にその工業製品としては、そのばらつきがある中を、そのばらつきをミニマイズ、しかもそのレベルは、コンマなんとかのレベルでですね、現場では、みんな心を込めて作っています。ですからちょっと待っていただくかもしれませんが、そんな中にもお手元に届いた時には、その一人一人の、そして、この車に関わった全ての部品メーカーも含め、全ての人たちの愛情がこもってますから、ぜひとも可愛がっていただきたいなと思ってます。そうです、この辺りになると思いますけれども、森蔵のサインをファーストエディションには入れさせていただきました。そのサインを消したくなるなんていうふうに言われないよう、私も日々精進をして、もっといい車作りのセンサーは磨いていきたいと思いますし、その森蔵が絡んだ、この車の味ってのはこうだったんだなという味を楽しんでいただき、最後の仕上げは皆さんにお願いし、
Assalamualaikum, salam sejahtera, good evening ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the Toyota Gazoo Racing Velocity Esports Championship 2020, created and orchestrated by Toyota Gazoo Racing. I am Nick Harris, alongside with me is the lovely and beautiful Ayn Idrus, and we are here to entertain you, not with all the technical stuff, but all the craziness. Haraplah anda semua terhibur di rumah dengan segala pengulasan kita pada hari ini. Sebelum apa-apa, kita ingin mengucapkan ribuan terima kasih kepada penganjur kita, iaitu Toyo Tyres, Denso and Toyota Racing Development. Bersama dengan partner kita pada hari ini, NK Drive Energy Drink dan juga Motis.
Okay, Nick. Sebenarnya I excited sebenarnya. Okay, I expect I datang sini, I nak racing juga dengan dorang lah.
Oh, ya ke?
Ya, kita dah datang sebagai racer, dah praktis kat rumah ni. Tapi bila tahu datang sini, kena sekali dengan Nick, kena komen dorang. Lagi best, Nick.
Lagi, kenapa best? Nak sakat orang ke ni?
Yes, kita dah lama tunggu, kita nak sakat dorang, kita nak lepas geram kat dorang. Tak senang tau.
Memanglah senang. Memang tak senang nak buat benda-benda macam ni. Tapi saya nak tanya sikit lah. Sebelum kita nak menghibur-hiburkan para penonton di rumah tu. Alright, before we even get started to the all the entertainment stuff, let's get to know Ain Idrus a little bit more and how she got involved in the racing world. So,
Okay.
saya rasa banyak orang nak tahu ni. Macam mana si Ain Idrus ni boleh terjebak dalam dunia berlumba-lumba kereta ni?
Okay, so sebenarnya kalau Ain rasa ada orang pun dah tahu kot rasanya. Husband Ain juga racing juga. So bila Ain selalu tengok ni sebelum kahwin lah ni. So sebelum kahwin kita jadi umbrella girl husband kita.
Oh ya ke?
Tak adalah umbrella girl tapi selalu teman lah.
Teman lah.
Support lah. So Ain selalu kata macam okay kan best juga kalau Ain pun boleh buat hobi yang sama dengan partner Ain. So macam kadang-kadang Ain selalu ikut dia pergi track dia, pergi kat Sepang semua. Tiba-tiba one day Ain rasa rezeki kot. And then Toyota offer Ain to be part of the Toyota Gazoo Racing. So Ain rasa macam happy, Ain rasa macam oh my god, this is like dream come true. Ain terfikir benda ni, tiba-tiba jadi benda ni. So Ain rasa macam itulah starting macam mana Ain boleh masuk dalam Toyota Gazoo Racing ni juga.
Okeylah, sebelum kita mendalam lagi daripada segi kenal lagi mendalam impian-impian si Ain Idrus dalam dunia lomba-lomba dia, impian cita-cita lah, maaf saya, BM saya tak sebegitu fasih. Okey, mari kita kenalkan semua pelumba-pelumba kita pada hari ini. Silalah. Okey, itulah dia para pelumba kita pada hari ini. Pelumba lawan gamer pada kedudukan pertama iaitu Akio Takayama, Nabila Razali, Jananik, Kai Baha, Wani Hasrinta, Sean Lee, Nabil Ahmad, Solos Penjahat dan juga Daddy Hood. Inilah semua 10 pelumba-pelumba kita pada hari ini dan mereka semua sekarang mara ke pentas semuanya mengikut SOP. Biarlah dalam suasana yang selamat. Dan mereka semua bersedia untuk bukan saja bersaing antara satu sama lain tapi bersaingan diri sendiri juga.
Itu dia kita nampak Nabil sedang melambai kita. Kita dah doakan korang. Okey, tolong buat yang terbaik. Bos, do your best, bos.
Okey, kami sekarang bersiar langsung daripada UMW Toyota Malaysia Headquarters yang kini berada di Shah Alam semua. Acara ini adalah acara tertutup pada para penonton sekalian dan kita mengikut segala SOP pada masa yang boleh katakan bercuba sangatlah kan.
Yes, dan sekarang ni kita tengok semua pelumba tengah ambil posisi masing-masing, tengah nak setting everything yang diorang nak. Wani Asrita kenapa bising kat sana tu? Jangan bising, sangat serius racing nak start dah ni.
Garang ni
Ain. Kita nak tanya something ni.
Boleh.
Kalau racing macam ni, automatic ke manual?
Dia boleh setting mana-mana. Kalau nak automatic, kalau nak manual, semua boleh disettingkan. Itulah kehebatan teknologi zaman sekarang kan.
Wow, okey. Jadi kita nak tanya satu soalan lagi kan ni. Ni pernah cuba racing?
Taklah, jenis mengulas saja tapi tak suka beracing lah.
Jenis takut ke?
Tak adalah, di masa lapang Nick ni selalu buat Muay Thai, ada selalu buat benda-benda lain tapi tak minat sangatlah dalam kereta. Bagi saya kereta adalah ke point A ke point B saja.
Okey ni, thank you.
Okey, so para penonton sekalian, itulah dia Penjahat dan juga Daddy Hood yang berada di dalam pandangan anda dan mereka semua tengah bersedia untuk berlawan antara satu sama lain. So, bagi Ain lah.
Ya, betul.
Kena bagi ramalan sikit lah kan.
Okey, ramalan. Prediction. Okey, Ain boleh bagi prediction. Tak adalah prediction sangat. Selama ni, Ain tahu ada orang racing kat track betul-betul. So, bila track betul-betul, Ain tahu siapa yang memang betul-betul laju. Kita ada Sean Lee, kita ada Nabil. Nabil tak payah buat fokus kat sana So, kita ada semua ni juga. Tetapi, bila kita cakap pasal game ni, kadang-kadang benda boleh jadi lain tau.
Betul.
Walaupun ada setengah orang kata kalau nak practice start main game, apa kita panggil ya?
Simulator.
Yes, ada orang kata start dengan simulator kan. Tapi Ain tahu ada setengah orang nak dapat feel simulator tu akan ambil masa. So kita tak tahu hari ni. Prediction tak ada. Tapi yang penting Akio, Bos kena menang, bos.
Bos memang kena menang tu. Memang satu benda yang kita tak sabar-sabar lagi. Haraplah anda semua bersedia untuk segala aksi yang akan datang. So bagi Ain, apakah benda yang paling Ain ingin nak tengok pada hari ini ni daripada segi perlumbaan ini pada hari ini?
Okay, selalu kalau kat track kita dah tengok langgar-langgar lah.
Oh, langgar-langgar lah.
Langgar-langgar. Ain selalu, kalau ni nak tahu, Ain akan kat belakang tau.
Oh, ya ke?
So, bila kita kat belakang, apa yang saya fikir, tolonglah ada sesiapa langgar. Tolonglah supaya Ain dapat ke depan. So, Ain akan fikir macam tu. Tetapi, hari ni, kalau ada langgar pun seronok juga. Dan kalau boleh, Ain nak tengok wanita lah menang.
Yalah, memanglah bagus.
Wanita.
Satu benda yang saya nak kedepankan kepada Ain adalah bagus jugalah inisiatif ni bagi Toyota nak bagi
betul.
biasanya kita tengok kalau perempuan lawan dengan perempuan saja,
Yeah.
laki lawan dengan laki. So bagus jugalah apa nama dia
Live. Kita dah live ni kak.
Wow. Maaf ya para penonton sekalian, tapi ya kita sambung baliklah kepada soalan kita. So masa pertama kali tu berlaku kan, macam rasa gementar tak nak naik dalam racing tu, nak naik dalam kereta tu dengan baju tu, dengan helmet tu, rasa takut tak? Berdebar tak?
Bila ni tanya macam ni, anda teringat everything macam flashback dah.
Oh,
so
yelah.
yes, bila sementara tunggu tu sebenarnya tak gementar. Once kita dalam kereta, everything set up, and then once the door close, kita orang dah rasa macam, bukan kita orang lah, mungkin diorang dah biasa. Ain sebab first season. So Ain rasa nervous dia bila kita seorang-seorang. Lepas tu nervous dia, Ain tahu yang I have to race with people yang dah ada experience. So that makes me more nervous. So benda-benda macam tu yang bagi Ain nervous lah. Sebab Ain new face lah. New face. Yes.
Okay. Tapi daripada segi pengalaman dan persediaan Ain masuk dalam musim pertama tu, macam mana tu persediaan tu? Ada kata saya masa kita tanya tadi tu, ada kata yang dulu pergi selalu support your husband, suami dulu kan. So suami ada tolong tak dengan persediaan awak ke? Ke dia macam you
dah pergilah buat sendirilah, pandai-pandai lah macam tu. Oh, tak ada. Okay, so persediaan dia, yes, Ain ada practice. Kita orang sendiri pun ada kelas dengan Toyota. And then plus Ain sendiri ada pergi track day dekat Sepang juga. Open track day. So just nak dapat the feel of macam adrenaline kereta tu, laju dia macam mana. Sebab Ain masih takut tu kan. So preparation tu memang perlulah kot. Tapi just time tu mungkin kadang-kadang tak sempat sebab Ain busy kerja. Benda-benda macam tu lah. So preparation tu kena ada.
Memanglah kena ada lah.
Memang kita orang buat.
So kiranya bila masuk dalam track tu, apakah perasaan pertama tu bagi Ain tu? Rasa macam tak sabar ke? Rasa macam macam mana lah. So macam mana tu?
Perasaan pertama Ain masuk track, rasa macam semua orang pergi depan kan, Ain nak reverse. Takut, tak nak racing. Betul, Ain rasa macam pergi reverse. Sebab diorang, ni kalau tengok diorang macam masuk kereta yang ada attitude yang macam, jumpa kau kat belakang kan, nanti bawa kereta slow-slow. Diorang suka tau, psycho macam tu. And then kita yang baru-baru ni macam, alamak takutnya. Lepas tu tengok diorang, bila nak start tu diorang macam, boom. Kita kat sini macam, betul ke ni dah start ke, nak tunggu green light tu fade semua macam, oh my god, banyak benda tau yang tak tahu macam, okay confirm ke ni. So benda tu banyaklah stress tu. Yes.
Okay, satu lagi benda ya, kita nak bukan saja menghiburkan tapi bagi pengajaran jugalah pada penonton kita. So memang dunia racing ni, dunia berlumba di Malaysia ni memang tak banyak perempuan yang mengambil bahagian dalam racing ni. So pada para penonton sekalian di rumah tu, lagi-lagi pun perempuan, apakah nasihat yang boleh diberikan kepada para penonton di rumah tu untuk mencapai impian mereka, dapat cita-cita mereka tu?
Yes, okay. Untuk semua yang kat rumah tu, especially girls lah, perempuan.
Ya kan?
Ini racing ke terempet ke pasal malam ni berjoget diorang? Wani Asrita menjerit. Bising.
Bising.
Okay, continue.
Okay, silakan.
Okay, so untuk semua wanita-wanita perempuan kat rumah sana, Ain rasa, yes, kalau kita nak cakap pasal dunia racing ni, mungkin exposure dekat Malaysia ni tak kurang lagi lah. Tetapi Ain rasa untuk korang yang teringin nak cuba, tak salah kalau korang datang tengok Toyota Gazoo Racing, and then korang akan dapat rasa minat tu. Ataupun mungkin kalau kawan-kawan korang yang ada racing, yang racer ke, korang boleh ikut dia punya track day dekat Sepang, just duduk sebelah jadi co-pilot, rasa adrenaline dia, rasa speed dia, mungkin korang boleh minat.
Yelah. Memang bagi Nick ni lagi bagus lah nak tengok lagi banyak perempuan ingin menceburi bidang ini. Memang bagus lah sebab women empowerment kan, semuanya
Nick,
kuat
bila
kan.
nak duduk sebelah Ain? Ain bawa Nick duduk sebelah.
Saya takut lah. Tengok Ain pun macam ganas je. Dia punya semangat persaingan tu ada.
Semangat ada. Drive belakang macam pergi shopping kita drive.
Okey lah, tapi bawa slow-slow lah. Okay?
Selamat jiwa. cermat jiwa cermat apa?
Saya pun tak tahulah apa Ain nak cakap.
Berhemah dan cermat. Itu ayat dia.
Itu ayat dia. Memang satu very animated character here with Ain Idrus is always going to be a fun time. I actually can't wait to get into the race. We are going to be going into the qualifier. So lepas ni kita akan kepada sesi qualifying. So untuk si Cik Ain ni kan, kita sebelum kita masuk pada qualifying ni biasanya kita akan ambil masa, kita akan tengok siapa laju. So bagi Ain ni, siapa rasanya yang akan dapat masa yang paling laju ni?
Okay, Ain just nak tanya ni, sekarang ni dah bermula ke qualifying?
Belum lagi, kita akan masuk sebentar lagi. Sekarang praktis sekarang.
Oh, ini praktis, belum
kenalkan.
Belum qualifying lagi.
Belum.
So kita nak bagi diorang get used to the simulator
betul.
ni dulu. Okay, so bagi Ain, kalau tengok muka,
Muka saja.
Muka je. So Jana ni nampak serius lah di sana. Jana ni nampak serius ke nampak redo? First time
serius ke nampak redo?
Ni
macam nak sabotage orang je.
Tak ada, tengok tu muka dia. Tak, ni first time Ain tengok orang racing pakai heels. Jana ni buat macam tu.
Itulah gaya.
Pakai heels tu, gaya.
Gaya.
Itu untungnya perempuan racing boleh pakai heels. Kalau main simulator lah. Jangan racing kat track pakai heels lah.
Betul. Bahaya sangat. So bagi Ain ni masuk daripada musim kedua ke ketiga masa masuk TGR ni?
Ain season yang season baru ni. The latest season.
So masa nak masuk dalam season tu macam mana Toyota membantu Ain dalam persediaan tu? Memang ada persediaan tersendiri bagi Ain untuk mendapat pengalaman dia, nak mendapat kefahaman dia. Tapi daripada segi Toyota, apakah resources yang diberikan kepada Ain untuk bersedia untuk macam contohnya masa kita buat ulas untuk yang kat Batu Kawan tu, macam mana tu?
Okay, so Toyota memang banyak membantu dari segi preparation, especially untuk kita orang yang baru yang tak ada basic racing langsung. So Ain adalah antara orang yang memang basic yang zero, and Ain rasa kawan-kawan Ain pun sama juga. Tetapi macam Ain kata tadi lah, Toyota banyak membantu dengan bagi kita kelas juga. So Ain ada juga masuk kelas dengan ada beberapa cikgu ataupun instructor kita orang. Ain panggil cikgu lah. So instructor. So ada beberapa kelas, macam first dia bagi kelas basic macam, yelah kita ni dah habis sampai license, kita terus buat auto.
Ya betul.
Racing, orang ada mungkin ada tak perempuan tanya, Ain racing guna automatic Hello, we use manual, okay? Ada setengah orang ingat auto ni.
Ya ke?
Ingat perempuan racing guna auto.
Korang tak boleh lah pandang rendah kepada kita punya
No.
ladies ni semua kuat. Tunjuk sikit masa sikit.
Tak banyak, dia jatuh kat sini tadi. Hilang dah kat mana
Itulah dia Jana ni. Oh, betul lah Ain cakap muka betul-betul serius, fokus sangat.
Tengok Jana. Jana, muka jangan serius sangat Jana. Kasih senyum sikit.
Tu dah keluar senyum dia, bagus lah tu. Dah bagi semangat dah daripada Ain.
Sebelah dia tu ni Kai Bahar. Kai Bahar bawa kereta tangan sampai pusing macam ni. Kenapa Kai? Jangan pusing banyak Kai. Sikit-sikit je. Jangan. Ya.
Itulah dia, boleh tengoklah ke fokus dia. Tapi ingatlah pada penonton sekalian, ini semua untuk exhibition saja, untuk suka-suka seronok saja. So haraplah anda semua terhibur juga. Memang Haris pun sangat terhibur dengan tenaga yang ditunjukkan oleh tengok sampai saya peluh pun. Panas sangat tu.
Panas touch up.
Kena ada touch up. Saya tak ada touch up lah. Maaf saya lah kan. So untuk track kita pada hari ini, daripada segi track lah kan, apakah benda yang paling menakutkan untuk Ain bila nak masuk track tu? Macam contohnya Batu Kawan tu, dia ada banyak pusingan-pusingan yang boleh kata tajam juga tu. So bila nampak pusingan tu datang tu, apa perasaan Ain tu bila nak meredah pusingan tu?
Semua track, honestly Ain nak cakap, semua track adalah susah untuk Ain sebab Ain rasa macam sebelum ni kalau kita orang practice kat tempat yang open, macam Sepang, macam tak ada pagar tu tau. So bila kita masuk track macam Batu Kawan tu semua kan, first time bila Ain masuk macam oh my god, ada pagar semua. So Ain rasa macam alamak, macam mana ni? Kalau kita selalunya kalau Ain bawa kereta racing ke apa, so kalau macam dekat Sepang, kalau ter overshoot sikit, it's okay, macam maksudnya terkeluar sikit. Ini kalau ter overshoot ke apa, confirm kena pagar. Itu je Ain fikir. So benda tu macam bagi Aing takut sangat satu benda sebab track dia. Aing rasa macam tak boleh buat mistake. So kalau buat mistake sikit dia akan macam bam semua. So benda yang Aing rasa yang paling mencabar adalah everything kena ngam-ngam je.
Ngam-ngam lah.
Everything kena betul-betul ngam-ngam. Kalau terlebih sikit habis. Itu Aing rasa.
So daripada segi macam rasanya masa kat Batu Kawan ada mengalami kemalangan, ada macam accident ke apa masa tu?
Batu Kawan banyak juga yang accident sebenarnya.
Oh banyak.
Banyak juga.
Ya dia dalam race bukan kat luar tau. Yang dalam race.
Dalam race. Aing pun nak accident. Aing pun nak terlanggar time tu hujan. Aing terlanggar pagar. Tayar Aing pergi dulu tau, lagi laju daripada kereta. Tayar dah hujung dah. Mungkin kalau biar tayar tu, tayar menang untuk Aing.
Okey. Itu. Aing ni memang satu watak yang memang lawak lah kan. Memang boleh kata seronok lah. Boleh katakan personality Aing tu memang besar dan memang seronok lah kan.
Tak ada ni, kalau ni jumpa lagi diorang ni semua, jumpa kawan-kawan Aing ni semua, diorang lagi lah. Kalau Aing tak cakap-cakap diorang yang akan, Aing kau lah mana kau aku tak jumpa pun kau, tak nampak pun kau. Diorang lagi suka ejek.
Okey, so cukuplah daripada kita berdua. Kita akan masuk dalam qualifying dalam jangka masa 10 saat lagi. So, ada apa-apa kata-kata nasihat tak untuk para peserta kita pada hari ini, kawan-kawan Ain masuk dalam track ini?
Kata-kata nasihat tak adalah, tapi kata-kata kalau boleh tu kalah-kalah lah
Weh, teruknya tu. Itu bukan kata semangat tu.
Bukan. Okey. Kepada Jana, Kai, Nabil, siapa lagi ada tu? Sean, ada Daddy Hood
penjahat.
Daddy Hood penjahat. Solos. Lepas tu kita ada Wani, kita ada Nabila. Ujung tu kita ada siapa Ujung.
Itu Solos tu.
Okay guys, kepada semua all the best, buat yang terbaik. Ingat kalau rasa macam takut-takut, stop tepi, pergi minum kopi dulu. Ada arena lah? Tak ada.
Tak boleh. Okey, kita telah pun masuk kepada sesi qualifying kita pada hari ini. 9 minit 30 saat tertinggal. Itulah dia Wani Hasrita sekarang di kedudukan nombor 4.
Ya, Wani ni kalau racing real pun dia selalu dapat nombor-nombor macam ni tau. Nombor 4, nombor 5. Oh, bila simulator pun dia power macam ni Wani. Very good. Okay, so kita ada nombor 1 Nabil Ahmad. Saya rasa game ni tipu lah. Mana Nabil nombor 1?
Saya nak tanya si Ain ni kan. Antara semua orang yang berada di sini, siapa yang selalu kacau Ain paling banyak?
Nabil.
Kenapa tu?
Dia suka sebab Ain selalu last. Dia selalu awal lah, atas lah. So dia selalu pada rendah dengan kita.
Aduh, benda tu. Itulah dia solo sekarang dengan fokus yang berada tu.
Oh, ni Solos.
Ini Solos ni. Ni legenda Mobile Legend ni.
Oh, ya ke? Solos ni solo ke?
Weh.
Sampai lah
tak boleh lah tanya macam tu.
Tak boleh lah. Fokus.
Kena fokus. Nanti kan dia teresiden kan susah lah kan.
So kita ada Solos, kita ada ini adalah
itu penjahat.
Macam mana tiba-tiba diorang boleh racing sekali dengan
diorang semua gamers kan?
Gamers. Oh, diorang consider gamers juga.
Yalah.
Oh, gamer.
Ni semua pemain profesional ni.
Profesional.
Tapi dalam game lain lah, bukan dalam dunia racing ni. So boleh dikatakan diorang ada kelebihan diorang tersendiri sebab mereka banyak main game kan?
Yes, orang kata kalau gamers, kalau main game apa-apa pun, diorang hanya perlu belajar sekejap, diorang dah boleh tangkap dengan laju.
Tapi boleh dikatakan juga sama juga dengan kita punya peserta-peserta kita yang ada di sini sebab mereka pun dah ada banyak pengalaman masuk dalam lita dunia sebenar kan?
Betul. So mungkin advantage sikit lah dekat pelumba-pelumba ni juga. So sebab diorang macam ni cakap dia experience. Tapi Jana tu saya pelik. Dia pergi bercuti Langkawi ke pakai sunglass tu? Boleh kita tengok Jana tak?
Saya rasa dia glare sikit lah. Dia macam dia punya screen tu kadang-kadang boleh kata cerah kan. So
betul.
boleh katakan tak nak lah sakit mata
tak
ke
nak
apa.
Sakit mata. So pakai sunglass racing pelik lah kau ni. So kita tengok Sean macam biasa kita tengok fokus dia dekat sana. Tapi kita nombor berapa? Fokus nombor kena tengok ke? Nombor 2
Sean Lee. Tapi ini adalah kepada kedudukannya masing-masing kami lihat Wani Hasrita sekarang berada di hadapan. Boleh dikatakan girl power sekarang kan?
Wow. Wani jangan buat mistake, jangan kantoi.
Wah, dia tetap bagus tu Sean Lee.
Sean, bagilah chance. Siapa ni Sean?
Saya rasa Sean tu tak bagi chance langsung ni. Wani Hasrita tunjuk kehandalan dia ni. Wani tak bagi.
Wani jangan Wani. Tahan Wani, tahan.
Oh!
Wani, tolak
Ada
dia.
kepala kat sikit tu. Tayar ke tayar tu.
Tolak.
Aduh, Sean Lee pula terbatas keluar.
Sean memalukan lah Sean.
Kami akan lihat ya. Sean Lee sekarang pun macam tiada apa-apa
Ni
pun.
betul lah ni berpeluh.
Berpeluh panas sangat.
Suspend lah benda ni.
Suspend sangat. Nak tahu siapa akan menang pada hari ini. Ni kami akan lihat je di mana Sean Lee sekarang tu. Nabil Ahmad tu selalu kacau you tu.
Nombor 4 baguslah dia. Padan muka dia.
Memang
Nombor 4 sekarang.
nak nampak Nabil Ahmad yang paling tahir ke
Ya,
pada
kalau
ni?
boleh kita nak target Nabil nombor 8 lah. Jangan boleh ambil posisi saya lah. Kat luar. Okey, sekarang kita tengok. Okey, nombor 1. Solos. Okey.
Sekarang Solos pula dah naik dah.
Solos.
So maksudnya masa dia yang paling terbagus sekarang. Tapi kami akan lihat daripada pandangan Solos sekarang.
Okey, ini pandangan Solos.
Sekarang dia pun berada di nombor 1 tu. Berjaya untuk bercut daripada Sean Lee sekarang. Masa dia yang paling bagus adalah Nabil Ahmad. So maksudnya bila dia masuk kepada pusingan untuk berlumba nanti, Nabil Ahmad akan berada di kedudukan pertama.
Oh, ya ke? Kenapa?
Sebab dia masa dia terbagus.
Alah.
Tak apa, itu masa qualifying saja. Tapi dia ada banyak peluang nanti kalau masuk race nanti. Mungkinlah Solos ke Sean Lee ke siapa-siapa akan berlumba dengan dia. Dia lain sebab bila qualifying dia ikut masa bukan daripada kedudukan kan.
Betul. Okey, ni Ain nak tanya satu soalan. Ain tak tahu soalan ni Ain dibenarkan tanya ke tak. Ini track ni, diorang korang dah setting pilih ke?
Kita memang dah setting pilih. Dia satu track yang boleh dikatakan senang juga. Tapi ada banyak juga pusingan-pusingan yang boleh dikatakan challenging lah kan. Memang susah jugalah mereka nak masuk. Tapi daripada segi track dia, boleh dikatakan corner dia tak begitu susah. Dia ada banyak ruang untuk mereka berlawan antara satu sama lain. Kau boleh lihat Sean Lee sekarang bersama dengan Akio Takeyama tu. Bukan dengan Solos tu. Dua-dua mereka tayar ke tayar.
Wow.
Woi, itulah dia. Tapi tetap pada nombor 1 adalah Nabil Ahmad sebab masa dia 1 minit 55 saat.
1 minit 55 saat. Come on guys, potong 1 minit 55 saat je tu. Baru nampak.
Baru nampak. Kita akan lihat ya bagi si Nabil Ahmad sekarang. Dia orang kata handal jugalah. Rasanya dia berlatih ke naik dalam simulator ni stadium diam.
Yelah kan, Tata dia bawa ni benda ni balik.
Rasanya.
Dia sewa ke kejap, so dia bawa balik datang sini. Okey, ni kita nak tanya, so maksudnya ini qualifying diorang guna track ni. Bila racing nanti diorang akan guna track yang sama?
Betul, akan guna track yang sama juga.
Oh, okey.
So kiranya masa qualifying ni bukan saja untuk mengambil masa tapi untuk mengenal lagi mendalam lah track ni. So biar Lita ni boleh dikatakan senang lah untuk mereka kenalkan. Tapi kami akan lihat ya daripada segi kedudukan masa. Sekarang Nabil Ahmad nombor 1.
Okey.
Nombor 2 adalah Solos. Sean Lee nombor 3. Nombor 4 Akio Takeyama. Nombor 5 Daddy Hood. Nombor 6 Kai Bahar. Nombor 7 Penjahat. Nombor 8 Wani Aswita. Nombor 9 Nabila Razali. Dan juga nombor 10 Jananik. So mereka ada banyak lagi masa. Lagi 3 minit sebelum mereka masuk kepada perlumbaan yang akan datang. Excited tak Ain?
Yes, excited sangat guys. 3 minit lagi untuk korang buat masa terbaik. Untuk qualifying, untuk korang dapat position yang bagus. Betul tak ni?
Ya, betul.
So the fastest akan dapat atas 1-2
Ya, betul.
position tu.
So,
Okey.
So kami akan lihat ni Jananik ni sekarang boleh kata bagus jugalah dia punya pembawaan dia
Jana
kan.
boleh tu. Dah pakai sunglass tu takkan tak nampak lagi. Kita tengah tutup mata sambil drive. Mungkin dia nak tutup mata sambil drive yang kita tak tahu lah.
Sempoi sangat tu. Kami
Sempoi
akan
sangat.
lihat kepada Wani Hasrita juga di belakang daripada penjahat. Sekarang penjahat pun boleh kata, ui bagus jugalah mereka semua pun boleh tunjuk pengalaman mereka bukan saja dalam game tapi dalam simulator juga kan.
Ya, penjahat tadi kita nampak nombor 9 tapi dah naik dah. Penjahat ni very dia jahat
Very dia jahat.
Dah naik tu kalau boleh dari atas sekali penjahat.
Dah nama dia penjahat kan.
Kenapa,
Kenalah tunjuk kejahatan dia.
Kenapa nama penjahat
Sebab dia bila main game Mobile Legends tu dia memang jahat.
Oh, ya ke?
Memang jahat. Antara terjahat di Malaysia.
So maksudnya kalau Ain main Mobile Legend, Ain jumpa nama ni, Ain lari lah.
Ain letak je phone. Tak payah main dah.
Tak payah main.
Tak payah main dah.
Kalah.
Confirm kalah. Betul sangat. Ini antara pemain-pemain terbagus di Malaysia. Antara pasukan terhebat lah daripada pasukan Team Bosskurr. Antara champion Malaysia lah.
Bosskurr.
Team Bosskurr. Ya, betul.
So ini sekarang kira position sekarang nombor 1 Nabil, nombor 2 Solos.
Yes, betul. Mengikut masa yang telah pun tercatat.
Oh, so ini kereta yang kita tengah tengok sekarang di skrin adalah kereta Nabil.
Nabil Ahmad. So
Nabil
kalau
Ahmad.
nampak Z putih, Nabil Ahmad. Kalau sini, Solos.
Oh, okey.
Sekarang kita tengah tengok Solos kat skrin ni. Sekarang Sean Lee, Akio Takeyama. Tapi maaf lah kalau sedikit menggelirukan lah. Kadang-kadang Nick pun bila tengok sebab banyak sangat aksi berlaku kan, kadang-kadang susah juga.
Tapi tak apa, sebab tu ada Nick.
Betul. Tapi Nick ni serius sangat. So bila ada Ain ni bagus juga, ada balance kan.
Huru hara lah.
Huru hara sangat tu. Tapi baguslah, seronok. Biasanya bila Nick mengulas dengan para pengulas lain tu serius, kena cakap pasal masa, kena cakap pasal sejarah litar, keretanya, teknikal sangat.
Ni nak cakap dengan Ain sejarah Lita ni pun Ain pandai.
Cerita sikit.
Lita ni dibuat pada tahun 1938.
Woi, main pantai je.
Boleh.
Tapi macam boleh kata agak accurate juga.
Betul kan? Yang dirasmikan oleh Albert Einstein.
Woi, bagus ni.
Boleh,
Dia punya reference tu big brain tu.
Kan, very kan? Itulah. So, sebelah Albert Einstein time perasmian tu, adalah Jello pun ada.
Jello
Sebelah je. Kita buat research ni.
Oh, dah buat research dah.
research.
Oh. Boleh katakan kalau tak jadi pengulas boleh jadi pelawak jugalah kan?
Jangan deh. Fail.
Fail, tak adalah fail. Boleh dikatakan semua di rumah tu bergelak dengan banyak tu. Sebanyak 25 saat tertinggal bagi para peserta kita pada hari ini sebelum kami akan kepada perlumbaan yang akan datang pada hari ini. Memang tak sabarlah nak lihat apa yang sedia ada bagi bakat-bakat yang akan ditonjolkan oleh para peserta kita pada hari ini. Adakah Nabil Ahmad bakal menjadi juara ataupun Solos atau Sean Lee atau Akio Takeyama? Kami akan lihat. So nak tanya sikit, si Ain ni ada pengalaman ke naik simulator ni? Pernah naik ke?
Ain pernah sekali dekat tak salah Ain dekat Toyota Gazoo Racing event juga.
Yang kat Pavilion tu saya. Ke Sunway?
Sunway. Ain rasa bukan Sunway, dekat Sunway kot. Ain tak sure sebab dah lama. And then Ain pernah sekali. Tapi betul, feel dia memang lebih kurang orang kata. Sebab itulah orang kata kalau nak practice racing, boleh practice kat simulator. Sebab feel dia exactly sama. So macam tu. So bila Ain main, Ain memang tak reti simulator. So kalau dapat peluang lain sekali pun best lah.
So kira Ain lagi handal dalam bawa kereta sebenar lah.
Come on,
memang
kita
pro
real
lah.
Kita born to be real, bro.
Born to be too real lah.
To real, play reality only.
Itulah dia ayat-ayat yang menghiburkan yang datang daripada Ain Idrus ini. So kami akan lihat ya para
Habis ke belum?
Sudah habis dah. So sekarang mereka akan bersedia untuk kepada racing nanti. So kami akan lihat keputusan daripada qualifying yang akan datang tadi itu. Bagi saya nampak ni Nabil Ahmad di kedudukan nombor pertama, Solos pada kedudukan nombor 2, Sean Lee kedudukan nombor 3, Akio Takeyama kedudukan nombor 4, Daddy Hood kedudukan nombor 5, Wani Hasrita nombor 6, XK Penjahat pada kedudukan nombor 7, Kai Bahar pada nombor 8, nombor 9 adalah Nabila Razali dan nombor 10 adalah Jana Nick.
Yes. Jadi ini adalah position diorang bila diorang racing nanti.
Ya, betul.
Oh, okey.
So memang tak sabarlah nak lihat apa.
Saya dah tak sabar dah, tapi saya tertanya. Mana Jana Nick?
Saya rasa dia pergi ambil air sekejap.
Racing simulator pun perlu take 5.
Rasanya boleh lah rasanya sebab dia akan ambil masa untuk loading ke dalam tu. So kami ada masa dia masuk pit stop.
Oh, pit stop.
So pit stop tu kenalah ambil air sikit.
Pit stop.
Relax sikit.
Okey, kita tengok Nabila dah relax kat sana, okey? Okey, Wani okey? Okey, semua tengah relax, ambil masa diorang masing-masing kat sini. Power lah korang.
Hebat lah kehebatan. Itu yang saya suka pasal Ain ni. Dia macam dia mengulas kejap lepas tu kacau orang. Itu yang bagus tu. Biar ada semangat sikit lah kan.
Ain risau untuk diorang.
Kenapa risau?
Risau satu benda, seronok satu benda juga. Lepas tu Ain rasa macam Ain pun nak main sebenarnya.
Oh ya ke?
Bila Ain tengok diorang macam Ain rasa macam oh my god, aku nak join. Ain rasa macam tu.
Tak apalah, nanti kalau luar tu ada satu lagi simulator tu boleh cuba.
Kita boleh lawan ni.
Oh, tak nak lah. Saya tak nak lah, takut nanti Ain tu kalahkan saya senang sangat tu.
Ain kata Ain tak main simulator ni.
Aduh.
So kita boleh try lah.
Ain, saya nak tanya ni. Bila kat luar tu dah belajar macam nak racing tu, bila bawa kereta sebenar tu racing juga ke?
Oh,
LDP tu
dah,
kira
bukan.
Ain queen of LDP ke?
I happy ni bukan sebab yes, I racing bukan. I happy sebab bila I dah belajar racing dekat dalam track, bila I kat luar, I drive kereta, I rasa confident.
Oh, rasa lagi banyak keyakinan lah.
Yes, keyakinan tu lebih lagi. And then I rasa macam, okay, racing line. Bila nak corner, okay, racing line. Slowing fast up. Konon.
Oh, konon. Okay, para penonton sekalian, adakah anda bersedia? Saya rasa saya pun dah bersedia. Kita boleh dengar riakan yang datang daripada Kai Bahar. Inilah dia tuan-tuan dan puan-puan. Lights out akan datang. 3, 2, 1 and off we go. Sekarang kami akan lihat daripada pandangan Daddy Hood berada di kedudukan nombor 7.
Okay, nombor 1 masih Nabil Ahmad di sana. Solos cuba kejar tu Solos. Come on, Solos.
Solos sekarang menunjukkan kebolehan dia berada bercucuk di belakang Nabil Ahmad. Kami akan lihat dia di dalam kamera kita dengan penuh fokus, dengan penuh tumpuan diberikan dan Nabil Ahmad menjadi sasaran dia untuk merampas kedudukan nombor 1.
Ni tahu tak kalau kita racing dalam track betul-betul kan? I rasa yang paling nervous adalah orang yang position nombor 1.
Kenapa tu?
Sebab dia akan bayangkan semua orang tengah mengejar dekat belakang. Macam Ain kat belakang sekali.
So tak ada tekanan sangat lah.
Macam belakang kita ada orang pun macam tu. Tapi nombor position 1 ni I rasa macam sekarang kita ada siapa? Akio Takayama! Bos!
Kita
nombor 1 lah.
Kita boleh lihat ya daripada segi apa yang telah pun ditunjukkan kepada para penonton pada para peserta-peserta kita untuk menonton di rumah. Akio Takayama berada di nombor 1, tapi di belakang dia adalah Sean Lee sekarang berpegang pada kedudukan nombor 1 sekarang.
Aduh! Dekat track ada nombor 1, sini ada nombor 1 Sean. Benarlah macam ni semua nak menang.
Kami akan lihat ya, Sean Lee pun tak tertarik tumpuan dia kepada Ain.
Betul lah. Sean langsung tak pandang sini yo. Fokus tau.
Itulah fokus seorang juara.
Betul lah. Ain kena praktis daripada dia tau.
Kena belajar lagi banyak. Mana tahu Ain pula akan menang.
Betul, lepas dia nak fokus.
Satu benda lagi saya nak tanya pasal Ain yang luar daripada dunia, bukan daripada simulator ni. Betapa panas dia pakai racing suit tu?
Ui, panas. Good question. I every time I keluar kereta, lepas dah race ke apa, belum habis. Dan I rasa salah satu workout yang I buat yang boleh bagi I maintain terus adalah racing lah.
Oh, ya ke?
Bila buka tu memang sweating like habis lah, memang badan habis.
Ain ada exercise kat luar ke untuk macam menaikkan stamina untuk duduk dalam kereta tu, sebab nak duduk dalam 20 lap ke apa, lama tu.
Betul. Salah satu benda yang I rasa memang kena kuat, memang stamina kena ada, tapi mental pun kena kuat tau. Sebab kita akan lalu track yang sama banyak kan. So kalau mental kita kadang-kadang terkacau, kita breathing ke, itu senang terlari fokus.
Breathing pun penting? Bernafas tu penting?
Yes, I sedar kadang-kadang bila I drive tu kadang-kadang I lupa nak bernafas.
Ya ke?
Lupa nak bernafas, kita try tu. Wow, what happened?
Oh, kami akan lihat Solos pula terkeluar daripada race ini. Kedudukan nombor 8 pula. Agak sedih jugalah. Kami akan lihat.
Solos baby tak kapan itu.
Tak apa, dia akan cuba sebaik mungkin untuk menaik lagi tinggi untuk kedudukan nombor 7 sekarang. Tapi Sean Lee dengan Akio Takayama boleh kata macam ni lah.
Sengit lah, sangat
sengit antara Sean Lee dengan Akio Takayama.
Ada ucapan untuk bos.
Boleh.
Bos, do your best boss. I love you so much boss.
Itulah dia kata-kata semangat yang datang daripada Ain Idrus kepadanya. Kami akan lihat Sean Lee sekarang keluar daripada pusingan, seterusnya akan berpegang, boleh katakan berpegang jarak yang agak jauh juga daripada Akio Takayama. Tapi Akio Takayama tu boleh katakan dekat juga. Bila Ain kan, bila bawa kereta macam ni, nampak macam ni kan, boleh kata dekat juga tak dengan realiti dunia racing ni juga?
Dekat, okey. Satu benda Ain tengok macam ni, Ain rasa dekat. Dan bunyi dia tu pun macam betul-betul dengan trail lah.
Tapi satu benda yang dia tak ada, bau apa?
Tayar.
Bau tayar terbakar
tu kan. Itu je tak ada lah. Kalau itu ada perfect
Memang perfect lah.
Boleh ada bawa lah perfume yang bau tayar tu nak.
Oi, tak adalah nak pakai perfume macam tu lah kan. Saya pun dah rasa macam tak cukup je.
Tapi ni kalau kita tengok Kai Bahar dari tadi ikut je belakang diorang tau. So mungkin Kai Bahar dengan Akio boleh sama-sama kejar dekat sana. Sean dah jauh lah.
Saya rasa Sean jauh, tapi Akio Takayama tak ada jauh sangat. So saya rasa boleh je Akio Takayama nak kejar kepada Sean Lee. Kami kali lihat Sean Lee, itulah dia. Drone shot dia memang cantik akan datang tu. Memang cantik. Tengoklah dia punya gunung-gunung dia memang cantik sangat kami akan lihat. Tapi Sean Lee sekarang kita beri tumpuan kepada Sean Lee untuk mengejar, untuk mendapat lagi banyak jarak antara dia dengan Akio Takayama. Tapi kami akan lihat kepada Wani Hasrita sekarang pada kedudukan nombor 4. Girl power adalah.
Lama lah Wani power lah. Okey, kalau kita tengok macam dia kata nombor 4 sekarang Wani Hasrita. Sebelah Wani Hasrita adalah Nabila Razali. Nabila, unit peluang kedua, right? Unit peluang kedua. Tapi nombor 8 cepat sikit Nabila Razali.
Kami akan lihat ya daripada segi kedudukan mereka. Wani Hasrita sekarang berada di nombor 4 tak silap saya.
Masih posisi keempat.
Masih di posisi keempat. Tapi antara masa yang terbagus yang telah pun dicatat adalah Kai Bahar tak silap saya. Kai Bahar dengan 1 minit 56 saat.
Kai! Boleh elok Kai, boleh elok. Wah, macam racing betul Kai ni.
Memanglah. Kita boleh nampak dia punya tumpuan dia, fokus dia dengan senyum dia tak ada tu.
Kita nampak dia tengah senyum walaupun dia pakai mask di sana ya. Dia sangat happy ya.
Memanglah, boleh nampak dalam mata dia, boleh nampak kan.
Dia adalah antara masa terlaju ya ni.
Antara masa terlaju 1 minit 56 saat.
Wow. Tapi Sean Lee masih lagi pegang posisi yang pertama.
Ya, betul. Tapi kami akan lihat Akio Takayama terus secara perlahan-lahan akan catch up lah dengan Sean Lee. Tapi tak jauh sangat tu Kai Bahar juga. So antaranya kedudukan nombor 1, 2 dengan 3 adalah Sean Lee, Akio Takayama bersama dengan Kai Bahar. Wani Hasrita tidak jauh ke belakang. Tapi boleh lihat Wani Hasrita ni agak handal juga ni bawa keretanya.
Apa jadi kat Wani ya? Laju betul hari ni. Dia tengok tu, dia boleh menari lagi tau. Dia boleh menari ketipang. Itulah Wani. Accident. Siapa accident?
Tak pastilah, kita tak lihat kepada apa yang ada tu. Mari saya akan lihatkan kepadanya. Tiada accident yang ada. Tapi kami akan lihat Sean Lee tetap akan berada di kedudukan nombor 1. Itulah dia Solos yang berada di dalam kedudukan nombor 6. Memang Malang tidak berbau lah kena kepada Solos tadi pada kedudukan nombor 2. Tadi telah pun dijatuhkan pada kedudukan nombor 6. Tapi ada banyak lagi peluang untuk dia mengejar kepada kedudukan nombor 5 itu yang dipegang oleh Danny Hood.
Okey, tapi kalau kita tengok track ni macam Kiki kata tadi, baru Ain sedar yang kita boleh tengok kat atas ni.
Aduh Ain.
Now I know.
Now you know.
Now baru I know the track is okay
now
lah.
Now you know easier to see.
Now you, wow. Now
you
you know easier to see.
Yes, exactly.
Yes. Dia tak adalah susah sangat.
Tak adalah susah sangat.
Okey.
Tapi kami akan lihat tetap kepada lap yang keempat tidak silap saya. Kami akan lihat Sean Lee tetap akan berada di kedudukan nombor 1. Tapi tetapnya akan berada kepada Kai Bahar dengan kelajuan dengan masa yang tercatat yang paling terbagus di dalam pusingan nombor 4 ini. Tapi kami akan lihat Akio Takayama bersama dengan Kai Bahar, Wani Hasrita, Daddy Wood, Solos, Nabil Ahmad dan juga Nabila Razali berpegang kepada kedudukan masing-masing iaitu 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 dan 8.
Betul tu. Akio sekarang ni tengah menunggu kalau Sean Lee buat sikit mistake je. Akio dah boleh kejar dah sebenarnya. Tapi
kami lihat ya daripada segi prestasi Sean Lee tu tetap konsisten jugalah.
Alah Sean, bagilah chance kat bos.
Kami akan lihat ya, tapi tetap kebolehan Akio Takayama di kedudukan nombor 2 tu tetaplah ada kepada kedudukannya nombor 2. Tapi tidak jauh lagi sebelum dia masuk kepada chicane yang datang kepadanya. Itulah dia Sean Lee. Tengok kita lihat ya daripada segi cara panduan Sean Lee, boleh dikatakan dia ikut garis lumba tu dengan tepat.
Ya, racing line ni I rasa diorang adalah antara orang yang memang biasa juga main simulator. Sebab I rasa susah kot macam racing line. Yes, kalau dekat track kita bolehlah buat. Tapi macam kalau kita dekat simulator, I rasa macam susah sikit untuk kita biasakan.
Saya rasa sebab dia punya pandangan dia lain sikit daripada pandangan mata kita berada di dalam kedudukan dalam kedudukan keretanya kan.
Posisi dalam kereta kita. Yes. Tapi macam diorang, tapi macam I tengok Sean Lee punya racing line macam sama macam racing dekat track tu.
Saya rasa pengalaman Sean Lee dan juga dia punya ilmu yang ada tu memang bagus lah kan untuk Sean Lee tu berpegang kepada kedudukan dia.
Betul.
Kami akan lihat daripada segi Ain ni bila masuk dalam track betul tu kan. Ain tu ada tengok tak racing line tu? Boleh nampak tak racing line tu dalam pandangan lah. dalam pandangan Ain yang ada tu daripada segi
Kita orang memang diajar untuk tengok racing line macam instructor Ain, macam cikgu Ain dia akan cakap okey, kalau you kat sini, racing line you kat sini. Sebelum tu dia akan train kita orang macam tu. Sebab kita orang bukan yang profesional macam Ain lah, bukan professional racer. So memang diajar untuk cari mana racing line. Kalau masuk corner, mana nak masuk. Kalau terlebih, apa akan jadi, what happen, what. So memang instructor kita orang akan ajar benda-benda macam tu. So Ain rasa memang penting sangat untuk kita tahu mana racing line. Tapi nak dapat yang racing line yang macam 100% memang betul-betul perfect tu kita belajar
lagi pun lawan dengan orang lain atas track tu. So bila dalam pengalaman Ain tu bila berlawan dengan dekat 10 orang atas track tu, macam mana Ain nak macam berpegang kepada garis lupa tu dengan elok?
Oh, memang kadang-kadang orang lagi laju. Kadang-kadang macam pergi tepi lah. Macam kan pergi pavilion.
Santai aja.
Santai aja. Sebab Ain fikir apa, kalau Ain nak compete dengan orang yang dah macam dah banyak season ni, dia susah tau. So Ain fikir macam okay, daripada Ain stay kat racing line Ain, kalau apa-apa jadi orang terlanggar, terbang Ain ke apa, lepas Ain kejap keluar kejap dan Ain masuk balik. Sejenis yang
so bagi peluang lah kepada orang lain
ambil, menang, ambil.
Yelah kan. Tapi kami akan lihat ya kepada Sean Lee sekarang berpegang pada kedudukan nombor 1. Kami akan pusing kepada Nabil Ahmad sekarang di kedudukan nombor 6. Sekarang berlawan antara Solos, tapi Solos berjaya untuk memecut dan memotong dia untuk merampas kedudukan nombor 6 daripadanya.
Jadi kita tengok Akio masih di tempat kedua, Kaiba tempat ketiga, Wani jauh ke daripada Kaiba.
Wani Hasrita tidak pastilah mana kedudukannya, tapi kami akan lihat ya daripada segi nombor 4. Tetap nombor 4.
Tetap nombor 4.
Ya.
Oh, dia boleh kejar Kaiba sebenarnya tu.
Boleh, dia cuba tu, tapi boleh katakan jauh juga. Tapi satu benda yang saya ingin sorotkan pada penonton adalah betapa dekatnya garis lumba yang Wani Hasrita mengikut tu. Memang tepat juga. Tengok cara dia ambil apex tu cantik. Memang bagus.
Kita tengah tengok pandangan Wani Hasrita ke dia?
Betul.
Wow.
Tengok cara dia bawa racing line tu. Cara dia masuk, cara dia ambil shikim tu, cara dia masuk apex, makan sikit saja. Bagus tu, antara terbagus lah.
Wani. Racing line kita sebab Wani, kalau Wani tak tahu, kita tengah tengok racing line Wani ni. Kita tengok memang bagus. Memang kalau racing betul pun ini adalah racing line dia.
Yalah.
So lebih kurang. So yeah, it's so good.
Memanglah terbagus yang ada tunjuk daripada Wani. So kalau pada penonton sekalian tu, lagi-lagi pun wanita, gadis-gadis di luar tu, kalau Wani Hasrita boleh, anda semua pun boleh juga. Betul tak?
Betul tu. Okey, ni hanya tanya sebelum tu, apa maksud FL?
FL tu fastest lap. Masa terbatas daripada segi setiap kali dia habis lita. So kami sekarang dah siap 7 lap dah. So kita ada lagi 10 lap tertinggal. Sean Lee tetap berada di hadapan. Macam ada cerita-cerita daripada Batu Kawan dengan Penang lah, daripada kita tengok cara bawa kereta yang datang daripada Sean Lee ni. Macam nombor 1 saja Sean Lee akan berpegang.
Sean Lee selalu kalau kita racing Sean Lee dengan Syukri Ayu memang akan sentiasa bersaing.
Oh ya ke?
Macam kat dunia diorang lah.
Kenapa tu?
Sebab diorang dua je kat depan tau. Kadang-kadang diorang punya laju ni, diorang boleh jumpa Ain balik tau, next lap.
Okay.
Bayangkan diorang dah habis satu lap tu, diorang boleh jumpa Ain balik. Diorang punya laju kan, diorang punya laju kau Ain yang slow kau kan.
Tak adalah, janganlah merendahkan diri sangat.
I am sad.
Tak apa, dia ada banyak lagi peluang. Biar Ain belajar lagi banyak, mana tahu ambil lagi masa masuk dalam simulator, mana tahu nanti awak pula bersama-sama dengan Sean Lee, bertayar-tayar dengan dia. Macam tu lah kan. So kami akan lihat daripada pandangan Daddy Hood sekarang yang berada di kedudukan nombor 6 ini telah berjaya untuk merampas kedudukan nombor 5 daripada Nabil Ahmad. Dan kami akan lihat Daddy Hood. Tidak, Nabil Ahmad menunjukkan taring dia balik kepada Daddy Hood dan merampas balik kedudukan nombor 5 daripada dia.
Alah, Nabil turun balik. Nabil tadi naik turun balik. Kalau kita tengok sekarang sebenarnya ni, Sean Lee dah tinggal semua orang jauh.
Agak jauh jugalah.
Agak jauh sebenarnya. Saya tak nampak mana-mana kereta ada dekat belakang Sean Lee langsung. So dia macam seorang sendiri ke depan.
Boleh kata santai jugalah pembawaan keretaan dia lah. Tapi boleh dikatakan antara semua pelumba-pelumba kita pada hari ini, Sean Lee tidak jauh lari daripada garis lumba yang ada. Tengok cara dia bawa kereta tu, mengikut garis lumba dengan tepat, dengan padat yang bagus sangat yang datang daripada Sean Lee ni. Memang bakatnya memang ada tu.
je dia
Dia memang relax, santai. Bila ada banyak pengalaman, bila dah banyak ilmu yang ditunjukkan, cantik sangat cara dia masuk tu.
Boleh tak ni kita nak tengok dari pandangan Sean Lee?
Boleh. Kita akan tengok daripada pandangan Sean Lee. Inilah pandangan Sean Lee yang ada ini. Sekejap ya.
Sebab Ain teringin nak tengok racing lines. Kadang-kadang Sean Lee pernah juga borak dengan Ain.
Ya.
Dia nak ajak Ain macam mana nak tengok racing line, macam mana nak masuk, corner semua. Tapi Ain tak pernah dapat peluang duduk dalam kereta bersama dengan dia.
Oh, kenapa tu?
Sebab selalunya kita orang racing kan.
Yelah.
So kalau Ain dapat peluang tengok dari segi racing line dia semua.
Okey, sekejap lah. Saya akan tengoklah sikit. Nak cuba buat dia punya tu. Saya cuba. Mesti boleh punya. Teknologi kan. Alamak, saya pun tak pastilah macam mana mahu buat ni. Maaf saya para penonton sekalian, tapi kami akan lihat daripada pandangan Kai Bahar. Ni semua kat sini semua live.
Oh, ni semua live.
Yang sini semua. Okey, so kat sini ni kami akan lihat Kai Bahar sekarang berlawan dengan Wani Hasita. Ui, tadi Wani Hasita berjaya tau nak melepas pada Kai Bahar. Tapi Kai Bahar menunjuk taring dia lah kepada Wani Hasita.
Wani dekat dah, Wani fokus lah. Marah.
Weh, teruk marah ini
marah. Kita macam mak dia.
Weh.
Lepaslah Wani.
Tapi Wani ni boleh kata ganas juga dengan dia punya garis dia. Kami akan lihat lah.
Sentiasa kalau kita racing dia macam dikira wakil-wakil wanita
betul
ganas
dia?
lah.
Kai Bahar dengan Wani Hasita tadi berlawan tadi tu. Ini replay tadi tu. Tapi Kai Bahar berjaya nak melepas tu.
Aduh, sikit lagi Wani boleh.
Boleh lagi tu.
Sebab Wani dengan Kai Bahar tak jauh pun.
Tak jauh sangat. Kami tengok ni Wani Hasita sekarang pandangan dia. Kai Bahar kat depan. Ada satu lagi masa ni, ada satu lagi peluang tu. Kai Bahar tengok tu. Boleh rasa macam siap lagi nak garu hidung kan.
Sempat lagi
Sempat lagi.
Pada rendah tu kan Wani?
Tak adalah pada rendah. Dia hidung gatal. Kena ada tu. Dia tak ada helmet. Kalau helmet tu semua settle
helmet
kan.
Tak boleh, helmet tak boleh.
Helmet semua tangan kat sini kan. Kami akan lihat je Kai Bahar semua berlawan. Wani Hasita berjaya untuk memecut ke depan dan memotong Kai Bahar. Kami akan lihat betul. Betul. Kami akan lihat. Sekarang tengok tu Wani Hasita sekarang kedudukan nombor 3 sekarang. Tapi kami akan lihat ya, tak boleh sangat gembira kerana Kai Bahar sekarang mengejar balik kepada Wani Hasita.
Wani jangan buat kesalahan apa-apa. Stay fokus, nanti Kai Bahar kejar kau. Fokus sikit.
Juga kena fokus banyak-banyak ni. Kami akan lihat Wani Hasita sekarang berpegang kepada kedudukan nombor 3. Jauh juga dia punya kedudukannya berbanding dengan Kai Bahar. Kai Bahar sekarang cuba sebaik mungkin untuk mengejar kepada Wani Hasita.
Come on Kai, boleh. Tak jauh tu dah kena tinggal, tapi boleh kejar lagi kan? Boleh lagi. Ada hope di sana ya.
Alright, for our viewers at home who've been expecting a little bit of English, Wani Hasita has been holding on towards the third position really well, mostly because of how tight she is holding on towards the racing line. We do see that Kai Bahar trying his best to actually get a bit of distance between himself and Wani Hasita closer together, but we do see that Wani Hasita showing quite a bit of experience as well as a little bit of skill. The way she handles these chicanes is definitely something to take note of. So kami akan lihat, maaf lah kena campur-campur sikit kan.
Ya. Okey, kalau kita Kai Bahar dengan Daddy Hood sebenarnya tak jauh tau.
Tak jauh sangat.
Nampak Kai Bahar punya position dengan Daddy Hood tak jauh di mana?
Tak jauh sangat. Kami akan lihat Kai Bahar. Tapi kami akan lihat ya, daripada segi Daddy Hood sekarang akan cuba bekerja kepada Kai Bahar.
Kai, kau better cepat Kai. Daddy Hood nak kejar kau.
Kai Bahar dah mengangguk dah kepada Ain dah dapat semangat tu.
Kai, kau jangan malu kata Toyota Gazoo
Toyota Gazoo. Kau akan lihat ya, Daddy Hood sekarang berpegang pada kedudukan nombor 5, bekerja kepada Kai Bahar. Kedudukannya adalah Sean Lee kepada kedudukan nombor 1, Wani Hasita kepada kedudukan nombor 2.
Ya.
Dia berani potong bos Ain. Wani Hasita nombor 2.
Wani, kenapa kau potong bos ke belakang balik? Jangan laju sangat.
Itulah dia Daddy Hood sekarang dengan penuh tumpuan 100% fokus. Daddy Hood sekarang berpegang kepada kedudukan nombor 5, ingin mengejar kepada Kai Bahar. Tapi kau akan lihat ya, Daddy Hood dengan Kai Bahar akan berdekat antara satu sama lain. Tapi Kai Bahar tetap akan berada kelebihan jarak dari berbanding dengan Daddy Hood.
Kalau kita tengok tadi, sebenarnya qualifying Nabil Ahmad punya masa yang paling pantas ya.
Paling pantas, betul?
Dan tadi position Nabil Ahmad nombor 7, tapi sekarang dia naik balik. Nombor 6.
Tapi dia tadi kedudukan betul nombor 7 tapi berjaya untuk naik balik. Tapi kami akan lihat Daddy Wood bersama dengan Solos dengan Pejahat berada di kedudukan nombor 5, 7 dan 8. Tapi penalti lah dah kena kepada Nabil Ahmad ni.
Game pun ada penalti ke?
Ada.
Kenapa? Apa salah dia?
Saya tak pastilah, tak nampak tadi kan.
Kita tak tahu apa salah dia.
Tak nampak tadi tu. So rasanya berlaku bila kita tak nampak tadi tu. Tapi dia kena tengok tu. Sekarang tu dia tak tolak penalti dia sebab dia kena slowkan sikit. Sama juga macam racing dalam dunia sebenar ni. Betul lah.
Ada penalti.
Ada penalti, ada segalanya. Tapi yang berbandingnya, kalaulah terbabas, kalaulah ada kemalangan, tiadalah rasa. Oh, itu Nabil Ahmad telah pun keluar. Yellow flag telah keluar. Ada no passing ni telah pun dikeluarkan kepada Nabil Ahmad. Tapi dia berjaya untuk memulihkan diri. Solo sekarang akan datang. Solo mengejar. Dan Solo berjaya untuk memecat kepada Nabil Ahmad.
Solo dah kejar Nabil dah. Solo tak apa-apa solo dah lah sekarang.
Solos tu memanglah dia solos dalam game, tapi dia kekuatan dia tak ada. Tapi kami lihat ya, Nabil Ahmad sekarang cuba sebaik mungkin untuk melepas kepada Solos, tapi kepandangan kepada siaran langsung kita pada hari ini adalah kepada Solos sekarang yang berpegang kepada kedudukan nombor 6. Nabil Ahmad yang kini mengejar kepadanya, dia kena perlahankan diri sedikit sahaja sebab dia untuk memotong masa penalti yang ada tu.
Dia kena slow down.
Slow down sikit. So biasanya dia tak payah slow down terus menerus. Dia boleh slow down sikit-sikit, nak potong sikit-sikit. Sebab kalau dia slow down terus menerus tu, orang lain boleh pecut, betul tak?
Betul.
So kami akan lihat je daripada segi Solo sekarang berlawan antara satu sama lain dengan Nabil Ahmad. Nabil Ahmad sekarang tengah berganas, berjaya untuk memotong. Tapi Solo sekarang cuba sebaik mungkin untuk memotong balik. Dua-duanya berlawan. Dua-duanya berlawan untuk racing line tu.
Yes. Semua nak berebut racing line.
Boleh dikatakan Nabil Ahmad tidak mahu bagi ruang untuk Solos memotong atau mengambil racing line daripada dia.
Nabil Ahmad telah memotong Solo sekarang.
Itulah dia Nabil Ahmad sekarang yang berada di pandangan kita di atas latar skrin anda pada hari ini dengan penuh fokus. Nabil Ahmad sekarang berpegang kepada kedudukan nombor 6. Nabil terbabas. Saya rasa dia banyak sangat accelerate lah tadi. Dia terlebih. Tapi kami akan lihat ya, Solo sekarang berpegang kepada kedudukan nombor 7 akan mengejar kepada Nabil Ahmad. Nabil Ahmad cuba sebaik mungkin. Boleh dikata tekanan boleh dirasai oleh Nabil Ahmad. Berkeluar daripada sikit. Nabil pula terbabas. Ada peluang untuk Solo mengambil kedudukan nombor 6 daripadanya.
Kenapa kau jadi wall magnet ni?
Wall magnet. Saya belajar ayat baru lah daripada Ain hari ni.
Ada orang lah selalu cakap. Ain selalu dengar ayat ni pun Ain belajar sebab masa Toyota Gazoo ni lah. Wall magnet. Kalau orang selalu langgar ni dia semua wall magnet. Okey, itulah dia. Kami akan pandang daripada pandangan Akio Takeyama sekarang. Okey, ini pandangan Akio
Takeyama sekarang. Itulah dia. Dia berpegang, boleh katakan agak ketat jugalah pegangan dia kepada garis panduan dia. Boleh dikatakan fahaman dia daripada segi garis panduan memang bagus. Tapi kami akan lihat Wani Hasita sekarang nombor 3 ya. Tak, dia tetap nombor 3. Dia daripada nombor 5 dia berjaya untuk tangkap nombor 3 sekarang.
Tadi bukan Wani dengan Akio.
Sekarang Akio berjaya untuk naik kepada nombor kedua tu daripada Wani Hasita. Tapi bila kita lihat daripada kedudukan Wani Hasita agak jauh jugalah daripada kedudukan Akio Takeyama tu. Tapi tak apa lagi, dia ada banyak peluang lagi untuk mengejar. Lagi 5 pusingan untuk dilengkapkan bagi semua peserta-peserta kita untuk Wani Hasita berjaya untuk mendapat peluang untuk memotong Akio Takeyama. Tapi boleh katakan susah jugalah.
Akio dengan Sean Lee adakah diorang jauh?
Boleh dikatakan agak jauh juga. Sean Lee bersama dengan Akio Takeyama agak jauh. Dan saya rasa Sean Lee akan memotong balik Nabila Razali dengan Nabil Ahmad. Macam dia buat dalam Batu Kawan, macam dia buat dalam Penang.
Macam kes air.
Macam kes air selalu kena tu.
Sekarang Nabila dengan Nabil Ahmad rasa balik. Rasa ni.
Selalu you rasa. Sekarang dia orang rasa lah.
Rasa kan, kena potong balik.
Boleh kata frust jugalah, kena lah kan.
Okey, jap. So ini
itu Sean Lee.
Merah ni Sean Lee.
Bila dia merah tu, itu yang kita pandangkan. Itulah dia. Tapi sekarang bagi kita akan pandangkan kepada Nabil Ahmad. Maaf saya Solos sekarang berpegang pada kedudukan nombor 6 sekarang. Cuba sebaik mungkin untuk mendekatkan, mengurangkan jaraknya antara dia. Tapi kami akan lihat ya kepada penjahat blue flag, bendera biru telah pun dikeluarkan. So maksudnya kena beri laluan kepada kepada pemandu yang lagi laju. Tapi kami akan lihat ya pandangan Sean Lee sekarang akan cuba sebaik mungkin untuk memotong penjahat sekali lagi.
Ni kenapa dekat Solos ada gambar minyak tu kena isi minyak?
Dia dah masuk dalam pit stop.
Oh, kena isi minyak.
Kena isi minyak, kena tukar tayar. So simulator ni betul-betul carilah sebaik mungkin yang boleh. Itulah kebaikan teknologi, itulah si Ain kena belikan satu simulator kat rumah. Beli satu simulator kat rumah, pakailah racing glove, biarlah selesa. Lagipun paling best juga sebab macam Nick buat kan. Tak payahlah pakai seluar racing, baju racing.
Pakai kain pelekat.
Kain pelekat pun boleh.
Okey.
Memang santai aja, tak ada rasa panas, boleh rasa aircon. Bolehlah pause kejap, minum.
Sambung balik. Kalau tak ada gambar Instagram pun half je. Nampak macam racing.
Aduh, tak ada hal lah. Kami akan lihat ya pada Wani Hasita sekarang pada pusingan nombor 13 ini tetap pada dudukan nombor 3. Dia akan cuba sebaik mungkin untuk mengejar kepada Akio Takayama. Tapi Akio Takayama agak jauh berbanding dengan Wani Hasita ni.
Okey, ni maksudnya kita lagi 4 lap, betul?
Ada 4 lap lagi tinggal, betul.
4 lap saja tinggal.
So rasanya Wani Hasita boleh ke nak setakat balik kepada Akio Takayama walaupun Akio Takayama agak jauh juga ni?
Akio dengan Wani jauh?
Agak jauh juga.
Okey, maksudnya Wani sila cakap goodbye kat Akio? Sempat lagi ke?
Sempat, saya rasa sempat sebab dia ada lagi 3 lagi pusingan untuk melengkapkan litar ni. So rasanya Wani Hasita tu kebolehannya tetap ada tapi tertakluk kepada kesilapan yang ada pada Akio Takayama. Tapi bila kita lihat Akio Takayama tu tetap sangat tepat kepada racing line yang ada. Sean Lee antara pemandu yang agak hebat menunjukkan kebolehannya berpegang kepada dia punya racing line. Tengok betapa tepat dia pada racing line dia. Itulah dia Sean Lee sekarang berkejar kepada Nabila Razali maaf saya.
So, Sean Lee dah kejar pada Nabila Razali? Nabila Bel, laju sikit Nabila. Tengok Sean Lee dah kejar kau balik.
Kami akan lihat ya daripada segi pandangan Sean Lee sekarang.
Ayo. Sean kejar balik lah.
Sean kejar balik tu tak bagi laluan langsung. Tapi ingat bendera biru telah pun dikeluarkan. Nabila kena bagi laluan kepada Sean Lee.
Nabila bagi laluan tadi saya langgar dinding lah.
Dah macam Ain kata wall magnet. Kami akan lihat ya Solo sekarang tetap akan berada di kedudukan nombor 6 ini. Dan kami akan lihat ya di belakangnya adalah Nabil Ahmad. Cuba mengejar dia dengan sebaik mungkin. Tapi kami akan lihat Solos pun boleh dikatakan bagus juga, handal juga dia berpegang kepada racing line-nya. Walaupun dia tidak berpengalaman bawa simulator sangat, tapi dia sebab dia gamer kan, dia ada pengalaman main game kan, so dia ada kefahaman dia ada.
Ya, mungkin yang lain tu Ain tak terkejut, tapi macam Daddy pun Solos semua Ain macam terasa macam orang nak simulator
kan.
Orang tu back position nombor 4, nombor 6.
Tapi kami akan lihat ya daripada segi Sean Lee kan, dia menunjukkan bahawa ilmu yang boleh diambil daripada dunia racing yang sebenar tu boleh bawa ke dalam simulator dan boleh bawa boleh berjaya lah dalam simulator ni.
Sean Lee ni saya rasa kalau dia bawa reverse pun dia menang.
Saya rasa pun betul juga tu.
Dia boleh bawa reverse.
Sebab masa dia buat dalam masa dia ambil bahagian dalam batu kawal tu semua, berat dia banyak tu, handicap dia. Tapi sebab dia kemahiran dia punya ilmu dia selagi dengan berpegang kepada garis lumba itu, Sean Lee berjaya untuk memotong banyak orang.
Betul, mungkin kelebihan Sean Lee dia boleh beatbox. Racing
yalah, lagi laju lah kan.
Lagi laju lah. Belum laju, racing laju.
Kami akan berpegang kepada Sean Lee sekarang, antara pemandu kegemaran kita untuk memenangi exhibition race ini bagi TGR Gazoo Racing Celebrity Class Race ini. Tapi kami lihat kedudukan nombor 4 Daddy Hood pula. Kai Bahar telah pun dipotong oleh Daddy Hood.
Kai Bahar, aku dah katakan drive laju dah jauh. Kau dah kena potong. Lagi 2 lap je. Kan lagi 2 lap kan ni?
Lagi 2 lap lagi tertinggal tu.
Cepat potong dia.
Kami akan lihatnya bagi Wani Hasrita juga pun berpegang pada nombor ketiga ni. Tapi Daddy Hood akan cuba sebaik mungkin untuk mengejarnya. Inilah pandangan Wani Hasrita sekarang. Tengoklah tu. Memang cantik cara dia bawa kereta tu. Dan walaupun antara pusingan-pusingan ni boleh dikatakan ada kesusahannya juga, tapi Wani Hasrita menunjukkan kefahaman dia untuk berpegang kepada racing line tu memang bagus.
Saya rasa lepas 15 lap diorang dah buat ni, diorang dah mula biasa dengan the track. So sebab tu positional racing line diorang makin bagus.
Memang Ain tu pun patut bekerja dengan kita lah masa kita akan datang ni.
Sandar dah biasa
dah selesa sangat lah, selesa sangat ni. Tapi kami akan lihat dia daripada segi daripada pandangan Kai Bahar sekarang akan bekerja kepada Solos berpegang kepada kedudukan nombor 5 dan rasanya saingan antara Kai Bahar dengan Solos akan lagi memanas. Antaranya Solos sekarang akan berpegang kepada racing line-nya. Kai Bahar cuba sebaik mungkin termakan sikit. Kai Bahar dekat lagi terbabas, terkeluar sedikit saja. Aduh, agak kecewa kali kepada Kai Bahar, tapi tetap akan memulihkan dirinya untuk memberikan sedikit saingan kepada Solos yang berpegang kepada kedudukan nombor 5. Top 5 kita pada hari ini adalah Sean Lee, Akio Takeyama, Wani Hasrita, Daddy Hood bersama dengan Solos. Kai Bahar sekarang dia akan cuba sebaik mungkin. Dia ada banyak peluang lagi untuk menangkap kepada Solos, tapi nampak kepada Kai Bahar ni agak jauh juga antara dia dengan Solos.
Pandangan saya ni, sekarang ni saya tak nampak Solos. Maksudnya agak jauh juga lah.
Tapi sekarang kita berpandang kepada Wani Hasrita.
Wani Hasrita.
Sekarang dia berpegang tetap pada nombor 3. Agak jauh juga dengan Sean Lee, dengan Akio Takeyama. Tapi kalau dia bawa dengan sikit laju, cuba nak push the limit sikit tu, dia boleh cuba tangkap kepada Akio Takeyama. Kami akan lihat kepada Nabila Razali sekarang. Boleh kata lari sikit daripada dia punya garis, tapi tetap boleh katakan bagus jugalah cara dia bawa tu. Macam kita nampak ni, bagus tu Nabila Razali bawa dia punya kereta tu.
Nabila nampaknya dia maintain nombor 9. Itu adalah nombor saya bila racing ni tau.
Ayo, tak apalah. Baguslah. Geng sama geng 9.
Geng kita Nabila. Kau nombor 9 sebelah aku. 8, dia 9.
9. Nabila Razali nombor 9.
Ya.
Okey, kami akan lihat balik kepada pandangan Wani Hasrita. Wani Hasrita pula akan potong kepada Nabila Razali lah.
Wani, kau nak potong Nabila dah, Wani. Malu lah Nabila Razali. Malu.
Kami akan lihat satu lagi pusingan terakhir bagi TGR Celebrity Class Race ini akan datang. Kami akan lihat Wani Hasrita akan bakal memotong lagi kepada Nabila Razali. Nabila Razali sekarang
Wani potong.
bendera biru telah pun ditunjukkan. Okey, para penonton sekalian, participate and win amazing prizes. Among the prizes is the Apple AirPods Pro. Check out the live stream comment section to participate and win. Terms and conditions apply. You will be able to get one set of Toyo Proxes TR1 Tyres that will be delivered to you. All you need to do is participate in it, and also a Sony PS4 Pro. So in order for you to win, check out the live stream comments, participate there. Of course, terms and conditions apply. Bagi Ain untuk tahu lah kan, Nabil Ahmad dah dapat balik, dah rampas balik masa yang paling laju, masa slam. Walaupun kedudukan dia nombor 7, masa dia tetap laju, so maksudnya dia tetap pada garis pandu dia, garis lumba dia, dan dia boleh kata bawa laju jugalah kereta dia. So kami akan lihat, tapi tetap Sean Lee berada di nombor 1 tu.
Daddy Hood nombor 3.
Aduh, dia potong kepada Wani Hasrita lah.
Wani, kau tidur ke?
Saya rasa Wani pula hilang dia punya fokus kejap. Kami akan lihat kepada Sean Lee. Sekarang Sean Lee berpegang pada kedudukan nombor 1 dan bakal jadi pemenang bagi pusingan ini. Syabas diucapkan kepada Sean Lee.
Sean Lee.
Itu Itulah dia Akio Takayama kedudukan nombor 2. Danny Hood kedudukan nombor 3 yang bakal akan datang lagi. Tapi satu lagi peluang bagi Wani Hasita untuk motor. Tidak, tiada lagi dah. Dekat lagi Wani Hasita berpegang kepada kedudukan itu. Tapi tetap nombor 4 adalah kedudukan Wani Hasita. Danny Hood berpegang kepada kedudukan nombor 3. Tidak jauh ke belakangnya. Dari belakangnya adalah Wani Hasita. Nombor 5 adalah Solus. Nombor 6 adalah Kai Baha. Dan nombor 7 adalah Nabil Ahmad.
Nombor 8 tak ada.
Nombor 8 dah habis lah.
Oh, dah settle.
Dah settle lah sebab dia belakang satu lap.
Oh,
Okey, kami akan lihat dia satu lagi untuk Kai Baha dengan juga Nabil Ahmad untuk menghabiskan pusingan ini. Satu lagi pusingan telah pun dibuatkan oleh Kai Baha dengan juga Nabil Ahmad. Kai Baha telah pun berjaya untuk melepasi kepada chicken flag itu yang ada. Dan tinggalnya Nabil Ahmad untuk melengkapkan segalanya di kedudukan nombor 7. Itulah dia keputusan kita. Sean Lee sebagai pemenangnya untuk TS050 Hybrid.
Selamat pada Sean Lee.
Itulah dia tuan-tuan dan puan-puan. Memanglah cantik, memanglah bagus untuk melihat segalanya. So memang nak nampak lagi lah Ain kat sini. Memang boleh dikatakan banyak hiburan lah. Memang tenaga Ain yang dah boleh dapat daripada Ain tu. Saya pun semangat pula nak mengulas lagi banyak tu.
Thank you so much ni sebab banyak bagi tunjuk ajar juga. Kadang-kadang Ain salah juga tadi.
Tak apa, masing-masing kita manusia kan. Segala kesilapan tu haraplah boleh dimaafkan kepada para penonton kita pada hari ini. And of course, we would like to thank to our creators and orchestrators of the Toyota Gazoo Racing Velocity Esports Championship 2020. By Toyota Gazoo Racing Malaysia. It has been interesting, it has been crazy. We would like to thank our sponsors and partners, Toyo Tires, Denso, and Toyota Racing Development. If it wasn't for them, it would not be real. And of course, we would like to thank our event partners, NK Drive Energy Drink, and Motis as well. Remember, we still have our grand finals up to come up. Tahu tak Ain, selepas ini kita punya top 10 bakal berlawan antara satu sama lain untuk RM70,000.
Untuk RM70,000?
Yep.
Kenapa dia tak ajak Ain?
Ain lambat. Ain tak masuk. Ain busy sangat.
Aduh.
Bersana bersini.
So, dia orang akan dapat RM70,000?
RM70,000.
So, 10 orang? 10
orang akan berlawan untuk mendapat potongan daripada RM70,000.
Oh my god. So, antara 10 orang tu adalah pemenang-pemenang ke?
Antara pemenang nombor 1 tu akan bakal mendapat sebahagian daripada RM70,000. Tapi duit yang terkumpul, prize pool dia RM70,000.
Wow.
Banyak tu.
That's a lot, man.
A lot of money tu.
Seronoknya.
Toyota Yaris tu dah settle lah cash.
Boleh. Toyota Yaris boleh.
Sebiji 2 biji boleh ke?
Sebiji 2 biji boleh. Lepas tu jual lah kat kita half price.
Pandai tu Ain tu kan. Siap boleh buat promo lagi kan. Okey, para penonton sekalian, ribuan terima kasih kepada kita punya peserta kita pada hari ini, pada para penonton yang datang untuk tengok Team Bosskurr, Sean Lee, Ain Idrus bersama dengan semua selebriti-selebriti kita, artis-artis kita ada ni. Ribuan terima kasih kepada para penonton yang tengok daripada start sampai habis. Kita ada banyak lagi aktiviti yang disediakan untuk anda semua, tapi kita tak sabar nak selesaikan pusingan yang terakhir akan datang selepas ini. Kita pun ada satu lagi talk show yang datang untuk finalis kita untuk TGR Velocity Championship yang akan diumumkan sebentar lagi untuk bersama dengan Flavor sebagai host kita. So saya pun tak sabarlah nak tahu. Tapi saya rasa itu saja. Terima kasih banyak-banyak ini terus bersama dengan kita. Terima sangat.
Terima kasih guys for watching us. Nak cakap tahniah kepada pemenang.
Okeylah, so ribuan terima kasih dan tahniah kepada pemenang kita. Kami akan kepada Flavor untuk interview.
Ya, terima kasih terima kasih ucapkan kepada Neng Haris dan juga Ain Idrus atas pengulasan yang amat hebat sebentar tadi di exhibition match bagi Toyota Gazoo Racing Velocity Esports Championship 2020. Dan bersama-sama Tahniah diucapkan kepada saudara Sean Lee dan juga kesemua driver kita. Dan bersama-sama dengan saya, di sebelah kiri kita ada dengan Wani Hasrita dan juga Nabil Ahmad.
Hai guys.
Assalamualaikum.
Terbaik.
Dan juga, ni trash talker kita semalam ni. Kita ada. Di sebelah saya kita ada, aku nak tunjukkan tadi. Inilah Farid Zakaria atau Solos, XK Penjahat dan juga Daddy Hood.
Hai guys, Assalamualaikum. Hello.
Jadi apa perasaannya baru saja menghabiskan race sebentar saja tadi?
Santai.
Jangan.
Dia santai lah. Saya rasa macam race sebenar.
Jadi
Berpeluh.
Dia race sungguh tadi.
Sungguh.
kalau dapat position belakang memanglah cakap santai. Kalau menang lain. Bagi mereka yang tak tahu, bagi mereka yang tidak bersama-sama dengan kita sebentar tadi, Wani Hasrita mendapat placing ketiga.
Terbaik.
Keempat.
Daddy. Dia berjaya potong. Last lap.
Last minit Daddy. Okay, Daddy mendapat tempat ketiga. Wani Hasrita dapat keempat.
Ya.
Habis tujuh.
Saya nak race dengan Solos je tadi sebenarnya.
Solos nombor 6.
Nombor 5.
5. Oh, marah aku panggil orang dah. Aku nombor 5 dan kau
Kau jahat celah mana ni?
Ya,
Celah mana yang kau jahat sangat ni?
SK Penjahat di tempat yang ke-8. Sampai pengulas sendiri pun tak nak sebut nama. Aku pun tak tahu kenapa. Nick cakap, tak sebut pun nama 8. Tak apa. Okay. Sekarang kita nak bincang sikit tentang apa yang ni Team Bosskurr lah bagi beringat kena. Ni Team Bosskurr. Mereka
Team Bosskurr.
Lama. Ni kita start dengan sebelah sini lah. Ni dia yang kata dia nak pastikan dia akan pintas jana Nick. Ni dia. Inilah dia. Ni yang tadi batal dia. Okay. So tadi macam mana? Okey, rasa okey tak race?
Okey, bermula dia awal-awal tu dah start dah okey, dah best lah. Tiba-tiba accident. Ingatkan accident, okey habis tak ada peluang dah. Tiba-tiba kat belakang sekali main dengan Nabil. Mereka berdua je. Rasa macam main
seronok gila.
Seronok.
Okey, sebenarnya ada perbalasan lah di lap yang ke-7 atau ke-7 dan sebenarnya tadi tu. Siapa yang menang?
Saya menang.
Saya menang.
Berjaya dia.
Berjaya dia. Tapi kalau korang tengok kat kamera, okey, korang tak tahu sebab korang tengah fokus driving kan. Sebenarnya Nabil memandu dengan sebelah tangan, okey. Ini kami menyarankan bahawa anda semua yang sedang menonton janganlah memandu sebelah tangan. Memang banyak insiden.
Berbahaya, jangan.
Jangan, okey. Mungkin dia bagi chance tu benda sebelah tangan.
Tak, saya bila Solos dah potong saya banyak kali ni, saya macam mana reset button lah.
Tak ada.
Ni, try again tak ada ke? Try again.
Ini bagus. Tapi okey, ni Solos. Okey, sebelah ni kita SK Penjahat. Memang Wani Hasrita dia kenal Penjahat. Wani Hasrita.
Saya.
Halo. Sebenarnya saya tak bersalah dalam hal ni. Semua Daddy punya.
Kenapa Daddy punya bersalah?
Kenapa Daddy yang salah?
Apa dia yang rancang.
Oh, dia rancang.
Dia kepala.
Daddy, kau lah perancang semua master plan semua ni.
Dia mastermind.
Mastermind lah. So bukan salah Penjahat lah.
Tak salah apa-apa.
Maknanya bila Penjahat cakap semalam nak titik Wani Hasrita, jangan bagi dia dapat tempat ke-9 pun.
Wow.
Tak, dia sebut. Dia kata saya akan sengaja duduk tempat ke-9 semata-mata Wani Hasrita duduk ke-10.
Amboi.
Dahsyatnya. Tak, nak
Macam
tanya. Apa yang kau sakit hati sangat dengan Wani Hasrita ni?
Apa yang
Dia tak balas DM kau ke apa?
Tak tahu, XK. Kau yang rancang, aku tak tahu apa.
Kau pernah DM Wani Hasrita ignore ke apa? Cuba
Tak ada lah.
Saya tak bersalah, saya tak tahu apa-apa.
Tak apa-apa.
Tapi bukankah dia yang sebut benda tu?
Dia yang sebut. Masalahnya
Dia yang
kamu
sebut,
sudah
Wani.
sebut.
Tak apa,
Fan-fan semua menonton ni semua ada dengar pengulasan daripada Penjahat semalam tu.
Kau salah bual semalam. Ini pengacara pengungkit tahu.
Aku memang
Malam yang barang semua dia ingat.
Ingat bro. Okay. So Wani Hasrita, apa yang kau tak suka tentang Wani Hasrita sendiri? Jujur lah.
Tak, sebenarnya planning kita memang menjadi.
Okay.
Menjadi? Diorang lepaskan saya first lah sebenarnya. Kalau Sean Lee tu memang pro. And ada
Sean Lee pro, okay.
Bodoh pro and saya yang paling amat tu. So diorang dapat letak saya di tempat yang pertama.
Oh,
sepatutnya.
ini perancangan.
So planning
Saya
dia memang
jugalah planning.
planning tu memang menjadi lah.
So
So
planning sama macam main ni ke Solos? Yang kau selalu main tu? League of Legends lah, Dota.
Bukan League of Legends. Tu Mobile Legends.
Mobile Legend. Dia power Mobile Legend lah.
Dia power, kau power main Johnson kan? Tapi kat sini tak power. Kau jangan cakap seorang mana mic ni. Kau cakap macam orang nak dengar je.
Lupa tak perasan. So kat ML memang lain sikit. Tapi kat sini kalau accident tu memang jauh ketinggalan bos. Memang tak ada peluang.
Padahal saya dengan awak tadi 1-2 kan? Position
Lepas
1-2. Timing dia bagus.
Tiba accident, main kat belakang main 2 je.
Okay, sekarang nak tanya sikit lah since korang dah drive tadi 17 lap. Manakah momen yang paling best sekali? Contoh lah, momen kau tengah lawan Solos ke? Mana momen yang paling best?
Saya rasa banyak corner-corner yang saya dapat potong dia, saya macam tengok dia masuk. Aduh.
Memang best lah dengan
Memang
Nabil.
best.
Tak,
Potong-potong.
masalah
potong.
kau memang cakap best sebab kau menang.
Tak, tapi serius.
Seronok ah.
Sekali terpotong yang tergelak.
Okay, Wani Hasita. Okay.
Ya.
Bagi siapa yang menonton live stream kita, Wani Hasita paling banyak sekali action dalam race ni. Dia daripada dapat ke-5, ke-4, ke-3, ke-4 semula.
Dia naik.
So cuba explain experience dia.
Saya meletakkan pembelajaran saya yang saya belajar dalam actual race ke dalam ini, di mana sabar.
Awak makin serius dalam hal ni.
Kita tahu yang totol depan tu mesti akan bang 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 bang. So kita akan je.
Wow, dahsyat.
Itu sabar, kesabaran, shot baro.
Oi.
Tapi last tu saya kancung jugalah sebab ada yang nampak belakang makin dekat kan. Last lap pula tu saya cakap tak apalah, bagilah
Ke
dia
masa
orang.
dia nak potong Wani?
Saya bagi.
Ke masa
At least
Wani?
ada apa tu orang
Seorang
kata tu
lah,
seorang daripada dia orang untuk
So jadi sebenarnya lah Wani saya nak cakap macam ni lah. Sebenarnya kau tak dapat nombor 3. Sebenarnya dia bagi kau nombor 3.
Dia bagi.
Sebenarnya saya pun mulakan race tu saya sengaja langgar. Saya start dengan nombor 8.
Oh macam tu.
So set kan nanti dia. So saya potong satu dan masa saya rasa dalam 7 lap saya memang duduk di belakang Kai Bahar dan Wani Asrita. So saya rasa last lap tu saya terpaksa tekan lah button.
Kau ada nose.
Dia ada button dia kena turunkan benda tu. So that's why saya dapat
Tapi
potong.
ni cheating kan ni?
Cheating.
Report.
Ini bukan
Report
game,
ID.
Ini bukan game Among Us
bukan.
ya. Kita tengah mencari siapa imposter dan siapa yang menipu dalam permainan ini.
Saya main.
Main juga nanti kita main sama-sama.
Alright, tapi best lah dia orang.
Best.
Jahat. So macam mana momen paling best tadi? Ke kau drive seorang-seorang?
Ke tadi kau tidur penjahat sebenarnya?
Accident panjang jadi tak ada momen best.
Tak best. Okay, Daddy. Apa momen paling best tadi bila drive sekali?
Last lap potong Wani Asrita.
Tu je lah.
Tapi sebenarnya saya nampak dia tak masuk pit stop tadi.
Tak
That's
masuk.
why dia punya tayar ada disadvantage lah. So saya ada sempat masuk pit stop.
Sebenarnya saya memang ke tepi sikit.
Saya sempat masuk pit stop and tayar saya start.
Korang diorang ni kan couple ni kan.
Jangan
bergaduh-gaduh ni.
Saya merasakan ada antara driver kita yang tak pergi pit stop yang tadi kan.
Betul.
Saya tak pergi.
Saya
tak sebenarnya
kena
bagi
pergi
mereka
ke?
tak tahu penganjur dah bagi tahu awal semua kena masuk pit stop. Tak ada orang masuk pit stop, tayar tu.
Saya masuk pit stop. Saya masuk.
Oh, awak masuk tadi. Oh, tak awak berhenti kat tepi ni. Saya ingat awak tunggu saya.
Memang masuk, Alah nak tunggu sekali tadi.
Oh, patut dah.
Sama-sama.
Kau saja nak malukan aku kan.
So kalau tak masuk pit stop ni boleh depan lagi lah. Boleh lah.
Boleh.
Tak boleh. Berjalan tak boleh. Okay, sekarang apa experience drive dalam pertandingan Toyota Gazoo Racing Velocity Esports Championship ni? Best tak drive dengan semua artis jemputan kita hari ni?
Best. Alhamdulillah. Hari ni pasal dah lama kan kita orang pun tengah tunggu nak masuk track balik. So ni dia nak dapat orang kata semangat tu, jiwa racing tu nak datang balik ni. So ni dah lama dah tak race
reunion
ni.
Sebenarnya hari ni.
Reunion pula hari. Lepas tu ini dapat jumpa diorang ni power main
kan?
game ni semua kan. So best lah. Very good experience lah today.
Kalau diberi peluang lah sebab mereka ni pernah dijemput untuk drive dalam real track masalahnya, tapi Team Bosskurr belum lagi dijemput, baru pakai sim racing. Kalau diberi peluang, adakah anda akan menyahut cabaran untuk bertemu dengan Wani Hasita dan juga Nabi Ahmad dan juga mereka-mereka yang lain ni?
Macam penjahat janganlah, penjahat jangan.
Nak cakap apa?
Kalau diberi peluang memang kita akan race lah sebab since XK lah salah seorang profesional untuk racer. So sebab tu dia sangat-sangat dia steady, dia punya energy dia kuat untuk 17 lap tu dia dah biasa.
Aku rasa SK minat Yoni Boy lah.
Yoni Boy.
Kau buat rambut Yoni Boy ni?
Tak, saya nak dengar ulasan daripada penjahat sebab Daddy ni dia macam anchor translator untuk SK penjahat tau. So, Daddy cakap penjahat ni seorang racer profesional. Nak tanya di track mana track mana dia pernah gunakan dan championship mana?
Pasir Gudang.
Ya jap. Pasir Gudang track mana?
Dekat Johor.
Pasir Gudang mana? Dia lagi dah lama tutup.
Kau ada dulu.
Tak, kenapa kena pandai Daddy? Siapa yang race ni? Okeylah. Apa-apa pun kami mengucapkan terima kasih. Pertama kita silakan tanya kepada Sean Lee. Sean Lee juara untuk exhibition match kita untuk selebriti pada hari ini. Tahniah diucapkan kepada Wani Asrita, Nabi Ahmad, kepada tim Bosskurr Solos. Ada tak kata-kata akhir ingin disampaikan? Nak seorang kata-kata akhir kepada fan-fan yang sedang menonton.
Okay, thank you semua.
Thank you juga. Okay. Kita bagi solo.
Okay, thank you semua yang dah menonton hari ni. Thank you lah yang banyak support, yang tengok benda ni. And satu lagi Toyota Velocity lah, yang bagi kita peluang untuk join ni, dapat race dengan artis-artis lain. Terima
Baik,
kasih.
Alhamdulillah. Terima kasih banyak. Alright. Kau memang semua ni bapak kau ke?
Saja Toyota.
Asyik nak tanya pendapat je. Silakan.
First time.
First time, nervous. Kamera sana.
Okey, terima kasih kepada semua yang tengah support dan macam biasa lagi yang kita mesti nombor last. Terima kasih Toyota GR Velocity sebab support macam ni. Terima kasih.
Baik.
Alright, first of all, first nak minta maaf dulu dengan yang semalam punya. Sebab kita
Ini minta maaf.
Saya wakil diorang lah kan. Sebab diorang ni so saya minta maaf on behalf diorang sebab
on behalf diorang. On behalf. Bukan minta maaf dia sendiri. Tak.
Sebab
bukan kau ke yang cakap?
Tak bukan. Diorang cakap memang daripada hati nurani ni. So benda tu kita just nak create hype saja, bukannya nak trash talk ke apa. So and thank you untuk GR Velocity Toyota terutamanya sebab make it this happen and invite kita orang join dengan selebriti sebab kita orang ni selebriti muda. Bukan muda-muda lagi.
BBNU. BBNU. Daddy cakap. Selebriti muda. Daddy dah proclaim dekat live stream kami ni adalah selebriti muda.
Kita yang baru lagi, kira infant lah.
So diorang ni selebriti. Aku tak nak cakap.
Old school, diorang agak old school.
Kau tua kan Wani Hasrita. Dia kategori selebriti, dia BBNU tau.
So thank you untuk semua lah, insyaAllah.
Alright. Okay. Guys. Siapa nak? It's a good race hari ni. Thank you so much Toyota. Buat reunion untuk kami. Lepas tu buat race ni, dapat jumpa diorang ni semua. So saya mewakili selebriti yang korang trash talk semalam. Kita orang kita maafkan. Ni hari terbukti Wani Hasrita memang power. Memang power. So thank you so much. Sebelum ni tak bukti Sebelum ni tak power. Dekat real track kena dia. Kalau betul-betul. Kalau kat real track kena kau Daddy dengan Wani. Jangan main-main. Alright. So kita tak sabar nak tunggu next season. So guys, selalu follow Toyota.my. Selalu follow #Toyota Gazoo Racing Malaysia. So tengok perkembangan kami. Lepas tu kita jumpa dekat next season, next race terbaik.
Alright. Okay, last kali Wani Hasrita.
Last saya. Terima kasih banyak-banyak kerana sudi menonton live kali ni and saya pun rasa hari ni experience sangat best. Saya dah lama dah tadi main macam race betul-betul rasanya. Tapi itulah. Dudak-dudak. Tapi okay lah, alhamdulillah it's a good race and insyaAllah jumpa lagi and manalah tahu jumpa Koma dekat dalam real track ke?
Jadi ada chat gitu balik. Ada chat ni. Saya nak kalah kau real track tu.
Thank you so much.
Alright, terima kasih ucapkan kepada semua hati jemputan kita dan bagi mereka yang menonton, pastikan anda terus menonton dan sebentar saja kita akan terus kepada track kita yang terakhir pada hari itu, race yang keempat untuk grand final top 10 kita dan pada perayaan acara ini kita akan bakal mengumumkan juara dan juga champion untuk Toyota Velocity Esports Championship 2020 dan jangan mana kita akan pasangkan terus kepada penulis kita. Take it away.
What's up, champions? Welcome to Toyota GR Velocity Esports Championship 2020. You're with me, Matthews Isaac, and also Victor Cass, the racing expert right next to me, where we are in the grand finals, where the top 10 racers will be battling for the prize pool of 70,000. Let's not forget about our sponsors of the day. It's going to be Toyo Tyres, alongside with Denso, and also TRD, Toyota Racing Development, and along with our partners, of course, it's going to be Ankai, Drive Energy, and also Moti. We had lots of amazing fun alongside with exhibition race, the celebrity race, and right now it is the real deal. The real business is here, and we are prepared for it.
Everything we've been doing this whole weekend is basically building up to this one moment here, this final race. This is going to be taking place in Spa-Francorchamps, and it's going to be in the rain. They're going to be using the Super Formula cars, so this is going to be a real treat for you guys at home. I mean, I literally cannot wait to see what's going to happen in this race because we certainly have a real championship battle on our hands. Mior, Taj, and Iqbal right now are in the running here to take the win. And basically right now they're separated by just barely minuscule amount of points, like 4 points between the top two in the championship. So you know that this last race is going to be where it all counts.
All right, so it's going to be intense. It's going to be exciting because this time it's going to be harder. It's not like the previous season. As different season comes in, the more difficult it gets. That's what racing is all about.
Yeah, I mean, I'm certainly glad like the level of competition, you know, that they've been doing year after year of this Velocity Championship has just been increasing, and this is no different. Like, we're just constantly throwing new challenges for all our sim racers to experience here, and I'm glad to see that they are really stepping up to the challenge. The top 10 drivers are racing with us right now. They're getting ready for that race, and I can't wait to see what's going to happen in the start.
Yeah, let's see who becomes the champion. And there you go, a little bit of a recap for the race results of Grand Finals Race 3, where we see on pole position is Mio Muhammad Hafiz taking away 54 points, and alongside with Taj Isrin on a 50 points, and on to P3 we see Muhammad Iqbal in 45 points, and on to P4 Arif bin Roslan carrying 33 points, and Luboy Kit Sony Kazo on P5 with 28 points. Pretty much almost the same on P6, where Xuan Jin is having a 28 points as well. On to P7 we see Muhammad Afif bin Suhaimi, 24 points. Rio Pandukasuma on P8 with 18 points. Chao Jen Ye with 14 points on P9, and Chong Kai Cheng is on P10. Not a really good day for Chong Kai Hin, but never mind that, because it all comes to the real deal. The top 3 who is going to be crowned as champions for this event.
Yeah, so here is reverse grid positioning. Again, they are taking the results from race number 3 to decide the grid positioning for race number 4. So Rio Pandukusuma is going to be starting in the front row together with Mu Suan Jing. Chong Kai Chang and Chao Yen Jie as well will fill up the second row. Muhammad Afif and Taj Isrin will be in the third row. Loy Woi Kit, Arif bin Roslan will be in the fourth, and Mir Muhammad Hafiz on the last row. So he has a huge mountain to climb here as far as the race will go. So this is certainly going to be a very interesting one, because you look at the gap between him and Taj Isrin, it's only 4 points. So all Taj really needs to do, right, is just get a very good start, and he already has a massive advantage coming in Muir, because Muir has to slowly climb his way up the grid. This is the racetrack, and this is the weather conditions. Completely wet over here in Belgium, down in Spa-Francorchamps. The car that we're going to be using here is the Toyota Dallara SF19 Super Formula. This is a Super Formula series in Japan car, and it's really the perfect car to use on this track.
Yeah, and it also looks almost like the Formula 1 car, of course. The brilliant designing and lots of engineering is being put onto it, and that's one of the reasons why we have been champions for 3 times.
And just look at the amount of spray the car throws up during the race. Like during that first lap when everyone's so close together, visibility is going to be a huge challenge here for the drivers, and I'm certainly interested to see how they will be able to handle it, especially when that first sector is so fast. You know, immediately after Eau Rouge and Radion, you're going to have a long uphill straight. So that's going to be where we start to see a lot of these guys trying to get the draft, but they're going to find that they basically can't see anything unless they're leading up ahead.
Exactly. So we are also having the point system. Maybe Victor can also talk about the point system that we're going to use in this grand finals.
It's still going to be the same, just like any other race. The winner is going to take 25 points. Second place is going to have 18 points. Third place is going to have 15 points. So really, I want to see the split there once we have the races underway. It looks like they are lining up on the grid, ladies and gentlemen. This is the final race here, the GR Velocity Esports Championship. Who will be taking home the crown? Who's going to be taking home 20,000 ringgit? We're going to be finding out in a few moments. Here comes the red lights. Once they go off, it is going to be go.
It's going to be very intense, but let's see what's going to happen. And Victor Cass, take it over from here.
All right, revving it up right now. The lights are out, and it's a go right now for the race. Drivers taking it very carefully. Looks like Taj Ayman gets a very good start. He's already slipping out into P4. He's going up to the P3. Can he take P2 now? He has an inside line to Kai Chang. Wow, look at that. Taking it all the way through. Getting out of the way on trouble. He stays ahead now. He only sees Rio ahead, and he knows that he has an opportunity now to take the lead. Going down towards Eau Rouge. It's a very fast section. They cannot go at full throttle here, even though they like to. They have to be very careful. Look at that. Taj Ayman almost loses it. We're going off Radion, but he still keeps it together and stays right behind Rio. He's starting to gain onto him. He gets a 1-second penalty because of cutting the line there, but he doesn't care. He wants to get in front of Rio. He breaks down, going through the chicanes now. Very slow, very cautious, very careful. He keeps it nice and tidy there and tucks it right behind Rio.
looks like this is a very good start here for race number 4.
Yeah, race number 4 is absolutely insane. We are into the lap, actually the turn 10 right now, and things are absolutely shaming up. Where we see Rio on the P1, a little bit of battle there, and he's going off the grid there, Victor.
Yeah, Mio Hafiz now made its way from the back of the grid
for me.
Yeah, he is on the way to the front now. He's in P5 after the start. There's a lot of places he's already made up from the start of the race, so I'm really glad to see that he's going to try to bring the chase now to touch Ayman. But right now, Kai Chang is facing a lot of trouble trying to go through this very fast the left-hand corner here. He's keeping up with Mio Hafiz though. He's trying to get the trap at least before they get to Blanchimont.
Yeah, so all the races are having a perfect Sector 1 for now, but we are into closing into Sector 2, and let's see what's going to happen right now. Still Sean there.
Yeah, so Swan Jing is now currently in P7. He's making sure that he doesn't get out of trouble too much, but then there's a huge train of cars that's just ahead of him right now. It's making it really hard for him to be able to keep up.
That is something that very, very insane. And those guys who just tuned in, welcome to the Toyota TR Velocity Esports Championship 2020. It's the insane grand finals happening right here where Taj Ayman trying to chase down his the lead man on top is actually Rio. That's the man that he's actually chasing down for now. And a very, very slow turn from here, because this is one of the crucial turns onto the turn 20, and it's going to be absolutely fantastic from here. We are going straight into the turn 1, the La Cosa actually.
Yeah, the last corner is pretty much one of the hardest corners.
It's very tight, man.
It's very hard to take even in the dry, so in the wet right now they need to be very careful about the throttle application coming out, because they have to be able to accelerate to the fullest once they hit that main straight. Now coming through, this is the battle for P6, and it's a 4-way battle that's unfolding before our very eyes. Swan Jing right now trying to chase out the Wicked. He's looking at you on the inside going down.
Oh, he's coming real fast from the back, man. Look at that.
Look at that.
Wicked is insane.
Wicked is catching up now.
Look at that.
He's going to be in trouble now because he has no way to defend this. Wicked will try to go alongside, going around the outside here. Can he knock up a
I talked about it. He's fabulous, man. He's fabulous.
A bit. He has a little bit of the inside. He's going to try to make an overtake, but Wicked
he
knocks him up just in the nick of time. Well done there. He takes P6.
Yeah, such an amazing overtake there, and it defends that line absolutely well. And it is still the same into P1 there. Taj Ayman is leading the line for now, and Rio drops to P2. Something that we need to look forward there, because both of the racers are having a perfect Sector 2, but still yet to find their perfect timing on Sector 1 and Sector 3.
Taj Ayman has nailed it. He's gone all the way to first place. He can hold this position here. He's pretty much guaranteed the champion. The only person who can stand in that way is Mio Hafiz, and right now he's stuck in P5. He needs to be able to climb it up. He needs to have a really good pit strategy in order to bring the chance to Taj Ayman. His championship hopes is over.
Yeah, it's absolutely over there, but never mind to that. We are closing in for another turn from here, where we see on board is actually Rio, and there you go, a little bit pressure coming there by Arif Roslan from the back. Really able to hold on the position, really able to hold on the pressure. It's up to the racers right now, because this is the wet condition. The pressure is on their shoulder, and a lot of things to take into the next turn.
Arif Roslan going to try to go around the outside. This is a very fast left-hand king, and he's basically nailed it there, staying in front of Rio. True there. There's no way for him to go. So Rio is going to drop down to P3. Arif Roslan now in a very good position. He can continue to chase now to Taj Ayman.
Yeah, that was absolutely insane there by Arif Roslan. Rio drops to P3, and a little bit of change there from P5 all the way to P10. We see Sean. Yeah, there you go. Exactly, Sean in P7 right now, and he's able to. Oh, he drops again to P8. That is something very, very unusual happening at the back. But never mind to that. We are into the lap 3 out of 18 for now.
Yeah, so right now Taj Ayman is a very commanding lead at the moment. It's going to take a while before Arif Roslan is going to be able to catch up. In the meantime, in the back of the grid here, Swan Jing seems to be having some issues dealing with the wet weather right now. Remember, because it's so wet, you have to be very careful where you apply throttle. There's no traction control available for the drivers to use here. So it's very easy for them to make a mistake and end up in the barriers, and that's exactly what they don't want to do. Arif Roslan now trying to make the chase onto Taj Ayman. That gap is still in about 1.7 seconds, so it's still quite a while before he's going to be able to keep up. But really, what's going to happen is the pit stops are going to determine a lot when it comes to the middle of this race.
Yeah, the pit stop, of course, that's what Victor always says. It's one of the most usual and also very important strategy when it comes to racing, because if you go wrong with the strategies, you might drop all the way to the back.
Yeah, Rio and Jenya currently locked
And you
in a
don't
battle.
want to be left at the back.
Of course,
Yes.
of course you don't. Well, speaking of which though, Rio and Jenya are still continuing their battles here. Miohab is not able to capitalize too much on that at the moment. He still needs to find an opening here to get past Jenya and Rio to get on the podium, but he still needs to get past Touch Ayman in order to win the championship. So this is a very tough race for him. I'm really hoping he can step up to the challenge.
Exactly, so that is Mio Hafiz, ataupun lebih dikenal sebagai anak muda Malaysia kita, iaitu Mio Hafiz berada di posisi 5, cuba merapatkan jurang yang kita nampak sekali ni ke P4, dan itu dia di P1 Touch Ayman. Mukanya sangat-sangat fokus, beliau sangat-sangat fokus pada kali ini, dan kita tunggu dan lihat apakah keputusan yang akan berlaku pada minit-minit terakhir.
You know he's in such a dominant
Yes,
place there, but
man.
he's looking so calm and focused there. He knows that he is in it to
This
win
is
it.
the real deal, bro.
Exactly, this
Yes.
is what it all comes down to. They've been racing all day long
Yes.
since this morning, and this is where it's going to count. So Taj Ayman now currently leading and taking it very slow and steady through this final chicane, the bus stop as it is traditionally known. Well, the thing is that there's no way for Mior to be able to set up an overtake on the Jenya quite unless Jenya makes a mistake. So now Mior Hafiz might have
He's
a
trying to
chance.
get the speed back from here.
Yeah, he's going to try his best here, but it's still Lasource is coming up, so they still have to brake very, very hard. Jenya has to be very careful to exit. If he makes a mistake here again, Miohab is going to be all over him through Radion. So Jenya holding it very nice and tidy. Miohab is still held at bay.
Oh, he's closing in there, Victor. He's still closing in a bit more for him. He's just waiting for one slight mistake coming in from Jenya, and he is getting closer and closer. He goes off the grid, and he goes in again. And I believe he is still, still Mio. Oh, he's going to get the penalty there.
It's of course because he cut the last bit of Radion there.
He felt the pressure coming from the back.
But he won a second penalty, can still be shaved off. It's not a big deal for him. But the thing is, now he's going to be ghosting going through here. So Jenya, he might have an opportunity here to just give the pressure here to Miohab and hope, and actually the opening opens up for him to get back up into P4.
Yeah, and still into P1 is Taj Ayman leading the line alongside Arif Roslan on P2. And a little bit of action coming in from the P6 to P10. Wukid climbs up all the way to P6. He's chasing down Jenya for now. And he's having a very good sector 2 timing for now. But I'm not sure what's going to happen in the upcoming laps.
I really want to see what happens when the first person goes into pits, because you can be guaranteed Taj Ayman and Mior, they want to stay on the same strategy with each other. They want to make sure that they don't lose out in terms of pace over the long run. So he's really keeping an eye on that. If the moment Taj Ayman goes to the pits, Mior knows this is going to be time to strike.
Absolutely. Dan sekarang kita nampak Ayetu on posisi 4 is actually going to be Mio Hafiz yang membawa kereta yang berwarna merah sekali ini. Itu dia, masih lagi beliau cuba untuk merapatkan jurang yang berada di kehadapan beliau, iaitu Rio, Arif Roslan dan juga Taj Ayman. Itu adalah satu-satu pressure yang beliau sangat-sangat perlu menantikan.
Yeah, the race is still very long. We're only 4 laps in, 18 laps.
Alright, now we have a clear picture.
Now 18 laps in this race here is going to be a very long and drawn out battle here, so it's going to be perfect here for Mio Hafiz to try to bring as much pressure he can to the rest of the podiums here. Rio right now, he looks like he's recovered pretty well. He's staying in P3 for now, and it looks like his pace is actually starting to pick up, so I think he's starting to gain a little bit more confidence on this wet track, which is really good to see.
Yeah, it's lap 5 out of 18, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be absolutely crazy right now, because this is the grand finals. All of them are fighting for the 70,000 prize pool for now, and they don't want to go all day. They just want to end this for now. They just want to end it over here, and it's going to be in the wet condition where Arif Roslan is into P2 for now.
Arif Roslan, he's still 2.9 seconds away from Taj Ayman, not looking like he's going to be closing in anytime soon. So again, they're just going to play race management for now. They know that the tires already aren't in the prime condition. It's just going to keep deteriorating from this point onwards. So they just have to manage that, make sure that the pace is still kept in the reasonable time, and to ensure that the deltas are always kept a net positive, a net negative. So Taj Ayman now currently having a very comfortable lead. He's certainly in command of not just this race, but in command of the championship as well.
Absolutely, a little bit changes on the back 5 all the way. We see where Wukid climbs up from P6 all the way to P5. and that is something insane for now because all he has to do is to chase down Mio Hafiz for now. But the pressure is on for him because the distance between him and Mio Hafiz is pretty much far.
Well, it's far, but
it is
still
far. It's like 1 minute
far.
plus, yeah.
It is far, but it's not insurmountable, especially once you consider that there's still going to be pit stops for this race here. But Jen Ye has picked up a 1.5-second penalty. He's managed to shave it down to 1.2 now, but it's certainly going to cost him a little bit if he wants to continue to race against Boykin. So that's the thing. That's the kind of things that the driver in the midfield has to consider right now. You know, right now you're not when you're not in contention with championship, you're going to be in contention for points because the 70,000 ringgit is going to be split up amongst the top 10 here. So any place you can make up here is going to certainly add to your total prize.
Absolutely, that is Mio Hafiz. Eat, sleep, race is all he does today because he's been climbing up the leaderboards ever since the start of the semi-finals, and here is into the grand final. He has a point to chase, and let's see if he's able to become the champion for this.
Here's the thing though, Taj Ayman is still sending best lap after best lap. His last lap was 219.
He is on vacation for now, man.
Yeah, no one is touching 219 so far in this race, so I think Taj Ayman is in a very secure position. However, I fear that he might be wasting a lot of his tires grip here, which means that his stint might actually be much shorter compared to the rest of the grid.
Yeah, talking about timing, a little bit of information there. Valtteri Bottas from F1 sets the fastest lap time over here, which is 1.46.286. That's insane, bro.
That's insane. Like, these guys are still lapping like over 2 minutes.
Yeah.
F1 car is already doing
and that man went over the board actually. And that's Taj Ayman having a very comfortable lead up front there.
You know, speaking about Spa as well,
yeah.
this is pretty much my favorite track in all the Grand Prix circuits because number one, it has a rich history. It used to be one of the original tracks during the F1 championship. It's also the track that Michael Schumacher had his debut in.
Wow.
It was the year that it was actually possible to go through Eau Rouge and Radion and downhill to uphill in full throttle.
Wow.
So it was very momentous year that Schumacher joined into F1, and certainly one that I deeply remember, you know, all years back.
To actually hear that because this track is absolutely iconic. Well, as usual, the grand finals we give the best.
And the best is certainly yet to come here. So Taj Ayman still maintaining a very, very good lap here. I mean, last lap was 219. Best lap still 219. No one else has touched that timing at all through all the entire leaderboard. Like Ari Roslan still in the 220s. Rio still in the 220s. Muir is still in the 220s. So he's not able to find an advantage here. So he's definitely trying to play the long game here. He's trying to keep these wet tires last for as long as possible so they can outmaneuver Taj Ayman just based on pit strategy alone.
Absolutely there. So we are into lap 6 out of 18. Not much, a long way to go. We are almost halfway there. And we are absolutely, interestingly to see lots and lots of actions happen in this wet track for now. And that is Janye in P6 trying to catch up his challenger on the top there. Oh, I'm not sure what happened to Arif Rosai. Slows down there, but this is one of the most crucial places to slow down there, Victor.
Yeah, because this chicane, right, it goes a little bit uphill. So some drivers who are not experienced on this track will sometimes apply the throttle way too early. You actually had to delay the throttle just a little bit to get your car in the right orientation first before you start to accelerate out of the corner. And a lot of amateur drivers tend to forget that. And especially in a race in the wet like this, you know, where you have to be very gentle on the throttle, you always got to constantly watch that last corner there because if you spin out, that's it. Your race is done.
Race is done. So we are using one of the amazing cars in here. Talk to us a little bit about the car that they are actually using to race here, man.
This is part of the Japan Super Formula Series. It's considered one of the junior formulas that you go to before you actually make your step towards F1. Of course, if you do win the Super Formula Championship, you still have to go through like the F2 series or maybe the F3 series. But it certainly gives the drivers a little bit of a taste of what it's like to drive a high-powered open-wheeler car.
Absolutely. That's a little bit of information about the race car we are using for the grand finals for this. And right now we see onto the P2 is actually Arif Roslan, and Taj Ayman is far, far away. There's a saying, you know, the faster you go, the more friends you lose.
Yeah, indeed. Well, Arif Roslan now is starting to close that gap between him and Taj Ayman. So I'm wondering, is that because he's actually losing out time? I'm seeing that Taj Ayman is still setting up his personal best sector 2 time. So I don't think he's facing any issues in terms of pace. But Arif Roslan certainly is starting to step it up. He's already set the fastest sector 2 of this race so far, and it's already in the 2:19. So he's starting to catch up to Taj Ayman, and this could only be this can only make Mio Hafiz smile, because he knows the worse that Taj Ayman can do, the better his chances of overtaking him in the championship.
Absolutely. So a little bit of information what's happening in the backstages there. It's Kai Chang. He's into P10. He's not having a good time, but he did record some good moments in Sector 2, but it's not good enough on Sector 1 and Sector 3. If he wants to do something special, he needs to climb this mountain for now. And here we see Iqbal Suji in P7 trying to chase down Janye, who's sprinting real fast from him. From P6 actually. Oh, look at this man! Iqbal Suji!
Oh! Iqbal Suji, he's third in the championship. He's getting a lot of points off of this here. Janye, unfortunately, had to concede, but he's not giving up yet. He's not giving up.
He's not giving up.
Iqbal going into the chicane, but now this is the exit. This is going to be very crucial. Very challenging here. Iqbal trying to take around the inside.
Oh, a little bit of bump there.
Very easy. Oh,
no, he loses it.
Oh, that was so close.
Loses it.
Oh, but Janye, he spun a little bit there. He went loose, so he isn't able to get up the top speed. So Iqbal has another chance to make an overtake.
He might. No, it looks like. Oh, he has the chance here.
He had the chances there. Iqbal is right up against the tail.
The chances, man, Victor.
They have to. Iqbal, he wants to get as many points as he can to secure his current third placing here. So Janye now is under immense pressure coming down through his Radion. Iqbal Suji needs to keep close enough. He's not actually closing the gap now. Janye is far ahead, so I don't think Iqbal will be able to set up an overtake by the time they get to the chicane.
Yeah, the smell of the rain pouring down all the way to Second Spa, and it's absolutely insane for now. And there is Janye in P6. And a little bit of on the information on the back, we see Bukit still managing to hold on his P5, but he has a tough time to climb because he's facing Mio Hafiz in P4, and that's going to be something real challenging for him. And if he's able to do something special, he might get into the top 3.
Yeah, so lap times wise, Taj Ayman now dropping to the 220, so he's starting to feel the degradation on his tires now. It's going to be a question of how long can he last from this point onwards. Mio Hafiz has been consistently lapping 220s. He's not even touched the 219s yet. I expect he's going to try to push for that when he gets to the next stint, but it's certainly going to be a very tough race ahead for Mio Hafiz, because in order for him to maintain the lead and win the championship, he has to get past Taj Ayman, who is in the lead.
Alright, so that's a big task for him for now, and that is Taj Ayman. That's what we were talking earlier on, where we have a closer look on him, where he's having a very comfortable lead up front. He has not much of a challenge, not much of a pressure behind him, and he is still going far away from all his challenges for now.
We're already reaching the halfway point here. If he crosses the line, we're going to be going into lap 9. Is he going to come into the pits though? This is a big
question.
The
biggest question for now.
Yeah, so Arif Roslan following closely behind him. No, Taj Ayman stays out. He stays out on track here, so he's going to continue on with this current set of tires.
He has some kind of different strategy going on in his head, but that's up to him. It's the races who decide how they're going to win this. We are just the commentators.
Yeah, I'll leave the racing to the actual co-drivers here. But yeah, Arif Roslan now, he's still 3 seconds behind Taj Ayman. He's not really closed that gap in any significant way yet. So really, he's still just watching Taj Ayman's pit timings here. He wants to ensure that at least he stays within the same strategy as he is.
Yes, absolutely. So we are into lap 9 out of 18. We are approaching into the 7th corner, and that's him there. A little bit of look on him. He's absolutely glued to the steering wheel there. His face is absolutely focused on the track because he knows one small inch of a mistake can cause a lot of damage for him.
Okay, Mio Hafiz now is getting into the 221, so the tire degradation is also hitting him as well. Is he going to go try a pit though, because Taj Ayman is still in the 220s on that last lap?
Not sure what's going to happen there, man, because it's all up to them. And on the other side there, the tires, those are one of the important things to look for now.
So I tell you what, like Arif Roslan could be in a good place here to jump several places in the championship. He can finish in 2nd place. I mean, this is certainly the best he could hope for, even though that he's not currently on top of the leaderboard. At least he's going to go home with a big chunk of that prize pool.
Definitely there, Arif Roslan. And still, we see Mio Hafiz in P4 trying to chase down a lot of things from there. Bukit still managing to hold on his P5 position. Janye goes up into P7. Not sure what happened in the back there, but it still remains the same for Kai Chan. I'm not sure what's happening over there at the back there, man. Is he having a bad day or something?
don't know, man. I mean,
He's been having bad days for the entire grand finals.
There's been lots of up and down throughout this whole championship. I mean, you've got unexpected winners like Swan Jing, taking it in race number 2. I mean, this could have been his moment here, but unfortunately he didn't quite get the start he was looking for. So it's kind of a shame there, really, to see him down in P8, because we know that he is a perfectly capable driver. Now, the thing is, Wicked, he's been very consistent in that midfield. I mean, we always see him either in like 4th or 5th.
He's good to P5 for now.
Yeah. Indeed, he is.
Indeed, he is. And
Alright,
he goes into the pit for now.
Yeah, he's going to the pits now,
Touch
so it's going to be a very big moment here. Where is he going to end up? Mior Hafiz, is he going to be going in the pits as well? I already see him sending his personal best in Sector 2, so this is going to be a very crucial moment now for Touch Ayman. Can he still
hear the sound of the change, man?
Yeah, is he going to be able to maintain the lead though?
We will wait and find out until the teams are ready and he is off and running.
Yeah, he needs to refuel though, because he needs to make sure that this stint can last. He's going to try to make this a one-stop strategy, so it's a very, very crucial moment for him. Now
he goes there, man.
Alright, is he going to be able to stay ahead?
Oh, it's a big question for now.
Touch Ayman, okay.
Alright.
So he ends
pretty
up just
decent
behind
position
Rio.
for now.
So he's behind Rio right now, but it's okay, because Mior Hafiz is still in the pits. He's waiting to come out here because he's still taking on fuel. So this is still playing very well into Touch Ayman's hand. He still has a chance to win this championship.
Yeah, Iqbal Suji is also in P3 and P4 coming closely. It's actually Arif Roslan, and that is something to actually watch. I mean, someone or anything for now, man. Anything can happen in this race.
Yeah, maximum throttle there for Iqbal Suji. He still wants to catch Touch Ayman, who has just come out of the pits. His tires are probably not up to snuff quite yet, but Iqbal, this is his only window right now to try to get past Touch Ayman and hopefully be able to put some command into this championship right now. But Touch Ayman is certainly not making his job any easier here, and he's taking it very, very safe through this corner, which actually has a bit of a bad camber. So drivers will have to be taking it very cautiously, especially in the wet. But look at that, they're still handling it like a total champ here, still keeping that gap relatively close here. They're still about half a second away. This is kind of good, but the thing is, Iqbal Suji, he is going to have to pit.
He has to pit,
So the thing is, that he's not able to get past Touch Ayman. I fear that his chances of actually being a challenge to the championship might be over.
It might be over. The Titanic ship is sinking for now, but it's all about how long it's going to stay on the top. That's the biggest question until it sinks. But never mind, it might bounce back once it's out into Titanic 2.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, Iqbal still continuing to chase.
Yes,
He's actually gaining. He's actually gaining onto Touch Ayman as he comes into the final sector here. So this is going to be a fast section. Can Iqbal actually find the top speed he needs to get past Touch Ayman? He will not have the grip, that's for sure. So that's the thing. He needs to be able to stay ahead of Touch Ayman, at least alongside him, to even have a chance to pass.
Ya, itu sekarang kita nampak on position 3 itu Iqbal Suji cuba merapatkan jurang daripada Touch Ayman yang berada di hadapan di situ. Dan sekarang ni kita berada di turn 20. Dan ini adalah satu-satu turn yang agak challenging. Terkuat situ lah. Sampai kita putus asa. Aduh.
Kecil lah saya. Ingat dia nak terbabas tadi. But in any case, yeah, Iqbal Suji is going to go into the pits. He knows that he's out of fuel. There's no way he can continue on in this condition. So unfortunately, he's going to have to.
He gave a little bit of heart attack for me, man.
I know. Yeah. So right now, Touch Ayman will inherit the lead. He is currently in command of this race and the championship. If he can keep this up, he will be your winner. But he needs to bring it home. There's still 7 more laps. 7 laps where anything can still happen.
Ya, mampukah beliau cuba mengekalkan posisi hingga ke minit-minit terakhir. Kita tunggu dan lihat apa yang akan berlaku dalam race ini kali ini. Itu kita nampak itu Touch Ayman yang berada di turn 7 menghadap ke turn 8. Beliau berada di hadapan. Tiada siapa yang boleh untuk challenge beliau daripada belakang. And there is not much of a pressure for him sebenarnya.
Yeah, Arif Roslan now has just set the fastest lap of the session at 2:19.5. There's nobody at the back. There's nobody at the back right now because he's 8 seconds ahead of him.
Yes.
But at least Arif Roslan is actually catching up in pace, but it's going to be a very long shot for him to actually make it and continue to challenge Touch Ayman. Maybe a top 4, but I think P2 is looking very likely here as long as he doesn't make a mistake here and allow Rio to pass.
If he able to pull a rabbit out of a hat, hard work always beats talent, as we all know. So right now we see Rio onto P3 and Rio still holding on into his P4 there, man.
Yeah, he's still just hanging on there for
but
now.
But nothing beats Mr. Consistent Bukit onto P5 all the way from lap 1 until lap 11. He's still P5, man.
I really wish to see him on a podium one of these days.
Oh,
I mean,
definitely.
Has deserved
He
it.
might be getting there. We never know.
Never know.
We never know.
We still have another Velocity Championship next year.
Yes. It's not the end yet.
Not the end at all. Not the end at all for any of the drivers here even, because anything can still happen in the next 7 laps. We're still on wet condition here, so they're still skating on thin ice here. They have to make sure that they have the grip. They're able to find it through some of these fast corners, and they should be able to keep it nice and clean.
Absolutely there. So a little bit of changes on the back 5. We see Kai Chang going up all the way to P8 from P10. There is something to watch forward there. And Mio Hafiz did absolutely well onto Sector 3, holding on into his P4. And a look onto P3, which is Rio right now, trying to close down as much as gap he can ahead of Afif Roslan there, man.
Yeah, again, you see that, like the way he actually took that last corner.
Yeah.
He had to straighten his car out before he can actually apply throttle. And that's pretty much what he had to do in the wet.
This is a lot to think, actually.
A lot to think.
Yeah.
And especially when you're trying to chase after someone as fast as Arif Roslan right now, it's making it even super hard. So that's why, like, Rio is really bringing everything out of himself in order to try to keep this up and stay, can have that P2 in his sights.
Absolutely, ladies and gentlemen. That is one of the reasons why all these races, the top 10 races, are absolutely special, and they are battling for the prize pool of 70,000. Let's see who will be crowned as champions for Toyota GR Velocity Esports Championship 2020.
Alright, so right now Taj Ayman's still in the lead. He's in the lead by a whole country mile, 8.9 seconds.
He's having a vacation for now.
I mean, he's basically untouchable at this point, so I really wonder what Miro Hafiz could even do at this point to try to overcome that. It really is boils down to whether or not Taj Ayman can keep this pace up all the way to the end, because, like, again, this is going to be his final stint here. He's not going to be going to the pits anytime soon. He's going for that one-stop strategy. Pretty much everyone on this grid is going for that one-stop strategy, so there's really no difference in the pit strategy. It's really down to raw pace at this point.
Yeah, raw pace. Talking about raw pace, this is one of the iconic racing tracks in the world, and it's the second is Franco Champs. And we are having our grand finals in the virtual world over here, and that is something even special.
Riding on board with Mio Hafiz. He does see Rio just ahead of him though, so maybe it's some potential to catch up. He's still got a 2.7-second gap to try to make up to him though, so it's still a very long shot here from Mio Hafiz, but pretty confident that he will still try his best.
Yeah, he's definitely going to do everything he could there, and still Mr. Consistent into P5 and onto P6. We see Iqbal Sudi kind of battling up. It's Afif Suhaimi in P7, but a little bit of changes there in the P8 all the way to P10. Jenya drops all the way to P10, and Kai Chang climbs all the way to P8. That's Iqbal Suji for you, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, Iqbal Suji, 5 seconds behind Wicked, 5 seconds ahead of Afif Suhaimi. He's pretty much on his lonesome here, so if he just keeps it nice and comfortable in this position, I think he should be able to get a good amount of points here. I'm not too sure if it's going to be possible for him to retain 3rd place in the championship here, because like the other guys just behind him, they're only maybe about 1 or 2 points apart in terms of points here. I mean, especially when you look at drivers like Arif Roslan, like he only has 33 points, so if he finishes in P2, he could actually overtake Iqbal when it comes to the championship.
Absolutely, approaching the Camel Straight off the track, just leading straight into the turn 7, where Ria is sprinting across the straight line, and let's see if he's able to climb all the way to the top. But having a P3 is not a big issue as well, but on the other side, everyone wants to be in the P1. But if it's going to be settled down into P3, that's a different game, because we see Mr. Consistent is still P5.
Well, for the rest of the championship here,
what do you think about Wukid, man?
Sorry?
What do you think about Wukid?
I mean, the guy is persistent. Like, he's
right?
pretty much followed that ethos of just never giving up. You know, he's competed in most of basically all sim racing events you can actually attend. And consider the fact that he's from Penang, he actually took the time out to just drive all the way down here just to compete in this event. That's how dedicated this man is.
Wow.
So I really hope that one of these days I'm able to see him on the top step of that podium.
Definitely, he has the potential. Eat, sleep, race is all he has in his head for now. And there you go, a look on to Arif Roslan, who is into P2 for now.
Yeah, Arif Roslan could actually end up being the biggest winner in this race in terms of how many positions can make up in the championship, because again, like finishing in P2 means you get 18 points. That should be enough to actually get past Muhammad Iqbal's current standings here. So that's the thing. Arif Roslan, he really needs to try and keep this P2 position. It's his best hope right now of getting as much points as he can in order to be able to get a good position in the championship.
Yeah, the good position is what everyone is chasing on the track. Ladies and gentlemen, we are into lap 13 out of 18, and still Taj Aiman is having a vacation on the top, while the rest of the other racers are fighting for a spot in P3 all the way to P4. And a little bit of not much of a changes from the back actually. It still remains the same on to P10 all the way to P5.
9-point difference right now between the finishing position of Arif Roslan and Iqbal.
9-point difference?
Yeah, 9-point difference in terms of like how much you can make up for. So the difference between the two of them in the championship as it stands right now, 45 points here to 33. So that is like, this is just within a margin, honestly.
It's getting closer and closer. It's heating up as much as we want it to be. And Mio Hoff is in P6 now, huh?
Yeah. I mean, not too sure exactly what happened there. I mean, didn't seem to have any issues during the race here, so he's dropped down a couple
the man
places.
just went from P4 all the way to P6, and this time we see Mr. Consistent climbing up the Mount Kinabalu we just saw, and that is Bukit going all the way up.
If we could actually pick up a podium here.
Oh, that is what the man wants.
Okay, it's still a very long shot. He's still 7.8 seconds away from Rio, so it really only boils down to a mistake on Rio's part here in order for him to have a chance. But I can tell you what, his pace here is looking very, very good. So as long as he can keep it up and make no mistakes at all, he should still have a chance even to get on the podium, as long if Rio does make a mistake and he capitalizes on it.
Yeah, that is what Mr. Consistent is all about. We have another 4 more laps remaining, ladies and gentlemen, and let's see what's going to happen in the next 4 laps for now. A look on Rio there, onto P3. What do you think about Rio, man, so far? Still holding the P1 all the way to P3.
He certainly had his up and downs. Like there are some races where he couldn't really put in a good performance, but in others, like he's been fantastic. So I mean, admittedly a bit of an enigma for me in terms of like where does he stand amongst the drivers here. But the fact that he actually managed to get a really okay start at the beginning here and still actually maintains P3 here, I think that says a lot as far as his ability as a driver is concerned.
Yes, the track is absolutely wet as the rain bursts down under the lands of Belgium for now. That is Rio in P3. Talking about wet tracks, what do you think about the tires? I mean, the requirements of the tires for such a intense track, man.
I mean, he just has to be able to get water out of the way.
Out of the way,
that's all you need there for a wet weather tire, to be honest. But really, like, it completely changes the field here, because like you cannot really follow like the same braking points, the same racing line as you would do in the dry. You have to actually actively search and find where the grip is, because it can actually even change, you know, from lap to lap. So that kind of adds a little complexity, especially when it comes to wet racing. However, in GD Sport, I'm not exactly sure whether that really applies here. You do see some places where you get standing water.
Yeah.
So those are places that in the real world you want to try to avoid, because you know that the water that your tires has to push aside in order for you to find a grip.
Yeah, the grip there. And that is how real this game gets, ladies and gentlemen. Because they are doing everything they could to make it as real as possible. So right now, a look on the P1 Taj Aiman, having a very, very comfortable lead up there. He doesn't have anything to think about. All he needs to do is just go across his lap, finish his laps, and all the way to the checkered flag.
He just needs to bring it home. I mean,
yeah,
he
just needs to bring it home.
He's just so close. 3 more laps here, and Taj Aiman will win race 4. So he just needs to keep it together. He needs to keep it calm right now, keep it steady, and bring this race home.
Yes, he definitely needs to. Arif Roslan in P2. He doesn't have a long chance, or he doesn't have much chance for Taj Mahan to catch it up there, but then never mind to that. And we see into P5 all the way to P10. Afif Suhaimi climbs to P7, Mio drops to P6. I wonder what happened to Mio Afif, man.
Yeah, we didn't quite catch it in the broadcast early on, but he dropped a couple of places early on. He was in P4, and it was kind of...
He was sustaining that P4.
No, he was sustaining it for a very long time, so I was surprised to actually see that he actually dropped a couple of places there. But nevertheless, you know, the race is not over until it is over. We'll see whether or not Mio Hafiz can make a comeback here, but it's definitely still going to be very hard. I have to admit.
Absolutely. We didn't catch some of the actions, but never mind to that, because at the end of the day, the races can also go under investigation if we miss something. Yeah, something special that me and Victor didn't get to see. But we are into lap 15 out of 18, ladies and gentlemen. This is the grand final of this entire event. It's going to be massive. It's going to be incredible because maybe Taj Aiman can bring it home.
Remember, Muir at this point right now is in the lead of the championship because Taj Aiman made such a good start from P5, managed to get himself all the way to the front there with a cracking first lap. I mean, that single-handedly actually handed him the race here. So the thing is that, again, he just has to bring it home. There's still still a couple of laps to go here. Still a lot of chances for him to actually make a mistake. So he just has to keep it nice and clean. And given that he already has like, what was this, a 7.8 second gap, like, I mean, it's really comfortable. Like, he doesn't actually need to push at all even to be able to bring it home. So he just has to take it very nice and cautious, and he should be able to win the race.
Absolutely. I tell you what there, Victor, one of the most interesting part of the entire race is when it nears the end, because the pressure is a little bit more massive, 10 times I would say, and that's where we tend to see drivers or racers tend to make a little bit of mistake and lose their positions. We saw that earlier in the semi-finals and also the grand final race 1 and 2.
Yeah, not a lot of close racing happening, especially given that this is towards the end of the race. It's all about managing the margins now. You're just trying to make sure that your tires can last until they get to the end of the race here. You're trying to make sure that you keep the lines nice and steady. You're trying to ensure that you don't apply too much throttle in the wrong places here. I mean, again, when you're racing in the wet here, it's almost as if you're walking a tightrope. You know, a little bit too much on one side or the other, and you find yourself falling off of that rope.
Alright, that is something every racer needs to watch out. Pretty sure they are all trained for such situations, and as what Victor says, it is absolutely crazy to be on the track, because I'm not sure the type of mentality, the type of requirements that you need to be in the track is absolutely massive, ladies and gentlemen. So right now on board there we see Mio Hafiz in P6 trying to catch all the way up there, but then he dropped a little bit of position, which is something we are wondering for now. He was in P4 earlier on, he was battling against Buikit, and he drops all the way to 6. Something happened over there. We will later on find out, maybe if there's a highlight or something. But never mind.
Nothing can keep this man down. I mean, he's still smiling, he's still gesturing the camera there.
Yeah, he's relaxed, he's relaxed,
he's confident. Even though he's in P6 right now and he knows that this championship might be lost, but he's still going to be racing all the way to the end there. This man embodies the spirit of a sim racer.
Tell me about it, man. We have seen him in different competitions, a lot of other competitions as well. The man is doing absolutely perfect. Look at his confidence when he makes the turn, man.
Well, I mean, he's been doing it over and over again, but still, you know, it's a shame that I really wanted to see him keep the battle up with Taj Aiman, but Taj Aiman is so far ahead right now that it's really a matter of him just not making a mistake here. So again, like right now, everything is pretty much settled. I don't see any battles unfolding here. You know, maybe the only two people are close right now is Abdul Suhaimi as well as Kai Chang, but it's still 1.7 seconds away. So it's still kind of hard, I think, even for Abdul, who's currently lapping at 2:23s, to be able to catch up with Kai Chang.
Exactly. So tonton yang perempuan yang sedang menonton kali ini, kita berada di pusingan 17 out of 18, dan sekarang kita nampak Afif Suhaimi berada di tangga ke-8, cuba merapatkan jurang, tapi nampaknya jarak terlalu jauh untuk beliau untuk merapatkan di situ. Dan masih lagi Taj Aiman kekal berada di posisi pertama bersama dengan Arif Roslan di posisi 2. Rio cuba merapatkan jurang dan Bukit cuba untuk melangkah ke hadapan. Mungkin ke tangga ketiga. Kita tunggu dan lihat apakah yang akan berlaku di saat-saat terakhir pada last lap.
Alright, Afif Suhaimi now, he does see Kai Chang, but he's still at least 2 seconds away. It's still going to be very hard for him to close up the gap though. But in any case, riding right now with Taj Aiman, your race leader and potentially your championship winner. Right now, he is on his second to last lap. After he crosses his line, it's all about bringing it home. So Taj Aiman now coming through Blanchimon. The chicane is going to be coming up next, so you're going to see where he's going to be going great. He's going to find it a little bit early, I expect. Yeah, indeed, he plays it really, really early. Slows down just enough to get past that first part of chicane. Then when he comes to the second part, he's keeping it very neutral, waiting until he see the next turn coming up before he finally puts pedal to the metal. And he's actually climbing it very gently, very gradually, which is as you do when you're racing the wet.
I gotta tell, man, Touch Aiman is like, you know, he's driving through the Federal Highway for now, man.
Well, dia
Going
bawa
down.
kereta
Macam bawa dekat Highway Federal kali. Tak ada siapa. Macam bawa pada waktu malam.
Alright, he's coming now to my favorite part of Spa. Going down Eau Rouge, up Radion. Look at that, nice and clean and tidy, no cuts whatsoever.
No pressure for him,
pressure
bro.
at all,
No pressure
but he's
for
still
him.
pushing it so well.
Yes.
Now up the Camel Straight, this is completely uphill now. He's reaching the limit of his engine, going close to 300 kilometers per hour before he brakes for the next chicane. This is going to be Les Coombs right now. He's keeping it very nice and tidy. Taj Aiman, he knows he's within the cusp of victory here as he's making his parade lap. Coming down now towards Bruxelles. This is a very important corner here. Very bad camber. So he has to take it slow and steady. Look at that. Keeping it nice. Keeping it tidy. He is certainly feeling very confident behind that wheel. Now coming down towards turn 11. And immediately after that will be Puhan, which is a very, very fast left-hand bender that has two apexes, both of which he has to hit.
He's gonna go all the way for it, I'm pretty sure. The man has been on a top form for now. He is just driving through like he's driving on a big, big holiday there, man.
He's practically driving a Sunday drive right now.
Definitely,
I mean, today is Sunday.
Today is Sunday, and he is going for a Sunday drive because there's nobody at the back of him giving any sort of problem for Touch Aiman. And he was like, mana lah korang? Tak nampak pun, dekat mana?
Ayo, mana orangnya? But in any case now, Touch Aiman just bringing it in. He's in the final sector now. Only Blanchimon is left, and then chicane, and then that will be the win. So Touch Aiman now, bring it home, buddy. Bring it to the home run.
Yeah, man. He is definitely going to bring all the way home, I'm pretty sure there. Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee, I would say, Touch Aiman.
His fans right over here are already celebrating him.
Yes.
They know that he is here for the win
All
now.
right, the last time, man, the last
bus
time.
stop. All right, last two corners now.
Look at him, he's very, very
Keep
focused.
it steady. All right, all right.
Cantik di
All right,
situ.
see
Itu
finish
dia.
line. Got it, come on, go, go, go.
He's gonna go all the way to the checkered flag dan itu dia tahniah diucapkan kepada Touch Aiman. Satu performa yang sangat-sangat baik daripada anak Malaysia kita. Touch Aiman, itu dia.
I love the fact that his face is literally a sigh of relief because he knows that it's over. He doesn't have to suffer anymore through this wet race. Congratulations there to Touch Aiman for winning race number 4.
Yeah, and on to P2 we see Arif Roslan, and P3 we see Rio, and P4 is going to be Wukid alongside with Iqbal in P5. Mio, unfortunately something happened, I'm sure, and he finishes into P6, and 7 is Kai Chang, and here comes Afif Suhaimi, who had pretty much a trouble there. And he goes
go with
into-
stylish one,
Yeah.
just like what Rio did earlier on. So I mean, it's the end. It's the end. Come on, they're perfectly within their rights here to just go ahead and crash the cars because there's no need for it anymore, right?
Definitely, man. But what a race. It was intense. It was incredible. As what expectations was, we give more than what
Okay,
we
the
can
last
offer,
man,
bro.
the last man is coming
Yeah,
to
the
the line.
last
Come
man,
on,
the last
guys,
man.
come on, give it together here for Jenya. I mean,
Kita
come on,
nak drift,
this
kita
guy
nak drift,
deserves
kita nak
your
drift.
support
Come
here
on,
for
come
finishing
on.
this race. All right.
Yeah, itu dia, Jenya.
All right, come across the line, buddy. Come on. Make it a P10. Round up this
Lagi
race here.
Jenya.
That is
Itu
it.
dia, itu dia Jenya. Menghabiskan race seperti habis dalam posisi pertama, tapi tidak mengapa. And itu dia. What a race it was, buddy.
Oh my God, the start. Look at
There
that.
you go. Tahniah diucapkan kepada Touch Aiman. Pemenang untuk race 4 Grand Final. Kita tunggu dan lihat apakah final result yang akan ditunjukkan sebentar lagi. Anda bersama saya, Matthews Isaac dan juga Victor Cass yang sudah pun mengulas dalam dua bahasa sebenarnya. Dalam English pun ada, BM pun ada. Nasib baik Cina tak masuk sebenarnya.
I mean, 我也可以讲华语吧？
Yes.
你要我讲华语也可以吧？
Oh man, itu dia.
But in any case, that
Yes.
was a cracking grand finals there.
Crack, guys,
Yeah,
crack.
so
lit,
good.
lit, lit.
Yeah, absolutely lit. I mean, congratulations to Taj Ayman. He nailed that start. I mean, man, I really would love to see that on a replay again because
Definitely,
you know,
bro.
going from P5 all the way to P2 and then overtaking to pick P1. I mean, that move alone already secured him a championship. So wow, that was incredible.
To be honest, I really love this track as much as what Victor was telling me from the start. It was massive. It was amazing. It was outstanding track, especially in a wet condition. We saw lots of dramas, but in the end of the day, Taj Ayman was incredible. He was on the top form in race 4.
I mean, I think the car could actually move a little bit faster if it didn't have to carry the weight of the balls that Taj Ayman had in that first lap.
Definitely, man.
Oh, I kid. But again, it's been such a pleasure, you know, to witness all the top 10 drivers all across Malaysia
was great.
competing here in one spot. I mean, you know, this is the first eSport event in Malaysia to actually have the participants on ground. And I'm really glad for it, you know, because we can actually see them in person here, you know, celebrating, you know, all the trials and tribulations.
I just felt like I was in a real place now. Oh, the crowd voice, it was amazing. Although it's a close event.
Yeah. So I guess, yeah, I mean, our job is technically done.
Definitely, man. So those of you guys who just tune in, I just want to welcome you.
You guys basically missed out.
Yeah, you guys basically
now.
missed out one of the best races that happened for now. So those of you guys who just tune in, I'm just going to make a short intro. Welcome to Toyota GR Velocity Esports Championship 2020. You're alongside with me, Matthews Isaac, and also Victor Cass. We are at the end of our show, actually, because we just finished the grand finals of race 4. We're just waiting for the result, the final result to be revealed real soon. And on the other side, let's not forget to thank our sponsors for the event. It's none other than Toyo Tires, Denso, alongside with TRD, Toyota Racing Development, and not to forget their partners. It's going to be Ankai, Drive Energy Drink, and also Moti. This event was spectacular, beyond expectations, and it is one of the biggest e-racing simulation events in Malaysia, and it proved a point today.
Yeah, it did indeed. And before I go, I actually want to give a shout out to the event crew here who actually made this event a success. And also a big thank you to UMW Toyota, you know, for giving us the opportunity, you know, to grace this event. I mean, it's been a fantastic weekend for me. I mean, I can go to bed really happy now.
Yeah, we all sure can there. But what a race it was, what an event it was. I was out of my seats. I was basically standing.
Yeah,
there was one
I?
time the camera was focusing on. I was like, why are you showing me standing, man? Show the race, because it was absolutely amazing. So, what a race it was, and we gotta thank Toyota for lots and lots of hard work that was put into this. And talking about the racing development, what do you think about the racing development?
Oh,
the things that Toyota has been doing all this while, especially winning the 24 Hours Le Mans for 3 consecutive years, man. That was absolutely insane of a record.
I want to see them continue to push greater heights. I mean, you know, Toyota used to be in F1. I would love to see them actually come back again. I mean, I would love to see, you know, Toyota come back on top when it comes to motorsports. I mean, they've been doing a really good job here, you know, just supporting the local motorsports community. And I wish them really all the best, you know, in all the endeavors in the future.
Yes, that was amazing. The amazing work done by Toyota. I would say thank you so much to them. A big credit goes to them. And we also had lots of fun today. We had the exhibition race. We saw a few celebrities coming in. We saw eSport races coming in. It was amazing, man.
Yeah, it certainly was.
Yeah, it was absolutely insane because we saw how they were racing, and it was really fun to watch until we bring the real deal. But never mind to that, we're going to put a pause right now, and we are going to throw this straight into the host of the day, which is Flower. Flower, take it on.
Thank you very much for the amazing commentaries right there by Matthews Isaac and Victor Cax. And that concludes round number 4 for all top 10 grand finals right here at the Toyota Gazoo Racing Velocity Esports Championship. And of course, we get back again together at the talk show, and joining me together is none other than Low Weight Kid on my right, and together with Muhammad Iqbal and Muhammad Suji. How are you guys doing?
Yeah, very fine, but very tired, especially after that last race. You know, a wet race, even if it is short, it's going to be very tiring, especially for every person. They have to control the car almost every time, but for 40 minutes, really gruesome.
All right, let's begin.
Yeah, hi. So, just now the race was, for me, it's very
exhausted.
Yeah, you can actually sense it in their voice, and you know it's been a really tiring day. I mean, other than the last track itself, you guys have been going through a long and tiring day. Yesterday, you guys had to compete in semi-finals where you've been put in 2 separate groups and stuff, and managed to make it into the top 10 today. Itself, yeah, you had to race 4 times. I mean, like compared to yesterday, you only have to go to 2 tracks, right? Now,
Yes.
may I ask how many times have you been together for the Toyota Gazoo Racing Velocity Esports Championship?
This is my second time, to be honest. Last time was last year, but I only got into quarterfinals, got a bit of a scuffle there, so didn't really manage to go through. But yeah, quarterfinals last year, then gladly in the finals this year.
Yeah. How about yourself?
So this is my third year of participating this GR Velocity. The first year I didn't make it to top 20, and then my second year I did make it to top 40, but I was eliminated in the early stage. And yeah, this year is, for me, is a very good year.
I think it should be good. Thank you so much for the clap right there from the audience. Yeah, it should be a good year. I mean, like you can see that you guys have been climbing the ladders. I mean, like you were knocked down early on, but right now you guys are in the finals itself. And even for you, this is your third year, and you've come into the top 10. So how does that feel for you?
Yeah, I'm feeling very happy because I did show myself that I'm improving year by year, and through those who guided me, to all my friends out there, to the sim community of Sony Gazoo Gaming, and I would like to thank all of you guys who are supporting me all the time, and for those who are watching my stream, thank you so much, and I hope to entertain you guys in the future, of course, in my stream.
I believe you had the opportunity to like promote your stream a little bit right there, but you know, I think all your fans out there would appreciate it as well. All right, so I think since you guys have been together with us right here at Toyota Gazoo Racing for a while now, how does it feel to come to the grand finals, knowing that you'll be competing against these 8 other individuals out there? And you kind of know that, it's been a while since you actually had an on-site tournament, and plus, and since MCO hit and things have been tough since then, like, how do you feel going into a tournament with all these amazing drivers?
To be honest, before coming into the semi-final, I have an inkling, kind of like a confidence, not to say I'm bragging, but I do have an inkling I'm able to get into the final, but to be competing, especially for the top 5 position, that's something that, for me, is still quite surprising, even for myself. Especially not only because of the level of competition, but the adaptability to to adapt to a new type of steering, different type of pedals to the ones at home, and also living out of your comfort space, like you said just now, on site. So it really does pose a challenge. Of course, it's not to me, to everyone, but I believe that's the charm of having an on-site and a grand tournament like Toyota Velocity.
All right.
And for myself, first day I was pretty lucky, to be honest, because I was pretty nervous all the time on the first day itself, and my performance was below par. And come to today, I checked back my basics and stuff, and then I managed to improve compared to yesterday, of course. And today, after this whole race, it's an endurance race, and I feel relief after the whole race ended.
I believe that each driver deserves a really good rest after this as well. You are currently basically the top 10 sim racing drivers in Malaysia currently, so you guys deserve the best of applause and all this. And now, a very critical question. Coming into the competition itself, I understand that you made it into the grand finals. May I know your remarks on who are your top 3 drivers that you were looking out for coming into the grand finals? Is there any 3 particular individuals that you were worried that these are people to look out for during competition?
Those 3 gentlemen for me was Mio, Touch, and Arif. These 3 guys are very, very strong drivers in this competition. So I really respect those 3 guys. Which is why I was being motivated to compete against these top drivers in Malaysia. Some similarities there. So probably I do have a proper ranking. Like probably first for me will be touch. Like he's one of my closest friend, but also he's one of my closest rivals. His pace was really fast. Second goes to Mior. He has a very nice reputation over Gran Turismo Sport, so very tough competition. And probably number 2 will be Afif Suhaimi. Because he has also a good rep over online, and also offside has a good reputation of giving good results. So really had a challenge, especially battling on track just now.
Wow, I think that's a really good list right there, and you do see that their placements in the tournament as well were very high placings. I mean, throughout the whole 4 races we had throughout the whole day itself, and just want to say, throughout the whole race itself, you guys have actually had a really good run as well. So 4 races itself, and very soon we will be announcing the results. What are your thoughts about the Toyota Gazoo Racing Velocity Esports Championship here, the initiative itself? How did you enjoy it so far?
I feel that it gives a new light towards this particular genre, sim racing as a whole, because people might think that taking the racing into a virtual world might not really mean much, but when you see the context of the race, the battles, the kind of like drama behind it, on and off the circuit, like, you know, fighting for points, all that, I think you can relive or even better, like simulate exactly what you're expecting from the real world, because not only that, these people are fighting, but they are fighting much more closer than in comparison towards in the real world in most cases.
Yeah, I have to agree with Mr. Iqbal over there. Yeah, so basically this esports competition is open to anyone, so anybody can win the race. So it's just a matter of effort and the time to put into this practice, and then you compete against the best of the best. And yeah, so
I understand that feeling. It's very nerve-wracking knowing that things have been an all-time high. And one more important question I want to ask is that I understand that MCO landed hit hard on throughout the whole global pandemic thing. And then we do realize that we do see a spike in the increment of amount of sim races due to their inability to actually race on a real track. And therefore, how did this affect the whole community of sim races? Because you guys are basically there the whole time, and then you have this new entries coming in because they have no choice, right? They can't race on a real track, therefore they had to transition into sim racing. So how was that for you guys?
I believe that it's a good thing that a lot of people are interested, but probably one of the biggest, I wouldn't say problem, but maybe it is that they come in maybe expecting a bit too much starting out sim racing. We heard a lot of cases where people like play for 1 week or 2 weeks. They already bought a lot of stuff like a proper rim, a proper pedal, proper rig, but they give up not even like one step out of the door because they find that it's too difficult to easily adjust. So I believe that our community, who has been sticking around for quite a long time, feel like it's our responsibility to guide them, to kind of like show that it's not really something you can quickly adapt. It's something that you need to learn over due time. Even for myself, I learned for like more than a year to get grips to this level. So it's more about us, I think, as a community to kind of like show that you can be good. You just need to be patient, and we'll stick with you throughout the process to make you as fast as you might think about.
Wow, actually that's a very good remark and stuff. But is it really a positive thing knowing that there's this high spike coming? And did it like, kacau your periuk nasi, that knowing that there's going to be a lot more people competing in all this, and were you like a little bit intimidated knowing that professional, real racetrack drivers are coming into the scene?
To the first part of the question, actually, I believe that it's a very positive thing, because if like we go to the 2000s, everyone was like fawning over like Need for Speed or something like that. But now it's like progressed to sim racing. Basically, it's like a change of genres. I believe that it's actually a good thing. In terms of like competition, well, honestly, I'm not really that faulted, kind of like showboating here. But it's just that even if they do come in with professional racers and that, yes, they can be fast, but it still needs some time to adjust on all. So even if I'm expecting some competition, maybe it's going to take half a year or 1 year for them to really be on the same pedestal as us, then we can have a really fun time together with them.
Yeah. So you're currently not having a fun time with them?
Well, I say 50. I mean, like from the first race.
I mean, you said like Dad by that time they'll be having fun with us.
No, right now, of course, I'm having a blast over here. Competing with some of the fastest guy here. But I mean, like when you have more people, well, I won't say want to bully. I mean, that can be fun in itself. But I mean, like when you have more people coming here, I'm pretty sure it's gonna be a lot more fun with, especially real racers, fighting with us together side by side.
I heard the word bully, so I'm a little bit weird about his helping hand to the community part. I'm questioning that part right here. But what's your take on this? What's your take on this?
To me, I think we can improve this community. Yeah. So we encourage everybody, for those who are at home, just get a sim rig, and then just join us online. And then let's say you have any question, you can check out our community, and then you can just ask questions straight away. Just we will gladly advise you guys how to improve on the sim racing, sim driving, and those technique as well, and also the strategy.
All right, there you have it. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for tuning in. I'd like to say thank you so much to the YK Together, Mike Ball, for joining us, being our guest for this talk show right here at Sub. Do join in the community, get yourself amazing racing simulator, and of course, do get some guidelines from Luwai. I mean, not Iqbal. I mean, based on his responses just now.
You can seek me anytime.
No, I do feel like he's a bully. I don't know. I mean, just based on his responses right here. But anyways, we'll be right back after the commercial breaks with more esports actions happening right here at the Toyota Gazoo Racing Velocity Esports Championship 2020.
We've always pushed the limits to make ever better cars, to never stop innovating, to learn from the toughest challenges under the most extreme conditions. In these extraordinary times, we continue to learn about our people, our friends, our family. When this is over, we will all be closer, and together we will be back, faster and stronger than ever before. Toyota Gazoo Racing, pushing the limits for better.
Today, the legend is back in Malaysia. We bring you Toyota GR Supra.
Toyota, all about the drive. Toyota, all about the drive.
Jangan lupa datang ramai ke Singapore Airport.
Toyota Gazoo Racing Season 3.
We're so excited to be able to have just one part of the large Gazoo Racing family come together as we officially wrap up Season 3 of Toyota Vlogs Challenge by announcing our winner.
It was a very fun time on Season 3 because a lot of new things happened, there were new drivers and I believe it was more exciting.
Amazing, you know, it's satu experience yang you tak boleh beli punya. You memang kena, orang cakap, kena diberi peluang untuk dapat rasa.
Ini satu penganjuran perlombaan yang sangat hebat, racing juga sangat mencabar dan pengakhiran Season 3 yang sangat-sangat menakjubkan.
Everyone is really good, really competitive. It really gives me a need to push the boundaries further and try to explore a new limit that we have never been there before. I'm really looking forward for Season 4.
I think the most challenging part is everyone's very close. First of all, you're using a same car. It's a one-week race, and the field for Super Sporting this year with Tengkujan and Mark Darwin, both very fast drivers. I was just trying to keep up, don't do as much mistake as previous years. Definitely looking forward to come back season 4 and definitely go for the win this time. It was a tough season, but I enjoyed every minute of it and definitely looking forward to be back in season 4.
I look forward to welcoming all of you back with strong and vigor again in season 4.
What's going on there, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to Toyota GR Velocity Esports Championship 2020. And we had incredible day today, me and also Victor. It was massive, man. But the final result is going to be out real soon.
Yeah, I mean, they still have a few more investigations to wrap up here, but, you know, I mean, it's been a very long day, you know, for all of us here. You know, we've been having this championship since yesterday. We had run through Group A and Group B, bringing the top 20 drivers, filter it down to the top 10, and then here we had a 4-race championship. I mean, it was really, it had so many different twists and turns, you know, throughout this entire championship. When you look at just like the raw results here of like race 1 until race 4, you can tell, you know, just the unpredictability, you know, when it comes to that championship. You can see like Muir Muhammad Hafiz, for example, like even though he didn't really catch like a lot of wins, but he stayed very consistently in that top 3, and that just allowed him to be able to get like a lot of points, you know, compared to a lot of other guys who, like, for example, Muswan Jink, like he only won that one race number 2. Like all the other races, he didn't really get a lot of points. So, you know, it's really, I can say like out of a lot of different type e-racing championships, the Velocity Championship still stands head and shoulders above a lot of other events, being like one of the hardest ones to actually win. And you know, to have someone like Touch Ayman actually win, you know, in that final race there, just through a very good start. I mean, those are the kind of moments that I live for. You know, there's the kind of moments where I really want to see these drivers tested to the absolute limit, and I'm really glad that these top 10 drivers really delivered.
Absolutely. So it seems the final result is out, and we are just waiting to be shown, man. I'm excited. Are you excited?
I'm excited too, man. Can't wait.
Yeah, we have been waiting for this for a long time, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be out. And there you go, the final result, ladies and gentlemen. Touch Ayman will be crowned champion for today's event. Look at that, 75 points. And on to P2 is Mio Muhammad Hafiz in 262, and Muhammad Iqbal bin Ahmad Suji in 55. And P4 is going to be Arif Roslan. And it's going to be very messing, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, and I'm especially glad that Suan Ching actually managed to get into P7 here in the championship here. I mean, he won that one race there, so congrats to him there. I mean, the thing is that, you know, just because they aren't up on the top there doesn't mean these guys are not that good, because all these guys are just super competitive, and it really just boils down to the results.
Exactly. So we'll be bringing you guys another action. We are throwing it to Flower for now for the prize giving ceremony. Flower, take it away.
Thank you very much to Matthews Isaac and Victor Cass for the amazing commentaries on the final round for the grand finals, featuring our top 10 races right here at the Toyota Gazoo Racing Velocity Esports Championship 2020. And we have finally arrived at the prize giving ceremony. And before we begin with the prize giving ceremony for today, we would like to invite a number of amazing guests to join us today. Firstly, we'd like to invite the president of the UMW Toyota Motor, Mr. Ravindran K, accompanied by the director of UMW Toyota Motor, Mr. Shamsu Muhammad Zain, coming up on stage. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, to begin our prize giving ceremony, it gives me great pleasure and honor to begin by announcing our 10th place winner. Please welcome Chao Jen Ye! Congratulations. Coming up next, ladies and gentlemen, in 9th place, please welcome Chong Kai Chen. Congratulations and thank you. Coming up next, ladies and gentlemen, in 8th place, please welcome Muhammad Afif bin Suhaimi. Ladies and gentlemen, in 7th place, please welcome Mu Shusan Jing. Thank you very much. In 6th place, please welcome Rio Pandukusuma. Thank you very much. Coming up in number 5, please welcome Lo Woi Kid. Thank you very much. And coming up next, ladies and gentlemen, in 4th place, please welcome Arif bin Roslan. Congratulations. Now I would like to invite Sir Ravinder and K together with Mama Shamsu to be on this side of the stage. And of course, we'd like to invite the Chief Motorsports Officer of Toyota Gazoo Racing Malaysia, Mr. Akio Takiyama, to join us up on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, in 3rd place, the 3rd place winner for the Toyota Gazoo Racing Velocity Esports Championship 2020 goes to Muhammad Iqbal bin Ahmad Suji.
Oh, it's we are right. We are.
Congratulations, Muhammad Iqbal. Coming up next, ladies and gentlemen, our first runner-up, 2nd place winner for the Toyota Gazoo Racing Velocity Esports Championship 2020 goes to Mr. Mir Muhammad Hafiz. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner and champion for the Toyota Gazoo Racing Velocity Esports Championship, bringing back home 20,000 Malaysia ringgit out of the 70,000 Malaysia ringgit prize pool, and also representing Malaysia in the upcoming GT Supra Cup Asia Pacific Regional Qualifiers. Please welcome our champion, Taj Izrin Aiman bin Taj Madira! There you have it, ladies and gentlemen, our winner and champion of this amazing championship. I'd like to take this opportunity to say thank you so much, Mr. Ravindran. Thank you so much, Mama Shamsu, and of course, Mr. Akio Tokiyama for joining us right here. We'd like to invite you to join us at the main stage for the prize giving ceremony right here, and also for the photo shoot. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, don't go away, because right after this, we'll be right back with more esports actions. We'll be joining together with Matthews, Isaac, and of course, Victor Cass with your post-game analysis of race number 4 for our top 10 grand finals. We're back after this.
They say life is about living in the present, catching every wave, finding that perfect moment, embracing the here and the now with peace of mind.
They say life is about the journey, being the master of your own destiny, and having the confidence to move up in the world. Making your way around effortlessly.
To ignite your passion and explore beyond boundaries. To discover the possibilities of clearer destinations ahead.
It's about never losing sight of what's important, no matter what challenges are before you, and to see beyond the obstacles.
Life is about getting ahead and never looking back.
Life is about enjoying every single moment. We say it's about living life as never before.
Toyota, all about the drive.
La Toyota Doshino.
En revanche, la Dome Toyota fait mieux que sa figuration.
Extensive.
And what has happened here? He's got a problem. He's got a problem. Drama again at Le Mans 1990.
Feel your heart race in this challenge that you face. Focus on fire, won't go out. Million eyes won't push you round. I'm federating. I have no power. I have no power. Rise the future. Don't look down. You're flying high above the ground.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are at the closing stages of Toyota GR Velocity Esports Championship 2020. It has been a massive day for me and Victor. Well, talk us through the grand finals, man. It was absolutely insane of a race. And we have a lot of things to talk about, but then we're just going to make it real short for you guys because it was really, really long to actually talk about.
The whole championship.
Yes,
I mean,
it was.
There's so much, to highlight here. I mean, the fact that, Nur Muhammad Hafiz, it's such a shame to see that he wasn't still able to overcome Touch Israel because, you look at the race 1, 2, and 3, he was consistently in second place all throughout. It was just that last race where he couldn't really find a performance. But that's why in this kind of championship, the race wins are so important. Touch Israel, he had a bad race number 2, he had a bad race number 3, but he won race 1 and 4, and that sealed the deal for him. So it goes to show, like I was saying, the Velocity Championship is one of the hardest championships to even take the win in, and Touch Israel really pulled out all the stops that he needed to make it happen, and it did. It really happened. It unfolded right before our eyes. I mean, that first lap that he did in Spa was just pure beauty watch.
It was absolutely beautiful. We just want to congratulate again for Taj Aiman, who is the champion for this season. I'm not sure what holds on to the next season because we saw how amazing this event was. So before we go, I just want to thank all the sponsors that was involved. I want to thank the sponsors of the event. It's going to be Toyo Tires, Denso, and also Toyota Racing Development, which is actually the TR. They have been doing fantastic. Yeah, even in the real race as well. And not to forget our partners. It's actually Ankai, Drive Energy Drink, and also Moti. We had an amazing day because we also had exhibition races consisting of eSport races, real races, celebrities consisting of Nabila Razali, Wani Hasrita, Nabil Ahmad, Sean Lee, as what we predicted earlier on, is going to win the exhibition match. It was absolutely crazy day for me and Victor. It was amazing, man.
It was an amazing day. I mean, it's been such an honor as well, to be able to cover this event together with you guys. I mean, it's always a highlight of the year for me anytime I get to be here at the Velocity Esports Championship, and especially, in this COVID season. I was kind of worried that, we wouldn't be able to see each other's faces again, but, I'm really glad that Toyota actually pulled through, made this event happen, and, we're all enriched because of it.
Absolutely. It was a fantastic day for me and also Victor. Well, I guess that's that's all from me and Victor. So this is Matthews Isaac, and Victor, do you have any last words?
I think the last one I have to say is like a big thank you to the Malaysian e-racing community. I mean, it is because of you guys that we are able to bring you guys such an entertaining weekend. I mean, the amount of support and love that we receive from the community is just overwhelming. So thank you guys so much, for supporting us all through these 3 years. I mean, to get 720 participants just in the qualifiers alone, that's insane. That's a lot of people who just showed up just to participate in this tournament, and I thank each and every one of you, for making this event a success.
Yeah, I also want to thank all the people who are involved to making this event a success. The production team, the people behind the scenes, every one of y'all, thank you so much because it has been a really iconic day for me and Victor, and also the event of the day. So before we go, this is the end for me and Victor. We are passing it down to Flower for the grand closing. See you guys next season, and drive safe.
Thank you very much, Matthews Isaac, and also Victor Guest for the amazing commentaries throughout the whole series, together with our amazing commentator from Nick Harris as well. And with that, that concludes our amazing 2-day non-stop racing simulation action happening right here at the Toyota UMW headquarters in Shah Alam. First of all, I want to say thank you so much to each and every one of you guys who's currently watching back at home or wherever you may be itself. And just a little highlight for you guys is be sure to like, share, and subscribe to our YouTube channel as well as our Facebook page right here, Toyota Gazoo Racing Malaysia, as in the nearest future we have something big to announce. So be sure to check out and follow our social medias, maybe in Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and more. All right, don't say that I didn't tell you guys. All right, and of course, secondly, we want to say thank you so much to all our amazing organizers right here at the Toyota Gazoo Racing Velocity Esports Championship, proudly brought to you by Toyota Gazoo Racing Malaysia. Thanks so much to production crew, for amazing talents, the commentators, to amazing top 20 drivers who managed to who make it in, all our 720 drivers who managed to go through the first phase itself. And of course, congratulations to Taj Aiman, our champion who will be representing Malaysia in the upcoming GT Supra Cup. GT Supra Cup Asia Pacific Regional qualifies in the nearest future itself. We wish him all the best. All right. And of course, I would not want to miss out on our amazing sponsors and partners right here. We have Toyo Tires, we have Danso, and of course, we want to say thanks to our Toyota Racing Development TRD. And not to mention, also to mention as well from our partners right here, we have NK, we have from Drive, Energy Drink, and of course, we want to say thank you so much to Motis for being our amazing partners, and to each and every one of you guys, wherever you may be sure to drive safe, and remember, it's all about the drive. My name is Muhammad Farooq, you guys can call me Flavor, and we'll see you guys in the next one. Good night, everyone.